don't do fussing and cussing. Drop you, that's the repercussion. Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy in the philosophy that they speak. Do you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, clear, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. Do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, heat is on me. Trigger warning, thinking trigger, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Eat them alive in the live. This that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation, but they spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how a conversation works. 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to have a conversation. Remember that. What's good? Been intense with kids. Let's get it. 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 And it's the beginning of the week. Thought I was talking about the day. No, the beginning of that week better you have. We tired of y'all getting tricked out here. Now listen up. He bring that combo, keep it bustin'. You can't believe his discussion. He don't do fussing and cussing. Drop you, that's the repercussion. Listen up. Tussin', they stay sleep. They not woke so they can't see the hypocrisy in the philosophy that they speak. Do you have an agenda? Are you really real or just a pretender? Are you trying to deliver the message or return it back to sender? Check yourself before you wreck yourself. Don't check me, clear, collect, correct yourself. Your reflection of perception. Do you analyze suggestions? Are you objective to criticism or pushback with objections? On this platform and a former, shoot that drama, heat is on me. Trigger warning, thinking trigger, think they abnormal is normal. Is it choices? Is it karma? Does the lie feel good and charm you? It's stinging like them killer bees. The truth engulf and swarm you. Eat them alive in the live. This that Jeffrey Dahmer. You can laugh or learn or get mad. Look here, he stay calmer. You laugh or learn. 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 I want y'all to really pay attention to the ones that want to act like they want to have a conversation, but they spend most of their time expressing themselves. That's not how a conversation works. 9 times out of 10, they're not trying to have a conversation.
Remember that. I did a refresh. They dried up. It is to be weird. That's why I say the way this thing operates is weird. It seemed like it worked better with no likes. So I'd at least have about 100 people that joined in. That's crazy. And still joining in. I don't know how TikTok work, so I guess we don't have to do no taps. I'm assuming. I don't know how this work. I just say stick with the gifts and because them taps ain't doing nothing. I don't see no difference. I think it's more of the motion. How is everybody at? I said I was coming right back. Yeah, I don't know. This show is weird. That's what I said. I guess taps don't matter on here. That's what they said. I guess it's just shares. We do shares and make sure the comments is moving, and that's it. Yeah, I don't understand. I really don't understand what TikTok doing. I even noticed when I asked to do a mod break, the thing slowed down again. I was like, what the heck? I don't know. So I think It's better without the taps. It's mostly on the shares and the FRPs and the throwing fruits in the chat and throwing. I think that's what it's based off of for the most part. A couple of those hashtag FYPs. We going back to communicate. Oh yes, we gonna do that because I don't think we expounded very well on that yesterday. And I still got more. I think I got a couple more topics I haven't did yet. I'm gonna make some more for tomorrow too. And then you know how the weekday is. Free talk. Wow. That comment's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if y'all can see it. Like it got so many people joining in without no taps. It's gonna be weird. I don't understand TikTok, bro.
Because it does what it wants.
It does right, huh? Crazy.
She said we going back to the communication.
Yeah,
I didn't hear this one. I didn't see this one. Are you a good communicator? Sometimes.
It should be a real. Sometimes. I said, depending on who it is, that's how I look
You
at
know who
it.
can't let up? I don't know.
I'm a good communicator.
How you lying? Because you didn't say hi first. I know you lying.
See?
No, it's Landless.
See?
Get loud now.
Yeah. I mean, what are conversations that are worth talking about and why? I mean, I don't know. It just depends on the mood. Sometimes we want to talk about funny stuff, sometimes serious stuff.
Anything that brings about progression is worth talking
Hello,
about.
can you hear me? Hello?
Amen.
Hello?
Yes, Nasari.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Nasari.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I'm sorry. Stop playing with us,
Can you
please.
hear me?
I'm back at time. I'm sick of people today. Stop it. I'm sorry, please.
So I didn't start. This just started like this before yesterday, earlier today too. I just thought about it. You was in here. What is going on?
Why are they playing like this today?
Always gotta be that one.
Oh, so done with him.
Oh my gosh. What is
Can you
going
hear
on?
me?
Hello, alter ego?
Nasari? Yes.
I your box is turning blue, but I can't hear you.
Oh, hold on.
Alter ego?
Well,
Okay,
Nasari, what's up?
yeah, I can hear you now. What's up?
What's going on, Nasari?
What's up, man? So what's the topic for tonight?
I mean, that's the topic, bro. What's written there?
Oh, it was are you a good communism?
Communicator, you moron.
Hey, whoa, come on, bro. Whoa, relax. Why you being so negative, bro?
How you gonna like call communicator?
Oh, this is a great example.
Bro, you're mad negative, bro. All right.
You're not a good communicator.
How am I not a good communicator?
You can't even spell.
All right, what's wrong with that, bro? Maybe I got a reading disability or something. You can't judge people based on them not reading or spelling.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Bro, you had like 2 decades to learn how to read, bro.
Yeah, it takes time sometimes, bro. You know, I be going to school. You know what I mean? I got kids. You know what I'm saying? I got a job. I got 2 jobs, actually. I'm making money out here, bro. I don't got time to read or spell.
I know a few people.
Somebody rejected him.
I know a few people that have autism, and learn how to read in a decade. We got like 3 decades on you.
Bro, everybody's different, bro. You know, when you get autism, like you get, not only do you get autism, but like some people get autism, but it sometimes it comes with like a special ability too. You know what I mean? Sometimes they also get like telepathic powers.
Yeah, I was sick of shit.
Yeah. So
That is so awkward.
when you speak, you should speak to when you listen to understand. And then when you speak
No, I never
after
heard that. I've heard you speak first, then you understand later. Boom, boom.
first you gotta listen. So you gotta listen to understand. All right.
Why you think we got two eyes? Because we're supposed to watch what we do before we listen.
What?
Man, eyes ain't got nothing to do with listening, bro. Ears got something to do with listening.
Hey, man, that was dumb.
That was deep.
I thought Shad just go.
That was deep, bro. When I say things, people be like, yo, whoa, like this guy's deep.
Nah, he said you dumb.
The other D was, man. Yeah, you know Diddy, no Diddy.
Nah, he ain't call me dumb.
Right, he said, what algorithm you right? I'm wondering, dang, I put us in the wrong algorithm.
Hey, Kev, you shouldn't have started the live over, man. What you did, man?
Like, what did we do? And then he put communication, and we see how bad we communicate. What? It's crazy.
Facts.
So how can you, do
Hey,
Don't tap
Gucci
that
a
foot,
hater,
don't tap.
He a hater, man. He's not one of us. He's not black.
He black, but how can you insult his intelligence? I mean, when neither one of you all can read beyond the 5th grade education.
I'm done.
Bro, I passed like 5th grade like 3 times. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
What,
Nasari.
3 times?
We always get
yo,
that
You
one.
had to
I
go to the
swear,
5th grade
dog.
3
This is like
times.
I
deja
got a good
vu.
one for you. I got a good one for you.
trying to insult your
Hang on,
intelligence.
Michael.
But to insult that
Hang on.
man's
You
Hang on,
is
intelligence,
Michael.
trying
Hang
to
on.
some.
that
You
ain't
is
right.
trying
Hang
to
on,
You're
hang on.
supposed to
Hang
be
on,
as
Michael.
one, right?
Hang on. Michael, hang on for a second. Hang on for a second. You're Nasari, right? Why don't you read this everything that's written in green real quick?
I read
Read
everything
the
on
whole
there,
thing.
but you insulted that
Not
man's
you,
intelligence.
bro.
not you, Michael.
What are you
Nasari.
talking?
Read the whole thing.
I don't need to prove myself, bro.
Go ahead, bro. Read it.
Hey, now I got a better question. How did you pass the 4th grade or 5th grade 3 times? I mean, explain that to me. I'm curious.
When the time I need to play crickets, can't find that.
All I hear is crickets. And it ain't the game.
Kev, you done took us to another dimension when you started this live, man. Hey, people start coming
It's a
out the
roll of
black
the
holes and shit in
dice.
space.
Hey, if you asked earlier, shoot, me and Arthur just went through that earlier. Literally, when I started live, I'm like, what's going on today? This Saturday vibes or something else. I don't know.
No, don't insult another man's intelligence. Some learn by reading, some learn by pictures. But they still can get it right.
Yep, there we go. They exit out themselves. Wow, there we go.
You got to be a whole different level of slowness when you fail in open book tests and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And something was wrong with that dude you brought up here, Kev. We're going to have to blame this on you.
He was trolling, man. We always got to
Yeah,
get
I
that
about to say,
down.
some people just.
I ain't gonna say he was
That's why I don't
trolling.
take them serious. A lot of people serious. He said that's
Some people
okay.
learn different ways. As long as we all come
Speaking
out
of
with the same
communication, ain't that
alternative,
some?
it's all good.
Michael,
Yes, ma'am.
this your first time on the panel?
Of this kind, no.
This car? No, I'm saying like this panel here.
When I hear people are down in our own people, it's enough of that. Damn. We gonna catch the hint. Is we all still shopping at Walmart or what?
Hey, Michael Jackson. Hey, man, you getting a nice Kev right now, man. Don't take advantage of that.
I don't take advantage of anything, man. I'm master what I do.
Maybe he's not talking to us. Maybe he's talking to somebody else.
No, I'm picking up your vibe. I'm picking up your vibe. It's just when you know, I heard a brother being down on another brother on his vocabulary. That like
Okay.
sparked something in me. That sparked the perfect blunt. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I realize some of them situations, nothing we can do about it for the most part. Some people gonna be them.
Yeah, but we gotta learn from everyone though.
Yeah, some people don't want to learn from everyone. That's the thing.
Well,
We don't want to stress ourselves out
we
because
don't
people
still
don't.
stop sharing the water though, because they can't catch on, especially when they look like us or they us.
I don't think they is. Just because they look like us, I don't mean they
Wait
is.
a minute now. There's only one of us, and we were
You're right.
breeded over here, so it's only one of us.
One Kevin.
They
There's
may
only
look
one me.
like us, but they not us. There's
They
only
not
one
like
of
us.
us. That's right. The rest of them want to be us, but they not like us.
Yeah.
So
I
the
don't
ones
think
that are
we
us,
like us. We not
we
like our
show some
own self.
compassion.
We want to be technical. We not like
If we
ourselves.
can't show compassion about the ones that are us, damn.
You can show compassion, but you don't have to tolerate.
Well, wait a minute now. Our families are for the same people. Do we tolerate them?
No, especially if you want to if you want to protect your own peace. Sometimes you have to do what you got to do. You don't want to lose yourself trying to appease another human being.
That, you know, you just can't. You just can't. I understand that. I just understand that. You know what?
All we can do is feel sad and show compassion, but it's not much more we can do.
That's it right there. The magic word, compassion. You don't have to hang with them. But
Hey, hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, Michael, hold on. I'm laughing right now because when Kev talking, and he's the host, like in the middle of his conversation, like you'll start talking to cut him off. And normally, he go off.
Are you the gatekeeper? Are you the gatekeeper? Me and
No,
Kev
I am the moderator.
But
I am the nigger, okay? I am the nigger.
Like you pimping.
No, you hard headed old school. Hey, listen. I'm saying I'm the moderator. I'm saying I'm protecting black brothers. You disrespecting black brothers right now. I'm saying when he's talking,
don't feel disrespected. Only one feel disrespected is you.
No, because I know how he is, and he giving you grace right now. I'm trying to save you, brother. I'm trying to. Let's see what I'm saying. You trying to help a brother out, and this is what happened. I'm trying to save you because normally he'll go off and he'll kick you off this motherfucker.
Well, let that man speak for himself. I don't
okay, there you go, Kev. Go ahead, do your thing, man. Go ahead. I try to save. We
was talking together.
Yeah, but yeah. This is.
You don't get a second mouthpiece.
I feel weird that I can't say don't tap no more because it's like it's way more active without tapping. That's crazy. I mean, want to say let's do a mod. Never mind. All I can say is everybody that's coming in just keep sharing and sharing and sharing it. I really don't care that much about the taps no more because TikTok will do what it wants. So you don't have to tap. You don't have to tap because it seemed like it worked way better with no taps, which I don't understand. Whatever. But keep on hitting them shares. That's what I really want y'all to do. Join the team. Hit that heart up there. It's a heart on the top near my name. I want y'all to join that team for sure. Make the chat active, man. Get some comments. Y'all can talk to each other in the comments, or y'all can throw some fruits down there. Anything, just keep it active in there. Send some gifts, right? You can send 1 penny of roses. Roses, I realize that does a lot for the room and help push out even more. I think that's everything. So yeah, overall, y'all, I changed up and I don't care about the lights for real that much. I just don't, because it's just I notice how my live be operating. It just ain't moving like it used to. It moved better with low lights. I noticed. Good looks.
I'm feeling you, Kev. I'm feeling you, man. I just when I heard homeboy getting roasted at the stake, I'm like, damn, it's us.
Yeah, you gonna run into that. You gonna run into that all around this episode. You don't want to. My thing is, you don't want to get.
But I follow the truth around things. If ain't nobody tell us the truth, I'm gonna be one of them to tell us the truth. You know what I mean?
Man, this
Too many
man done done it
lies
again,
going on.
cuz.
You know,
His
Hey man,
patience.
why
it
you
might
hold on, Kev?
sound
Hey, hold
kind of
on, man.
strange
Hey,
right
hey, what's
now
going on with
in
you today,
Atlanta,
Kev? Man,
middle
you
of the
being too
hundred,
goddamn
but
nice,
yeah, it
man.
is what it is.
I know it be a lot sometimes, Sean. I'm like, I don't know. You need a
Yeah,
balance.
well, you know,
I'm feeling good today.
Oh, all
yeah,
right,
Let's
cool, all
kick you
right.
in the chin or something. Kick you
I
in
don't know
the
why I'm getting more upset than Kev right now.
No, for real, don't get more
Kev is
upset than
cool.
Kim.
Kev is cool. I don't understand why you
Yeah,
getting
that's
upset
funny.
and Kev ain't getting upset.
Hey,
Lala, where are
because
you? Where's
sometimes
your
I be
life?
seeing some stuff in people, man. Sometimes, and then
Uh, let's see the wrath in
Hey,
you. How's that?
I haven't heard. You know how he be. Goddamn, because the I was talking. I haven't heard none of that yet, man. Damn.
you're right. You're right. Patience. I'm being patient now. I'm working on myself.
Patience, patience.
Well,
But no,
that's what we got to learn,
I
though.
do
You
no,
gotta
but I
have
do really
patience.
want him to, even though he's talking at the same time though. But I want him to understand. Is that my best friend Poground down there? I see you pop up in here, Poground.
Mm.
He, he love
Okay.
and hate me at the same time.
Mm.
But
Lala,
I'm
please.
with you, Kev.
Please
I'm
go.
with you, Kev.
Please go. Now he with you, period.
I mean, I
hey,
was waiting from the get.
Oh, period. No, it's not that.
I didn't need nobody, the mouth, second day his mouthpiece. I want to hear from
Mm.
Kev. You know what I'm
I
saying?
thought you
Mm.
gotta show compassion, man. You gotta use your own thing.
Oh, for
So
shizzle, my gristle. I'm with you.
yeah,
Like
The
I said,
shizzle
I'm
my
with you.
drizzle is crazy.
Well, you
it's
just
all
don't
about
know much,
understanding.
baby
So I can
girl. So I'm
understand.
not gonna hold that against you.
We should understand where Sean coming from and understand where you coming from. So that's how we can bring
Right,
this
right, right,
unity.
right,
You know what I'm
right,
saying?
right,
Yeah, there you go.
right.
Oh
I
my
got you.
gosh,
Got you.
He coming from cut off university because he just.
Yeah, well, okay, well, maybe, I got the blueprint and you just got the door shut down on you. So I'm ready to give you the blueprint on it, instead of
God.
having to keep
Hey,
participating
Sean
on
did say he
something you
wants some
don't
old
know.
school in here. Go ahead, show him that old school.
And I'm trying
No, I
to,
want
but
some.
too much earwax. He need one of them neti pods in his ear.
Mm.
So not
Oh
just
my
his
gosh.
nose.
Hey, you ever seen that movie?
And
You ever
but
seen?
it ain't his
Hey, hold
fault.
on.
It ain't his fault that he ain't getting the blueprint.
There you go. That's a
No.
blueprint right there. Hey, let me tell you something, man. Let me tell
Okay,
you something.
well, if you want to shut me
Hold on.
down, I'll just go ahead and gracefully leave, G. You ain't got to play me like now I don't know what
Oh,
I'm talking about.
you playing big. Hey,
You know what
listen,
I'm saying?
listen.
I'll bow out.
What? Hold on, Scoot. Hold on. I ain't gonna be to the more, but I gotta ask you a question. You ever seen that movie Life? When he said, "I ain't nice like boss. I slap the
I
black off him."
lived it.
That's
I
me. I ain't nice
lived
like
it.
hell.
I lived it. I don't have to see a movie. A movie don't dictate what life really
Oh
is.
my god.
But if that's
See?
what you want to live by, okay. Hollywood is full of them.
Well,
Okay, okay. I want to
he
I'm
ask
gonna
you.
did it.
Hold
tell
That's
you the
on.
why he gave an
blueprint, though.
example, Michael. Stop being so deep. God dang.
Yeah, like hold on. Here's the crazy part about this, Alter. I've told him several times respectfully that Kev is the host. Don't overtalk the host, and he
But
still
Kev
do it.
is
As
not
soon as I
saying
mute.
anything. The
Oh
only one saying
wait.
something is you, like you the pimp
Hold
of the
on.
situation.
Do you know what a moderator is?
I understand, but do you
Click
know who
on
the
my
host
profile
is?
and see how important
Do
I
you
am,
know
brother.
who the
Click on
host
my
is?
profile and see how.
Don't you respect the host yourself? If the
Hey,
host
listen,
is
brother.
not
Hey,
asking for a
click on.
moderator,
Hey,
well, maybe you
listen,
ought to
listen.
be,
Click on my.
come
Click on
on
my
now.
profile. You're gonna see that
What
moderator,
in your
man.
profile can
He
say
got
that
me
you're not
about to
saying
cry,
now?
bro. That's so funny.
Listen, because it tell you
Your
how important I
profile
am in this
ain't gonna
room,
say
man.
nothing to me that you can't tell me
Me,
now, dog.
no, no. Okay. All jokes aside, this is a serious question. Like it's all about respect over here. Kel being nice with you. I'm being
Exactly.
honest. Like that man being super nice. I don't know if he prayed today, if he got the Holy Ghost, but something
Well,
is going
see,
on with that brother. I'll talk
whatever.
to him
I
later.
respect
I'll
the
talk to him
host
later.
before I
I'll
respect
talk to
his
him later about that,
mouthpiece.
right? But hold on, wait,
Oh, is
brother, wait.
that
But
right?
I do gotta ask you a serious question. If you talking about how the other black man was disrespecting somebody else, right? So I'm telling you as a moderator that you are over
Okay.
talking the host and you keep doing it. And the moment I mute you, you want to leave. How crazy that sound crazy to me.
No, because the host didn't mute me. You did. So he's not
Do you know
feeling
what a
like
model?
I over talking him. You do.
You know moderators do the host job, man. We work for him. You know that, right?
Peace.
Peace. The hell, Kev? It's your fault for restarting this damn live and got my stress levels up high and shit, man. Hey, man, I'm going on mute, man.
Mac, where you at? Mac, where you at, man? You know your stuff wasn't working.
People just want to hear they self talk and then they just go on about their
Yeah,
business.
I know. I already know.
Ain't no way.
I actually wanted to see if I could get through, man. I wanted to get through. It's gonna be. I know some people like that. Well, I just dealt with
Yeah,
work. We
get
dealt
through
with
to it
worse
now. How about
earlier.
that?
You know what I'm saying? We dealt with way worse earlier. I was like, well, let's see what he.
This man, this was like Nightmare on Elm Street when you go to sleep and then all of a sudden Freddy Krueger popped up. That's what he did, man. He restarted this live and all kind of people popped up.
Ah, man, I did. I said, let me see what's on the other side of the algorithm. Different thing. Let's get somewhere. AJ, what's up?
I just wanted to come up here and tell you, Kev, that my ancestors said
I don't want to
he
hear
would
it.
forgive you for saying that you was going to waterboard all of us mods. Thank you.
Let go of the past. That's what my last talk was about. Let it go.
I'm
Forgive
letting
and
it go. Look,
forget.
that's what the ancestors said. They just told me that.
I said I was gonna make great use out of you if you turn into a worm. That's all it is. You said, what would I do if we turn into a worm? I just said.
That was not the conversation. That's not how that went down. I said, Kev, if me and all of your moderators became worms, would you still love us? And you told me you would take us fishing. Disrespectful.
I gotta make use out of y'all. You know, your only worms only last for so long, so I said might as well make y'all
You think to put us in like some dirt?
make y'all worth it, man.
You think to put us like in some dirt?
You know, I feel like y'all above the dirt, you know what I'm saying? It's time to be fed, you know.
Well, now we gonna drown in the water. Thanks.
I ain't gonna drown, y'all gonna be useful.
Crazy.
The sign y'all wasn't ready to bring yourself up, Mac. You always talking to junk. Oh, bring your stuff up here.
What do you mean the real op? What are we real
You always
opting?
want to be an op, man.
What are we real opting real quick? Well, I'm gonna answer the questions real quick. Are you a good communicator? I mean, I feel like I can talk all day, but if you ain't willing to listen, that's on you. Room for improvement, but I guess that's a biased question. What are conversations that are worth talking about and why? You mean like to me?
Yeah.
Because I can talk about just about anything. Yeah.
What's worth talking about?
I typically like to have conversations where we're sharing perspective and we can actually have a conversation. I don't necessarily care for statements posed as questions, if that makes sense. Or like ridiculous conversations, like if things are too extreme, I don't care for those conversations. I like things to be more balanced, or at least trying to get to that point of getting balanced. Yeah. Listen to understand, respond, get triggered. Well, no one's talking, so I can't do none of those things right now. I'm the only one talking. So unless I'm gonna trigger myself. What does that look like? I mean, we know what that looks like. That's when people take a small part of what you say and they run with it. Wherever the hell they was going to run, or when we pick apart your argument or pick apart whatever the hell you saying to, I don't know, fit their stupid narrative. But what should you monologue? Then
I bet it's a deep one right there.
when should you monologue, and when should you mean shouldn't you? Because you have shit up there twice.
Dang, you're right.
When shouldn't you? Depends on the conversation. I mean, me personally, I don't typically care about other people monologuing, but if we're trying to get to the point and your monologue is 20 minutes, like nobody wants to hear that. You see what I'm saying? I don't need to hear your thought process and the wheels turning in your head. That's crazy. And why do people have a hard why do people have a hard time being direct? Most people have a hard time being direct because most people are still doing this passive aggressive shit. Either they don't know how to articulate it, or sometimes it's seen as being like mean or rude when you're direct. To some people, right? Me personally, I like people who are direct. I love how I come in here and everybody's quiet. Like, what the fuck?
We listening, man.
Everybody gone.
We letting it marinate. You feel me?
Ain't nothing I said I ain't said before. Hi, Alton. Hi, Sean.
I want to tell Kev something, and this is hard for me to admit this, man. It's hard to admit that Kev was right, and this hurt my soul. But I don't believe that comprehending like that is on, the person that's trying to communicate that no more. Because I tried all different levels just now with old school, and that's not work. And I experienced it firsthand, and I tried all stops, and that shit didn't work. So I take that back what I said last night.
No, actually, no, we already talked about that yesterday. We said it's 50-50 anyways, so we was already on the same page. That's funny though. He ain't gonna use that.
I just want to respond to Sean. Sir, no backsies.
Nah, after what just happened, man, I gotta take that back, man. He was right. I hate to tell him that because he gonna use that over my head. He gonna goddamn make a prompt. You know what I'm saying?
What the heck? Nah, that ain't me. That ain't me. Or is it? Sorry, but all right, what's next? Let's get 777 in the building, man. 777. What you got for me? Are you a good communicator?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. What makes you a good communicator?
Shit. I get my point across.
Interesting.
And I listen.
Okay. We can rock with that then. We can end it simple and easy. Where did AJ go? She just gonna say her stuff and joke. Don't leave me, AJ.
My man, I'm in the back seat, so it's kind of loud.
Okay. Anquinet. Tori, what's up? Go ahead. Come on up, Tori. You know I'll be liking your point of view too. Mac, bring your op head self if you in here too. You can bring your op head self in here too. Anquinet, what you got for me? Are you a good communicator?
I'm learning to be a good communicator. I've learned to put down some of my.
You smacking like crazy. I feel you. Okay, do your thing, man.
I'm sorry.
Communicate it then. Communicate.
I've learned to be a better communicator, which also requires me to be a better listener.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's still a bit tough. Sometimes but I'm learning. I have learned.
Okay. I'm learning.
Really, really quiet. I didn't know if I was still here.
I'm learning.
But to 777 says that he gets his point across. Is that always the case, or do you have to kind of switch it up a bit, or?
Nah, I don't always get my point across, but like I try to like I use my head or critical think. Not saying no one else does that, but I feel like simple and sweet. I mean, communicate. My question is, anyone know another language? My question is, anyone know another language?
I speak English and bad English. That's it.
That's it.
I speak English, slang, pissed off. I don't talk to art, but no.
I'm learning a little
I'm
bit
gonna
of
learn another language.
A little bit of what?
patois.
That's why.
Just the patois that count.
Love to watch your fatwa. All right, let me get Shiny in real quick and Alta and two more new people after that. Shine with the teacup. Shine the mod. Shine the important mod. Shine the.
Oh, Sean.
He probably
Kevin, be quiet.
All right. Well, that's on you then. 2020.
I'm getting the tea on y'all.
What you got? Win. For the win. Where have you been? Anybody? I know.
What'd you say?
You. We looking for you. You're next. Are you a good communicator?
Yes, I can be.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I'm a good communicator, but sometimes it's not always great. I'm either talking too low, talking too fast. Sometimes, yeah, it's hard for some people to catch on, but yeah, when it comes to like communicating, I'm good at getting my point across and like I said, sometimes I have the ability to follow through with to get the conversation to where it needs to be. I see it's clean. Thank you. No scratches. My kids always want to talk to me, guys, when I'm talking. But yeah, I think I am a good communicator. It definitely is a skill. So sometimes I may not have the energy to really properly communicate, but yeah, I do know the skills to do so. I think some people don't even have the ability to do it, but if you have the ability to do it, you should practice it more. So I definitely try.
So what makes you a good communicator? Like, I know you said the skill, but what, like, example?
Well, so to me, to be a good communicator, you have to be able to hear, understand, listen, comprehend, and then also understand. Yeah, so all those different things. So then communicating is be able to understand what they're saying and then communicate what you're trying to convey to them. Because some people think like, I think what makes a bad communicator is when you're not able to express what's important, express what's necessary, express, like people say, man, you guys don't know how to listen. No, you may not know how to communicate properly to what they're needing to do or, be able to give instructions or things like that. You have to be able to communicate properly, and some people understand differently. That's another thing. So I've been able to practice communicate with different type of people and different levels of understanding. So it's so many different levels to that. But yeah, I'm pretty good. Not perfect as a communicator, but I do try to. I am good at understanding what people are trying to say. Usually, for the most part. And then I try to understand. I try to make them understand what I'm trying to say. Cause I like clarification. I like things to be clear and concise. That's what I like.
I can attest to that. I agree. That's one thing I think I liked it about you. Did you at least try and you be trying to at least, so yeah, I will give you. I can agree with that. I
Yeah.
guess me knowing you.
Right.
Yeah.
I like
He's
understanding.
not lying. She not capping.
Yeah, a lot of different people in here too, for sure.
Does it make you a good communicator when you can just accept no with no pushback? Or is it that you communicate well with going around the no that makes you a great communicator? You know what I'm saying?
I think it's both. I think it's both. Depends. It just depends
You
on the
know, like
scenario.
somebody will say they're a great communicator, but once they hear no, then that kind of changes their
Yeah,
skills.
though. Yeah, I say yeah. I feel that one. Yeah, that's true. When you say no to somebody, they'll tell you, yeah, that's some true stuff, though. I ain't gonna lie.
You know what I'm saying? It's just that thick though. Like I be communicating so well, and you know, me and my husband, we get along. You start hearing that no too much, you know, you're gonna be like, well, he says no, but I still I still accept that shit and keep going. You know. I think cause I jump in because I'm dealing with that. I like it's nothing wrong with my communication skills. I just feel like lately I've been having a lot of no's to what my wife want to do, and it's like because I ain't feeling how you want to do that. You know, it's like, well, damn, am I terrible at communicating now? Do I need to agree to get the communication line back strong?
I don't think you have to agree to communicate properly.
I feel like communication and the actual message is different. Like communication is just how well you can get that message to that person. But you still, at the end of the day, both of you still have to also learn how to deal with what the actual message is to find a solution. That's a whole nother separate thing.
I mean, because no causes kind of like a little shutdown. So, you know, how long the shutdown lasts, an hour, a day, that all depends on how the communication goes.
Well, that's their communication error then. If they can't communicate why they're upset about the no or why they feel uncomfortable about it, because you can say, hey, no, we're not doing this. But again, if you know the person that you're talking to, how you convey that to somebody makes a difference on how they receive it. But then you have some people who, regardless of how you say it, hey, you can't do this right now. Why? I don't care. They just don't care. So you have people like that. So it could be either how you communicate it, just telling them no without explanation. Sometimes they may want to understand why you're saying it, or maybe you said it in a way that just like come off as rude, whatever case is. But then you have some people that they just don't want to hear it. So their
I
communication
think
is
my
wrong.
question is kind of based more toward men. You know, not like if you're telling your woman no, is the communication still the same, or does it kind of dry out a little bit? Mine's kind of dry out. You know, that's why I'm kind of coming on here with, are you a good communicator? You know,
Do you mean if you just say no, that's it? Or do you say no and give an explanation? Or
I mean, yeah, no, it has an explanation behind it. I think because I have a tendency of managing her money. And I think that's where it's like, why do I have to go without, or why do I have to accept no? Or, you know, and then it kind of just puts up.
oh, your wife is telling you no.
No, I'm telling her no. Like, we don't need to do that. Like, let's don't do that.
It's like you're telling
Thanksgiving,
her,
let's
no,
don't.
you don't need to do that. And she's saying, well, why do I have to go without? Why can't I have this?
Right.
Is that right?
I don't
I
think they
mean,
got
are
a
you
good.
taking that into consideration?
Am I taking into consideration?
Yeah, like you might have your reason for saying no, she might have her reason for saying yes, and then y'all meet somewhere in the middle.
I'm not always saying no. I find myself lately, like
Hmm.
the Thanksgiving that just passed, it's more like, let's not cook for everybody. Let's go over somebody's house, my family, your family. Let's go somewhere. You know, but it's more like, let's cook and then go over there. It's like, why do that?
Yeah, let me say this though. I don't believe that got to deal with communication overall. It's just I think that's like ego pride, and just wanting it your way, and somebody not. It's kind of like being, I wouldn't say spoiled. It's like basically just saying that no, I want my way. I want it. So I think it's just ego and pride. I don't think that got nothing to do with communication, because I'm pretty sure y'all communicated very well. It's just they don't want to accept it. They don't want to accept that no, or accept something different from what that's not them, you know. And that's why, I don't think they got to do with communication though.
I think I'm still a bit confused because I was like, when you tell her no, where do you feel like you dropped the ball on communicating?
Nah, I think that's how she feel.
She feels
Like,
like you dropped
yeah,
the ball.
or I heard something
You say
like,
no in multiple ways, and they gonna change.
right, because you know what I'm saying. It's more like, well, you could have communicated, you could have said it a different way. You know, the first time was a soft no, and then it's like, well, nah, baby, we don't need to do that. And then it's like, hey, man, we ain't doing that. Let's do it this way.
Okay, so you're struggling on how to effectively tell your wife no and not hurt her feelings.
Not struck well. Being that you said that, you might be getting somewhere. Because it's like I had to say no 3 times. Or like the Christmas that's coming up. Let's go to New York over your daddy's house. And it's like, let's don't do that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not a party pooper, but it's like, let's don't do that. Let's save that and figure out something else. We might can go in the summertime. You know, it's cold. We just gonna go up there, chill, visit, come back. Or do I need to break that down like that in order for you to see the picture?
Well, I think for me, I know the biggest problem that I had with my ex is that he would say no, but not give like no other type of nothing.
Oh, this
Nah,
hitting
that sounds
home
like a
right
slave
here. It
master.
makes
It
sense.
was like it was like no. And then I'm like, okay, well, what's your counter? Like, okay, well, what do you suggest instead of doing that? Like, why do what like just saying no, and then not having a rationale behind your no, or
Give me an example. Like give me an example.
um. So one of the things that I wanted to do um was
Brother, you finna
I
go to
wanted
bed.
to. I ain't going to bed. What are you talking about?
My bad. I was trying to shoot that at my son real quick.
Oh. One of the things that I wanted to do was I wanted to like we went to New York and that was cool, but I wanted to go skiing. Well, the thing that I wanted to go to Colorado and go skiing, and he was like, "No." I'm like, "Okay, well, what do you suggest?" I don't know. Well, you just can't say no and then you don't have nothing else. Like you just can't shut me down, and you can't
Like you
shut
said,
down
you
my
just came
ideas
back
and
from
not
New
say
York.
nothing else.
Do
I
y'all
mean, yeah,
say
I
do
mean,
y'all
well,
say no and give an explanation when you don't feel like sleeping with your man? Or you just say no?
that just depends on the person, and I'm not that person, so
Dang,
Yeah.
good question,
it
bro. You
probably
see how that whole energy switched
Yeah.
up? That
no.
whole
See,
little
that's communication. You wasn't listening. I said that depends on the person, and I'm
Ain't
not
like that
that
way.
person. I'm not that person because I ain't gonna say no. It just ain't it.
I'm just saying in general. I'm just thinking about it that way.
yeah, because I mean, when you saying no about the sex, I mean, when I heard no, I immediately back up. I contemplate on why I heard no, why you said no, and
But
how am
women,
I gonna ask for it the next time?
but
Because I
see,
might not even ask no more.
If
but
they say
Kev
no,
trying to be messy because most of the time women don't just come out and just say no either. Like they'll say, "I don't feel like it," or "Baby, I'm tired." Like you don't just say, "Baby, let's have sex," and she turn over and say no.
No, you don't do it. No, not at all. But it's like I think as a man, I don't like bed sex all the time. Like I don't want to feel like I'm getting ready to go to bed, like laying down sex. Like I want you on the bathroom counter. You know, I want you on the couch sometime. Over, not trying to say I'm treating you a certain type of way, but you know, it's like I can only really get some when I'm in the bed.
So,
I don't think he was
so
saying
next
that.
time he get to ask you that question about seeing a family, just say, I don't feel like seeing that part of the family. You should have mind. Just say I don't feel like that's the new word, I guess. Right.
See,
So,
Kev, you being messy.
I'm trying to speak womenese.
I'm just about to play. But I think that's what we tried to get at with Mr. Now I hate to say bang because sex everywhere, but not hate to call him back. But I think that if you just simply saying no and you're not giving an explanation, then maybe she does want to hear a little bit more, or but if you're struggling in communicating your why behind your no, then I think you probably need to kind of maybe teeter a little bit toward her sensitivities and
Hey,
just
we should go to New York and see your dad. Nah, we shouldn't do that. Not yet. Not this year.
I can't.
That's my
I'm gonna
answer.
put it this way, right? I'm about to say I don't
That's
think
the
nobody,
answer,
just like
though.
you said, nobody does just say flat out no. I don't think he did just a flat out no either. I think some people just get a blockage soon as they hear anything that goes against their idea. That's what they do, or they just take it as that. So I don't think that nobody literally, if we want to be technical, I don't think nobody just say no and don't explain it. Some people do, but some
Right.
people can care less if you do explain it because you already done basically said no to them or you rejected them. And that's just how that be for the most part. But we already
Okay,
know
so
how
does
like
that
some
make
people be.
the situation like a bad conversation, a bad
Oh, it's
communication?
just like I said, it got a lot to do with pride and ego. Some people just want it their way or the highway. That's just what it be sometimes. A lot of people don't like to hear the word no. You know, everybody feel a certain way when you hear some type of form of no, or I don't understand, or some people feel a certain way when you don't agree. You know, that's just what it is.
that's true.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna tell. Well, man, I appreciate that. Hey, let me ask this right quick. So, hearing no, what would make you a great communicator after hearing no, something that you didn't want to hear? Because it's normally shut down for an hour or a day. Because of pride or ego, whatever that is. What would make you a great communicator in those
You
type of
gotta,
situations?
they have to come back and say, even in that moment, they gotta be like, you know what? I gotta take a minute. That upset me a little bit. Whatever. I'll come back. We can revisit this conversation, right? Let's put a pin in it.
Yeah.
And then when you do come back, they need to say, you know what, this made me feel some type of way because X, Y, and Z, right? Like, whatever the root of that feeling is. And then that's why I said, like, if you say no and she says, well, I want to say yes because of this reason. That's why I said y'all meet somewhere in the middle. Sometimes she will just say, you know what, you're right. No, that is a good reason. Well, we don't need to discuss it any further. But sometimes you do need to meet in the middle because she wants something to fulfill some type of want or need, basically. I think whenever we suggest something or come up with some type of idea, we like that idea because it fulfills some type of, whether we want fun or whatever.
Have
Does that
anybody
make
ever
sense?
broke up inside of a relationship? Like we still together, but we broke up. Like you can feel
Who that
like
talking?
you know what I'm
I think
saying?
that
You probably would need to go to like therapy if you want to work that out. 'Cause there's probably like a lot of little things that add up that made it to the point where y'all not really emotionally available anymore. That's basically what it is. Y'all not emotionally available to each other if y'all broke up, but y'all still in a relationship.
Right. I mean, it's become normal to me. Like, I'm married. So I can feel the sense of inside, damn, we must have broke up yesterday. Like an inside joke. Shit, she ain't really saying too much, you know what I'm saying? She ain't coming up off nothing,
if
you
you
know.
feel that feeling come back though, like she love you and all that stuff, because sometimes it could be like that. Just even like with friends, like you can feel a detachment sometimes, especially when y'all in your feelings. But eventually, like if y'all talking back to each other and showing that that was just the past, picking up the contract, the topic we just had earlier. You come back and then you can feel the love back again though. But if somebody's still holding on to whatever it is all that time, or they just feeling unhappy I think that's like a personal deep thing, and they really don't like you for real. They just tolerating you for the most part.
Yeah, I don't think your
You don't
wife
know
is.
that.
I don't think she's tolerating. I think she can probably not like you in the moment.
Right in the moment.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just my way of kind of like making it funny. Like, man, we must have broke up,
yeah, we must have broke up. Yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
No, we get
Yeah,
it.
just kind of like, because it's a disagreement and my communicating ain't to the level of, I guess, where she at in life. I can say I'm not really too good at communicating because I ain't never really had to explain myself to nobody. It's my way, no way. And so I feel like if I kind of not being, but if I'm in agreement to what you're trying to do, shit, you should be throwing a pom pom party for that, because I'm with you. But when I say nah to something, you should have that same energy.
Yeah,
But I'm
absolutely.
gonna get up off of that, man, because I just wanted to get some information on communicating, because that's just kind of something I'm dealing with right now. And
How long have you been married?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I would say you're doing okay.
If y'all married, y'all can't break up anyway. Y'all
Yeah,
married.
we be breaking up, bro.
Ain't no such thing as breaking up. Y'all married.
Yeah, we be breaking up. You know what I'm
It's too
saying?
late.
Everybody just
It's too
don't
late
like
for
to
all
know.
that,
One,
bro.
one thing though, I don't cheat. You know what I'm saying? I don't cheat. I don't disrespect her. You know,
That's
I
like
just
that's like your mom having you as a kid and being like, nah, ain't no birth no more. You already had the birth.
Mhm.
Can't
Nah,
reverse. You can't
sometimes I put
reverse.
my
You can't
kids to
reverse.
the side.
Even if that's the thing about like all this divorce stuff. Even if y'all break up, that person's still a part of you. Like especially if I have kids, like that person ain't leaving your life. So
Yeah, that's true.
I feel like you gotta.
Hi everybody. I'm new in here.
it's good.
Hi.
If I saw.
Hello.
Yeah, for me. Is this connection messed up? I see too bad.
Hi, I'm new in here also.
What's the deal? What's the deal? I think you actually came up before the real bacon. So what you got for me, and then I'm gonna get bacon in that. Tyler.
Oh, you was talking to me?
Yeah, what you got for me?
Oh, I was just kind of wanting to talk about the are you a good communicator? I
Yeah.
think that in my personal belief, I think that um people can communicate in various different ways. I think that communication overall between, if you're talking about a partnership or a marriage or a relationship that's platonic, like family and friends, I think that's all on the basis of your emotional maturity. So knowing how to self regulate and learning how to communicate your own, emotions and having your boundaries and also knowing what your triggers are. I think if you can have all of those three, the ones that I just named, I think that you're going to be more.
Is hearing no one of your triggers? Like when you hear the word no?
For me personally, absolutely not, because I think that if boundaries are stated, if I respect humans and I respect myself, I would want somebody else to accept my no for an answer as well.
So all right. Before we get to all the extra questions, let me get bacon in, and then we can go to open panel.
All right. Hello everybody. How's everybody doing tonight?
Bless. How about yourself?
So
Doing great.
I'm I, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm just at work. I don't have any surgeries going on, so I get a big chance to chill until one comes in. So I just like hopped on here because this looks like a good live to join. Um, and yeah, and based on the prompt, like, are you a good communicator? Um, I feel like to be a good communicator, you have to be very accurate with your words. Some people are very me, and you, pointing fingers. And I think it causes opposition instead of wanting to resolve.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that happens with a lot of couples. Like myself, for example, with my former partner. We just split up about a month ago. He, if I would decline something or disagree, he would immediately become frantic and start shouting. And he would just get louder and louder and louder. And I would not shout because I'm not a shouter. And you know, he felt like we were on opposing teams. Like if there was a disagreement or an argument, he felt like there had to be a winner and a loser. And when it comes to communication, it's not supposed to be that. It's supposed to be effectively communicating each other's messages and then being received and perceived the way they were meant to be. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
Like if I said, "Hey, I don't like when you wash the dishes like this because sometimes they are still dirty. Like, is there like something that you can change? We can get new sponges. We can, get another type of soap, or you can stick them in the dishwasher." And he would say that I was being critical, that I was being mean, that I was being disrespectful when I know that I was not. And he would just be triggered. You know what I mean? Like,
I mean, first off,
and
because
then
you
he would
came
just,
off. Oh, I'm sorry.
oh, it's okay.
I mean, if you were saying that to me, I would have felt like you came off kind of insulting, and so then you patched it up with a way to go about making it better, versus like, well, we might need to get some different kind of sponges, because the way you've been washing them lately, I think you just kind of went backwards with it. Like, yeah, it's terrible how you washing them such and such, so we need to do this. And so he might have felt disrespected, but he meant to say insulted.
But in that sense, that like with the dishwashing situation, I think that's kind of like, how could you argue that you're not washing the dishes properly if they are indeed coming up still dirty?
It's not. It ain't about the dishes. I don't think it's about the dishes.
Then what's it about?
It was just an
It's,
example. It was just an example that I was using, like things, like everyday couple things that could turn into like a big argument, because of the communication and because of the triggers.
well, can it be the
Um,
communication, or y'all just not on the
you
same
know,
page?
Right, but I don't think we're responsible for other people's triggers
Nope.
to in that manner. If and maybe the dishwashing situation didn't literally happen, but in the case if it did, if I come to you and I say, "Babe, the dishes are still coming up dirty when you wash them. Let's change out the sponge, or let's try a different detergent." I don't think that there's an argument to be had if you can look over and see the spaghetti sauce stain still on the plate that you just washed.
yes, or like they would, and this was like a real life situation that happened to me with my ex. Like he would weaponize his incompetence. He would be like,
That's ooh,
um
my words,
he
girl, my
he would
words.
he he would wash the dishes wrong and leave them dirty so that I would one either say, "Hey, these dishes are still dirty," and I would have to rewash them myself, or for me to just not ask him to do the dishes.
May I
And
Yeah.
may I say something?
sure, sure.
I'm sorry. I'm cutting you off like everybody else. I'm sorry, but I have to say this because this really irks my spirit because I hear a lot of this, and I do have to ask two questions, and this will validate what I'm about to say. During the time frame that you and your partner was together, Did you work and you guys both worked together and paid the bills together, correct?
No,
Okay, so did he pay all the bills?
I worked and paid all the bills, and he was supposed to take care of the house and take care of the kids.
Well, one, I commend you. Two, I'm very grateful that you guys are no longer together. You said this is your ex-partner?
Yes.
I'm grateful that you got rid of him because obviously that's terrible. But I commend you in the sense of one, recognizing your value and seeing that there was no way to raise a little boy, that his mother did not completely finish the job. So I do commend you on that. But I will say this, a man that wants to learn how to be a better man for you will do it. He will do it. And that's coming from me.
And I absolutely believe that. And I absolutely believe that 100%. And he just didn't want anyone to say anything to him.
Yeah, that
at
sounds
all.
like a child.
Nothing.
Yeah, I'm glad you let him go.
And
In my opinion, I think when it comes to like communication, to be honest with you, we all kind of have biases, like all of us. So for us to like try to get to a point to understand each other, it's already tricky because we all have different places where we stand. Me and host probably agree on something, and then we have a division somewhere down the line where we group each other on different things. So like trying to like she's telling her side of the story, but we really don't know their situation. To be honest, we don't know like they nuance. We don't know what she really wants, and we don't know what he really wants. You know what I mean?
I
Triple
just don't go on
seven.
one side
What's
either.
up?
I do believe there's more than one side. But let me ask this though. With that guy that you said that's like that, how long it took you to notice he was that way? How long did it take you basically? Because those things that should have been
okay,
vetted
so
before he
we
even
got
that was like a boyfriend or something like that or whatever.
we were not married. We got together in 2019 and we lived in an apartment first.
Wow,
And
y'all
at
done
first
moved in and all that stuff before you figured that out.
things no, like things were fine. He was clean, he would do things correctly. He just seemed like so good. And this was pre-COVID, and he had two jobs, and he helped me with the bills, and we didn't have kids yet. And
Oh
then,
my.
in 2020, I bought a house. And we moved into our house. And again, things were fine. He had his job. I had my job. We paid the bills. Um, and then after I had our second son, in 2023, he's about to be 2 years old. That's really when all of these this filth problem started to come up. He
Are you
was
sure
on
you didn't miss no
probation. He
signs?
got like I mean, people do mask, and that's the thing that
Wow.
people do mask and they do pretend. And then, like, I guess he
That
thought
many?
that
How many years you said again?
after we were together for 5 years.
5 years. Wow.
Did
He
he
was
work?
masking.
Did he
He
work
was,
any of that time?
Yeah, he just said he helped to pay
so
bills.
he was
He
masking.
did.
So hold up.
I didn't
Let
hear
me.
that.
He
I'm trying to get
did.
somewhere real quick. Hold up, y'all. So he was masking all that time. Done got kids out of you and everything, and then he just changed out of nowhere and just started being a bum.
Mm-hmm.
Started being a bum.
Mm-hmm. It
Wow. Why
was
do a lot of women go through the
it was
same
a
thing you go
slow
through?
and steady change. It was a slow and steady change. And I think really what it was is that after I had our second child, I think he thought that he had it made. He lost
Yeah.
his job, and I still had my good job. And so I was taking care of everything. He was on probation. He was like in big trouble. And I was like, look, I will work. I will pay the bills. but you need to take care of the house and you need to take care of the kids.
So to condense
And
it,
Y'all somehow get with Houdini's for men. That's crazy. That's what
so
y'all
to
be having the
condense it,
most
he basically
magical
did. He
men.
basically stopped wanting to make you happy.
I don't be
basically,
understanding.
and
Like
then
he
I
stopped caring to make you
and
happy.
I started finding things out, like both of the times that I was pregnant, that he was cheating on me. And then all like everything started coming out of the woodwork about how long he had been trying to cheat on me, or like having, these connections with females outside of our relationship when I thought that things were good.
Man, something up,
And
man. I just can't do it. It's burning me up now. I can't. I can't.
I mean, shoot, you
Kev,
don't
don't
know.
start.
It's,
Hey,
nah,
real.
man. This is. Oh my God.
Hey,
There's no way all this has happened. And I'm
Well,
not saying it's true, but
here's
it's
the
something. It's no way this is a Houdini type man that just made these massive changes out of nowhere in the fourth year. So you for sure that you ain't miss out on no signs? You sure you didn't miss no red flags or anything?
I mean, the red flag really was that he was in legal trouble,
Man,
but
it sound like
I
you
didn't.
innocent in there. It don't sound like you did anything. You might not play the part. It just sound like it was just he came out of nowhere and just turned to this monster. This is crazy. I
well,
don't know.
well,
It's just
my take is
the
that
thing
you
is that
guys.
he got found out. He got found out.
It
He
took a
got
4 years
found out. I
for him to
started
get two
finding
kids, or a couple kids out of you to get found out. It took him that long. It took that long for him to get found out.
Well,
out, and
here's the
and
thing,
I
Kev. People do change, and sometimes people change for the worst. And depending on how you feel about yourself, that's exactly how you start to treat other people. She's saying that this man lost his job because he wasn't working. He got into some legal issues, and she was there. Sounds to me, Miss Bacon, and you can help me kind of, put this in perspective because this is your
mhm,
story. But it
mhm.
sounds to me like she was trying to be supportive of him in his mess, which for the most part, that's what you men say you want. You want your woman to be supportive of you and to help and to stick by you while you're quote unquote in your mess. And that sounds like that's what she was trying to do. But in that same timing, he did not appreciate nor did don't excuse his behavior, but was
But
she
just
not?
like the
We're
kids
not
later
talking about her.
on.
We're talking about him. But what it sounds like is that he did not appreciate her being supportive of him in his mess. So he started projecting his feelings of himself on her, which people do that.
Yeah, we know.
I
So
I
think
understand that.
I
my
don't think we need
problem.
to
I
invalidate
understand
her
that,
or
but
make her feel
that's
like she was
always
the actual
I, I
aggressor in the situation. She
think
probably
always more
was
than
doing what she
one.
needed
It's
to do.
always
I
more than one side to a
I
scenario, and I hear this too many
I
times.
think of course there is.
Yeah,
Of
so
course there is. And
I
I
know
see
you
y'all in
wasn't
the
no angel, and I know
comments
you're not going to mention
saying
that
that
part, but
I was not
you
an
can talk to that.
angel. A mother of four kids having to pay a mortgage, bills, having to pay car notes, put food on the table with no government assistance. I was busy as hell. I didn't have no time to be creeping or to not be an angel. I thought that was the person that I was going to be with forever. I thought we were going to get married. I had two kids with him. And
Okay,
then I
I get
started
you.
finding these things. I started finding these things out, and he started changing. And the more I found out, and of course I confronted him, of course there were arguments, of course there were fights, and he just he really played me, and he thought that because his mom put up with all of his dad's BS, and they're still married now in their 70s, that I was gonna do the same just because we have two kids.
I ain't trying to be like that. You say he played. I don't. Like I said, some people just can't admit that they just lack a lot of vetting, and also they just missed out on a lot of signs because they don't. It played you. It took them 4 years to play you. That don't make no. I don't think anybody that can. Y'all can believe that, right? But I'm not about to believe somebody sitting there holding a mask for
I
4 years.
ain't gonna lie. If you're good at communication, you
This
should.
person has always been like this all this time, and she probably tried to make something out of him. He wasn't even probably worth it. He was probably a non-ish type man from the beginning. That's what it sounded like. And then he tried to make him be something that he really didn't end up not turning it to be something that you wanted him to be. And then you couldn't handle it no more. That's when you finally made your last movement and something like that. Because there's no way this supposed to be this so-called special man just come out of nowhere and just change. People would never believe it. And then even if that's the case, right? Even if that was the case, right? That means that you can get tricked again. And I would never rock with that because I think it's things that we do miss out on that we just that we have not learned from, and that we can basically that we can learn from, so we don't get uh tricked again. You know, because somehow and what I hear, and I hear it from a lot. So I ain't gonna lie, it be a lot of women. They always be the main ones talking about I got tricked. This man changed up on me and all that stuff or whatever. But it just don't never be like, okay, what I know how to do to avoid it again. And then they still be messing with other people and going through the same exact thing over again because they don't know, they never look within themselves of where they went wrong at. Even
Well,
me,
Kev,
right? I'm not gonna blame my ex for what I didn't see. You know, I just didn't have the mentality at that time to read the different signs. That's where red flags and all that stuff come from. Some people do have to learn the hard way, but as long as you learn, that's what really matters. So I
what,
can't go with that oh, I was this and I did all that. I mean, I can't do that and then be like, oh, he just changed out of nowhere. It's things that happen. You might not tell them about the arguments y'all might have had. I know y'all wasn't angels or saints. You're not gonna tell how you treated him for real, or you of course you're gonna tell him how he treats you. But it's not a full, like, it's things that's missing, and that's why I don't go with one-sided things like a lot of people keep falling for and thinking it's just a one. No, it's always two sides to a story, and I just
well,
don't
actually,
like
there's three
when
sides
There,
one
to the
side always
story,
act like
Kev.
they innocent, and it's not true.
Well, Kev, I think there's three sides to the
so
story. It's her
True.
side, his side, and then the truth is somewhere in the
True.
middle of that. But here's the thing, Kev. I think you're reaching a little bit here. I don't think she is insinuating that she was an angel or that she didn't have any part of whatever or that she didn't see the red flags. And I don't think that she has, in fact, stated that she has not learned from her mistakes. She's talking about this one man, this one relationship and she has 4 kids, two with this fella, and I'm sure, with another fella. But the thing is, all she is saying is that she tried communicating basically to pander to his sensitivities, essentially, is what I'm picking up from it. Because if I see that my dishes are not clean and I say, okay, well, babe, I think we ought to change the sponge or whatever, I'm sure we know the sponge ain't the problem. I'm sure we know, and I'm sure she knew he the problem, but she's pandering or she's catering to his sensitivities because sometimes you can't come out directly and say, "Hey, you're not doing a great job of washing these dishes. Let's try this again." You might have to say, or you may have to give a little bit extra to make them feel like you're not attacking them by being direct with
I'm
them.
pretty sure
I
that
think
she
that
was attacking him, and I'm not gonna think she wasn't.
if
Ain't
that
nobody.
man is producing dirty dishes, that's not an attack. That's facts. That's
Like I said,
truth.
you
What are
didn't
we
hear
talking
the
about
other
here?
side though. That's what I'm saying. You just this is not like I said. I grew out there believe all
So
women
what would
everything.
have been
That's just me.
what would
That's just
No,
that's
it's
just
just
what
me
would
that.
though.
It's
what
just that.
have
so
been
do y'all
what have been
The
your
only reason I'm
rebuttal to
saying
that?
something. Look, the only
do
reason I'm
y'all
saying
want to
something because
hear
she never.
everything?
Let me.
No,
Baby,
it's
you don't
not.
have to
It's
it
not
Do
don't
that
matter
y'all
what
though.
you
want to
say.
It
hear
don't matter though. But
everything? Because
I'm
I
just
can
trying to teach a lesson real
explain.
quick
No,
because
ma'am.
it's like
Don't
we.
explain your whole life to these
You
people.
don't right. You
It's
don't have
not
to.
that. It's
You
just
don't
that
have to do all that.
it's
But you
only
did
one.
most definitely said all the part that you could say to make sure that you sound like
Tori,
you was
come in and help me
that you
here,
got done
Tori. Come
wrong.
on, baby.
Nah, we
But
just understand. We
but
just understand
but
what you're
over
saying. Ain't just.
what you saying is low key is just subjective, and we just thinking more objective. Meaning,
How
like,
is it subjective? That's her life. How
like,
is it subjective? That's her
I mean,
life. How you gonna
it's
tell
No,
her.
that
I,
girl
we,
it's
I don't want to.
subjective?
Like I said, I don't
No,
want to throw her
what
off. I
means
don't want to throw her
subjective
off
is
because I
it's her
understand.
subjective side
So,
of what she's saying. But the reality is, we can't just go off people's subjective truth. You just can't.
Wait,
some
It's
people
very
fall for that.
biased,
That's why they
man.
do that. But my the
can I wait?
I think the problem that I'm having, like the problem that I'm having, is that she only just saying what happened to her and all that
Yeah,
stuff,
it's
and
just
then
her. It's just her perspective.
she didn't say what she learned from it, and that's how I know where this person, when people be acting like they were the innocent ones, because they can just say how bad they got done well, but they can't teach, or they
Whoa,
can't
whoa, whoa,
say
whoa, whoa.
they
Hey,
can't
hey, hey,
they can't
hey.
they
No, 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 no. Let me talk. Let me talk.
yeah.
I am not a victim. I am not an innocent one. And if I had not been so rudely interrupted, I could have explained more and given more insight into the situation.
No, you would have been said it
What
if that was the
happened
case.
was
I'm not
that
fault for that.
he
But
got,
that's the thing,
he,
Bacon. You don't have to
he
explain
got
it.
very,
We just said it's
These
subjective.
men are trying to take up, like Miss Michelle said, they trying to take up for a man that they don't know. And if you
I,
want to hear
I'm
his
not taking
side,
up for
Yeah,
him either.
get
that's
him
partly true.
on the
No,
line.
I'm
that
not
is
taking.
Let's
true
That's
just
what
a
I'm
get
little
him
saying.
on
bit.
That's
the
what I'm saying.
No,
line.
This
I'm
not.
picking up a little bit.
No,
I
this
just
not. No,
don't
hold up.
know.
Hey,
Can I
no.
say
All
Now,
right,
something
of
real
hold
course,
up
quick?
real quick.
777. Now, you
Cause
definitely
I'm gonna
are, and
start
that's
dropping.
out of pocket because you
All right,
can't
let
tell
me
her that she's
let me
subjective.
let me say
Hey,
this
I
because
would take up for her.
this
Hold
ain't
on.
no. All right,
If it
bro.
my bad. If it was the other.
All right, forget it. He not hearing me. So, cause I'm tired of getting crossed over and everybody missing my point. This ain't no sisterhood thing that we doing, and I'm not doing none of that stuff for real. At the end of the day, I'm big on accountability. I can care less of who you think you are or anybody think they is, because I believe it's always two sides, no matter what. And I'm not taking up for no man. That's what y'all want to do because y'all want to take up for these women. I'm not doing that. I'm not taking up for nobody. At the end of the day, I'm not taking up for nobody. At the end of the day, it's always two sides to everything, and I'm not about to play that. Well, all day they doing them wrong, and why is you taking up? It's not he a horrible dude. I just said he was a non-trash dude, but what the frick, you slept with this non-trash dude? That was you too. You played a major part in that. We can't keep on acting like that. Nobody has no choice in what they do. So everybody, you could coddle her all you want to. Anybody can sit here and coddle her all they want to and feel sad. But at the end of the day, and the only way she gonna be able to learn and make sure she don't make the same mistake again, she gotta go and see where she went wrong first. Cause this is not it. This ain't no coddling type live, and I've never been like that, and it will never be. So I don't pick no sides, and I never said that the dude was right. So if people can listen, they'll know where I'm coming from. Neither one of them was right. But at the end of the day, you ain't about to keep on saying that every last person is doing you wrong. You're not about to keep doing it. So it's something that you learn out of it, and I haven't heard anything yet. Cause we playing man versus women. This is not
I mean,
man versus women.
if I could speak, yes, I have learned that I am not anyone's mom and that I do not need to be as nice, as generous, as supportive, and as good to anybody as I was to him because he was not to me as much as he pretended. And that's fine. I did learn, and he is out. And what happened was really that after we had the two kids, he got very comfortable and thought that he could just start doing whatever because he saw his parents do that. He saw that his mom would literally just put up with all of his dad's BS, and they're still married just for the sake of being married. And he thought that I was that type of girl that
Yeah,
no matter what he did to me, that I was just gonna stay.
I be
He got
loving.
comfortable with the wrong person.
Yeah, I love.
I think we was
I be
waiting on
loving
you to
how women
have
take
a
accountability. It's so funny.
traumatizing situation. Maybe you
It's so funny to
messed
me.
off on dude or something. You know, I think we was just waiting on you to say some messed up stuff that you done. I think
Not
that's
even
what all
that.
the
You could have
bickering
just
back
said
and
what you
forth
went
seemed
wrong
like it
for.
was
Okay.
about.
But I just love it how, and it's funny. This isn't this comment thing. Like almost a lot of, I swear, a lot of when it comes to that, when it comes to accountability, a lot of women do the exact same tactic. Well, I shouldn't have had him for so long. I shouldn't have been with this bum for so long, and they don't never ever say like, okay, dang, my vetting was weak. My me, oh dang, I rushed into the bed too fast. They don't want to say that part. Or they don't never say none of these things. It always got to be like, well, the man, I got to know next time. I'm not gonna baby him anymore. I'm not gonna. That is not accountability. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Kev,
realized that a lot of, especially women, they have a hard time, and especially women, they have a hard time, and they don't even know what it really looks like. You know, and it's the same end, just like how we want it for the men. You have to own up and see, not just because of what you gotta change things about yourself first, right? It's not about what this other person did and how long you have accepted something. It's something like you. I'm pretty sure you. I don't even know if you had that. It was a certain way that you talked to the guy. Did you make him feel a certain way, or vice versa, right? I'm pretty sure you could say we heard that side, but I just know that when it comes to humans, both of us had some issues. Like even if I tell you about my past, I'm not gonna just straight put it on the woman all the time. I'm gonna be like, well, sometimes I used to come real condescending to my ex. I might have said some things that may have hurt her feelings. I can say that stuff, but I think especially today's women, they just so prideful and equal. It always got to be everybody but themselves. It's never them, and that's why they keep being hurt all the time and keep coming with the same old thing about I'm getting tricked. I'm getting tricked.
No, and
Kev,
it's no, and I understand what you're saying. And a relationship is definitely two people. And I am not saying that I was an angel or that I just sat there and cried. Hell yeah. I used to whoop on him. Hell yeah. I used to scream at him and talk shit to him. And hell yeah, I started putting him down and started making him feel like shit because that's what he fucking deserved. That's what he deserved.
Are we
That
getting somewhere?
ungrateful shit. So I did start to treat him bad.
I
I
thought
did
so, and
because
there
I'm
go this
not
Mr.
going to
Keys that
continue
everybody
to
keep
be.
getting blinded by.
I'm not.
I'm not
I'm not
stupid.
going to. I'm not going to be. I'm not going to be a sweet
They can
girl
say that,
if
not
I
me.
find out that you're talking to 10 other women, you know, or that he invited a female over to my house that I was paying for when he was unemployed, like invited another female into my house. And
I'm too good at this. I'm gonna keep my
yes,
own word, but y'all can fall for
I,
this stuff.
I did start treating him like shit.
okay,
I see what
Kev,
Kevin's saying though, because it's
Naturally,
like,
I
naturally, anybody would.
I do
so,
too. I see what he's saying too, Tori. But the thing is, we don't always have to admit when we see our faults. Like it,
but
hindsight is always 2020
I
on a
don't
lot of
even,
things.
I don't even think
But
it's about her admitting her faults. I think it's just when you're speaking from a certain perspective, people can hear it. You know what I'm saying? So if you're speaking from, dang, this person did me wrong, versus, dang, I should have done better in this situation. You know what I'm saying? Somebody can hear the difference in that. And I think that's what he was saying.
Yes.
here, can
No,
I
I talked to too many people on
can I
this app,
just
man. This stuff be
absolutely
repetitive.
did.
can I
And I absolutely did. I gave somebody a chance that I thought
yeah.
was because he was like in a bad situation. And I was like, look, I like him and he likes me, and we've dated, for a while. And I think, he needs the help. And I think he'll treat me right. I think he'll be grateful. I think we could make something out of this, and I went below my standard, because I would never, ever, ever date someone in legal trouble. And I did. And I shouldn't have. And I
Oh, we
shouldn't
really
have.
getting somewhere.
And that
I,
was
so
Feel better, Kev?
we getting somewhere. That's what I'm saying.
You out of
Can I
pocket.
can I
He
ask you
was
a
really
question?
just trying to talk about the communication part on her behalf when it came to the dirty dishes. That's all. Kev just took it too far, Jane.
Okay, because all I heard was some
Well,
dirty dishes. Then I heard people whooping on people.
Kev took this thing
Like,
way too far. She was trying to just say how, she felt like she was being a good communicator to her ex when, example, the dishes were not clean. And, she was trying to give an example of how she would maybe, talk to him about it or whatever. And then it just kind of spiraled out of control from there. But
Can I just say one thing to that from what I was just listening to?
What's up, cuz?
Oh, before that though, what's up, everybody? How's everybody
Yo,
doing? Let me
what's
say,
good?
hey, hope
What up,
everybody had a good
Gemini?
holiday and all that good stuff.
Hell yeah.
But one thing that I heard, because I've just been listening, and I would just like to address this. And when Kev asked, and I'm on the phone, I can't really see the screen. I don't know I don't know the young lady's name that was speaking, but when he asked about what you learned, and you said you did learn, and you said you learned not to be so supportive to people, not to be so nice to people, and I want to address that because I think that that's the wrong lesson,
Right.
and I'm gonna tell you why. Because you don't change you for other people. When you
Amen.
say to yourself all of a sudden, now I'm gonna be an asshole, now I ain't gonna be nice, now I ain't gonna be
Exactly.
supportive. Now what you have done is let someone take your power away from you. So what you have done now is said, I'm gonna change my whole core because of this person didn't appreciate it. When the lesson should have been, I had to change how I vet. I have to now
Thank you.
choose better people so that I can still be myself and be supportive and be, you know what I mean? So you don't diminish yourself and your personhood behind trauma is what I'm trying to say. So I think the lesson that maybe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, because I just listening and I'm not gonna sit up here and try to make a judgment, but just based on what I heard from that part, I would say that maybe the outlook needs to be no, 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 no. You don't change being supportive because you did what you were supposed to do. You did what a good person's supposed to do is be supportive. Is be, you know what I mean? Be kind, be generous. All of that stuff is what we should be doing. But the thing is, we have to do it to the right people. So the lesson is I need to make better judgments when it comes to people. Does that make more sense? Or am I tripping?
Oh, no, yes, and that's what I said was I lowered my standard when I shouldn't have, and then I was overly generous. And it was strictly to the wrong person. It was strictly to the wrong person.
Right, right. Okay. Because I
And
just heard you say
cousin,
that you wasn't going to do it again. And that's why I was like, whoa. You was like, I'm not going to be nice to people anymore. I'm not going to, you know what I mean? And that's when I heard it. And I was like,
The defense
hey,
mechanism, that ain't accountability.
but
yeah, that's not
cousin,
a good,
another
that's not,
thing,
yeah,
another
go ahead.
thing that I wanted to touch base on that alerted me. I wanted to say exactly what you just said, but you said it, so thank you. And another thing is like the whole, yeah, I was beating motherfuckers' ass, and yeah, I was doing this, and yeah, I was like, ooh, wee, girl, you should have just left. That's another lesson. When you see the red flags, keep it moving because you can't change. When someone shows you who they are, don't think they're gonna like you're gonna just have a different perception on them one day. They're showing you who they are, and you either take it or leave it. Now, if that's something you don't want to accept, get the fuck out of there. Don't reciprocate the energy. Don't let it change who you are as a person. Because at that point, the person you are looking at, you're gonna become that person because you think fighting fire with fire is gonna create a better outcome. You're not doing nothing but lowering yourself to that person's level at the end of the day.
That's factual.
No, yeah, and I and I absolutely did put him out, and I absolutely, you know, don't regret it, and he will never be back. As much as he begs, because he's back to living at his mommy's house and doesn't have a car and is not comfortable there because he can't smoke weed, he can't have his friends over, and
But girl, can I tell you something? Stop worrying about what he don't got.
sure.
Just worry about what you got, my love. You feel me?
Right.
Like whatever his downfall is, stop clocking his tea. It's not
That's
you.
all
It's
I've been
not your
hearing.
cup no more. You feel me? It's you not. getting poured. You're not pouring nothing into his cup. He's not pouring nothing into yours. So low key, respectfully, mind your business. And I don't mean that disrespectful. I don't know how to say it in a nicer way, but
Let,
it's not your priority to worry about him and his failures or successes no more.
hey,
So that's it. Just
yeah,
worry about what's
let me
best
say
for
this real
you.
Exactly.
quick. Let me say this. I want to put this. I want to put somebody on the spot real quick. So first, I'm gonna say because I noticed something with the Nichelle girl, and I was about to say, Cornette, you gotta don't fall for what she's saying. I see you side with her a little bit though, but it's clear as day. I noticed like something about her. I think she like one of them. I don't know for sure. I think she like one of them divester type ones. Like these the ones that I be saying that just love hearing something when it comes to a downfall, when it got to deal with men or whatever, and kind of like probably she might have went through things with. And some people actually, I realize they understand that too. I mean, they come with that when you got something that, oh dang, you went through some stuff. I went through some stuff too. So let me I hope keep saying something negative about men. So and that's why she the one I was paying attention to the comments, and she the one that was getting you to realize that, or not even realize, she just trying to get you to be like, oh, he's just taking up for men. And that's why she was throwing your brain off, because she's coming up with her side stuff and speaking of communication, misinterpreting what I was meaning and stuff. So it's obvious, she like probably maybe pro woman or whatever the situation is, and there's a lot of people that's like that. Yeah, you got your own brain, but I see how you got easily persuaded from what she was saying down there, because y'all was missing everything I was saying for the most part. And it's obvious that she, because I deal with a lot of women that be like that on here too. Like they just love hearing, oh dang, yeah, men is nothing, men ain't ish, and men not whatever, and then thinking, because I'm not me myself, I'm not like that. I don't pick, like I said, I don't pick no sides, and she automatically assumed that I was picking sides, and because she don't know me, right? But like I said, she's one of them people that pick a side, and she the one that oh dang, if you don't sit there and take up and cry with this woman, that means you're trying to take up. You must. I'm surprised she didn't use the word victim blaming or something like that. They'll probably be the ones and stuff. But like I said, I'm paying attention. But I just wanted to put it on spot because I got time today. I just wanted to do that. But y'all can go
Oh,
ahead.
here.
Well,
No, I just know.
Wait, one minute. 1 minute. Wait 1 minute. I don't coddle anything. It's not just wrong that you said that you put your hands on this man. It's fucked up that you put your hands on this man. I don't
Ooh,
give a damn about the circumstance or situations of whatever occurred. And then on top of that, how do you know what's going on with his life unless you are continuing to be a part of the problem? You're checking on him still, which would mean that for one, if a man got up here and said that, yeah, I beat her ass and put her in between a washer and dryer and threw her ass in the oven, he would get dragged all across this app.
facts.
I am so sick and tired of us holding these little gateways and these little fake ass sister circles, acting like us putting our hands on men with these Tyler Perry moments is not DV. That's DV. And
Preach.
you should be a goddamn
It
shame of
it, it
yourself
one
to
it
participate.
one it
It's not
100 it
it's not any different.
100%
It's not any different than any other
it
circumstance that we
it
see a woman getting
100%.
her ass beat by a man. It's no different. So to have any type of pride or just to say that and not feel any shame, to me, that's disgusting.
Quit it, Uncle. Now you say you slapping him too. Come on, man. We don't push that violence up in here, man. Y'all got, we ain't doing that. We ain't gonna act like if it ain't fair. If it ain't good for men to do it, we not about to push violence with women and stuff. As soon as they get themselves backhanded, they're gonna be like, "Everybody take up for the women. Where's Kamala? Come here, help us." No, we ain't doing all that. It's bad on both ends. I don't care how mad a man get. He shouldn't put his hands on a woman. I don't care how mad a woman gets. Ain't no exception on either end. They both just as bad.
Kev, I just
Yeah,
think that
no,
when we describe our past relationships to people, or we want to open that can of worms and air out our dirty laundry, do it gracefully. You feel me? You can't. I just think it's weird to clock someone's tea to the point that you know every bit and part of their current circumstances, but you are no longer partaking in. You feel me? You're not a part of that person's everyday activities no more. So if you're getting fed information on their behalf, or you're trying to snoop around and see, you're already investing yourself in something that's no longer contributing to your life, in a positive way. So I mean, it's giving. I still give a fuck, even though everything was shitty, blah blah blah. And if you still give a fuck, stop complaining about it respectfully.
Yeah.
So
And respectfully, I'll respond to that. I know his situation because he was at my house and I was the only one that had a car. So when he needed to go somewhere, he had to use my car. So that's why I know his
Huh?
situation.
What?
So
Yeah,
let me ask
I
you this
don't
though,
I don't think she's
because
speaking
that's
as of
because
That's
like
how I
it's
know the
happening like right now. I
situation.
think she just know that at his mama's house he can't do that. Like I think she just knows that from dealing with him. Like I said, I don't I'm
He
just
probably with another woman right now doing whatever he did to her though, using
yeah.
someone else for somewhere to stay. He probably whipping
Yeah.
around someone else's car. How do you know if he's still at his mama's house? How do you know that's just not what he told you? And how do you know that he doesn't have multiple females he's couch surfing, driving everybody else's whip? Unless you really clocking T, you feel me? That's what
When
I'm
y'all
saying.
separate? When
to
y'all
her defense,
separate?
she did say that they just broke up a month ago.
Okay, that's what I'm
Yeah,
talking
a
about.
lot can
Okay, I'm about
happen
to
in
say she
30
not
days,
she not
I
baby.
totally
mean
over
that's
it yet.
true
That makes
too,
sense. That
but
makes
if
sense.
she
So
just
he
knows
probably
of his
still.
last
And look, y'all know, man. Y'all know how we get down, bro. If he's a dude like she's claiming, if he's halfway, right? Let's say let's say he's not. He's only half as bad as what she's saying, just for argumentative purposes. For this is for you know, for entertainment purposes only. So let's just say that he is half as bad. He's half the f boy that she says he is. If he only broke up a month ago, he's still trying to get back with her. He's still talking shit. He's still trying to get back. You know what I mean? And if he is that type of dude, we know what that means. However,
Yeah, I ain't
and if
know
they
that
have
yet.
kids, right? And if they got kids together, he's gonna use that. Well, how I'm gonna get this? You want me to see the kids, but I need the car. You know what I mean? He gonna try all of that. We get it. Okay, cool, fine. So let's just say all of that out the way, right? And let's be fair because she did say that uh she put her hands on him after we kind of interrogated her about you not saying you did nothing. What did you do wrong? And then that's when she said, well, okay, yeah, I did do this, I did do that. So I don't think that she was bragging about I put my hands on him and it was a good thing. I think we cornered her into saying that. I'm gonna be fair and put that out there because that's what I heard just listening, right? So all of that being said, I think that we all can agree that it was a fucked up situation. You can see the bad part. I think everybody else can see where the bad parts and where you made bad judgment. And I don't know about y'all, but I don't know if y'all need to continue grilling her for the next 35 minutes. I think we can let this rest. I don't know. Do y'all
I have
want to
one
keep
more thing
going?
to grill though.
Okay,
I agree,
okay, okay.
cousin.
Let's do that, and then let's. What you
Because
want to
I just
say?
got here, guys. You feel me? So
I
Oh,
agree.
okay.
my last preparation on this big old grill is: was your goal when you was communicator with someone who was not?
Yes. And
That was a good question.
not only was he not a good communicator, it was that he took anything I said that I disliked, no matter what way I said it. He always took it as if I was attacking him and if as if I was mean and as if I was criticizing and
It's
as
giving
if I
narcissist,
was
like he was
treating him like
gaslighting you,
he's
correct?
not good enough.
So he was just gaslighting you every time you brought something up that made it seem like a
Yes.
problem. But if you was a good communicator, and I'm not trying to make you feel like Dookie,
Communicator
but if
did
you
it.
was, don't you think that you didn't have to start putting your hands on people and doing all this stuff and communicated that this ain't for you and you're gonna get the going right there and then, the moment that the red flags were repetitive? That's what a good communicator is. So I hope you can
Um
understand that you could gain better communication skills like all of us can. None of us are perfect, but it's not giving good communicator.
I don't
Right. It
think
gotta
you
be
guys
on
realize how
both ends on
difficult it
one
is
side
to
is not
communicate with somebody that's not trying that's receiving everything as negative anyway. I don't think that's on her. I think him
Wow.
and hear me, Kev, because we went down the rabbit hole with this communication situation earlier. I don't think that her saying that, hey, the dishes are not clean, let's try X, Y, and Z. I don't think, again, we are not responsible for other people's triggers. If he in himself is feeling negative about himself, if he lacks the capacity and the competence within himself, yet I could tell him that the dishes, or Kev could tell him, or cousin can tell, or Jane can say, or Tori can say, he's still going to take it as if you're attacking me.
But what I'm
And
saying
it's
is,
not
if you're in a
always simple to
situation,
just simply move in that moment. How many times have we, or any of us, just seen for the very first time, this is not good, let me move around? Not even relationship, just any situations. How many times have we done that? Where we saw the very first time we saw one bad thing and we just, not for me, I'm gone.
A lot.
No, we didn't do that, but we not.
Personally, I do it a lot.
We,
Personally, I
How
don't know about
old are
nobody.
you? And
A
how
lot.
many
do it
times
now.
did
We
you
do it
have to
now.
realize
I'm sure all of
that
us.
this is how you need to move to keep your peace?
It took us time. It took us some of us took time.
It takes us time. For
Yeah, so
her,
right, that's
this
the
may
point.
be her time.
But I feel you though, right, and that's the whole point. But I forgot, like we said, we didn't know. I didn't realize it was fresh. That's why she acting like this right now. It makes sense.
Yeah, no.
But
She said
I think,
1 month soon as she started talking about it.
yeah, okay, I wasn't paying attention. That's what
Yeah,
I'm saying.
like, and we went,
I just said I didn't realize that
I,
she. It was,
and
yeah. So let me just say this though,
and
real
I,
quick.
like, I
Yeah,
tried
fix your mic, Kev.
everything. Like, I tried.
Is it my mic? Cause I'm like, dog, are they talking over me or something? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah,
Can y'all
you
No,
hear
was
me?
we
yeah,
can hear
you
you,
was in the
but
fish tank. That's
your
all.
Is
mic
I'm
is
good now? Cause I don't know if I keep covering this thing up, but I don't know what's going on.
yeah,
Yeah,
stay
Yeah,
you
it's
like
been
good.
you
under,
are.
it's been underwater.
You
We couldn't
good.
hear nothing.
Oh, so I was just gonna say that because okay, let's say this then, right? Because this is okay. Not even though she fresh and stuff, so this is the time that she really need to listen to us because you just fresh out this situation, and that's the reason why. It's the reason why I'm saying what we say, or at least why I'm saying what I'm saying though, because it's gonna be a lot of things you got to learn out that thing, and you just freshly out this thing, and you haven't had time to see when you went wrong yet because it was a month ago, so you're not gonna you're gonna, of course everything gonna seem like it's been done to you, so it's gonna take some time. But I was gonna say for anybody, because like even if we was on talking about the communication thing, I would say communication is a two-way streak. So there's no way. I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna ask the whole panel. Do y'all way? I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna ask the whole panel. Do y'all believe she was just as a good a communicator as she claimed he wasn't, or was they both horrible communicators?
there was both had things to learn from, and that was my point with what I was saying earlier. Is
Anybody
that
else?
oh,
Yeah.
Hey, I want everybody. I want to see before you do.
But I has his
I
hand
mean,
up.
Yeah,
it's
they both had room for improvement.
They
I
were
mean,
both
it's cool to hear
horrible.
her.
I ain't finna
Yes.
sit up
It
here on
takes
them.
two to make a thing go
Both
right. It
horrible.
takes two to make a thing go wrong.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's cool to hear her side um and say that he was a horrible communicator and he was negative in his perception of what she was saying, but like it's also been clearly stated and now it's obvious that wasn't that great of a communicator, so it's possible that she was presenting things in a way that that came off in a way for him to take it in a negative way.
Hmm. And it's also obvious that if this was speaking of somebody was trying to say that I was venting. This is it's obvious that this was a vent session because it's very obvious because stuff is brand new and it really wasn't about. And I don't want to put it on a spot like this, but it really wasn't about communicating. It's just about what just recently happened and what she felt wasn't good communication when she not realizing that communication worked both ways, right? And it's something that she went wrong at, and she decided to be with this non-communicator and prolong it. But you got to learn. I mean, I know you ain't gonna be able to eat all this up right now because you in this fresh thing though. But you got to learn later down the line that hey, some things you got.
Hey,
This is the time you got to start setting boundaries up and all type of stuff, whatever. So I hate that you had to go through what you went through, and but you got to learn. I mean, we can't cry about it all the rest of our life. You're gonna have to learn one of the days though. So
Yeah, and also
Kev, real quick, you know what I always say? Just because you can talk don't mean you can communicate.
facts,
right,
facts.
because I was gonna say this, like
Exactly. And that's
just
all
based on
he
what
would
you heard,
do.
but just based on what we heard, If let's say if everything that you said was correct and that was exactly what it was, we could say, yeah, he was a horrible communicator, right? But we could also say that you are not a good communicator as well because you did not communicate what you needed effectively so that he understood it.
Mm-hmm.
So one way, so the thing is, we as if we're trying to get a message out, right? It's our job to try to make it as plain as we can so that people can understand it. Our target audience. In your case, it would have been
So
him.
that it's
So
perceived.
right, so that he can get
Yes,
it, right?
which
So
is
if
what
he
I
can't
said.
get it, yeah, exactly. Right. So if he can't get it, then that means that there was a communication problem on both sides. And I
Yeah.
think, I think so. If you just ask
I
everybody in the panel, I just had to reiterate what everybody else just said. So there you go.
Cousin, I'm going to disagree with you. And Kev, I'm going to use our conversation earlier to kind of reel this in a little bit. We were talking with someone earlier today that did not understand or was not even trying to understand our take on communication in the first place. Like we went through great lengths, went through hoops and everything that we could possibly give, from dialect to what she call them, Hallbarkers, whatever she
Yeah.
was. We went through all of that, and she still was not. And I mean, for the
Yeah.
longest, and she still was not receiving what we were saying,
Yes.
nor was she trying to have an understanding based on her own perspective and her own experiences. Why does that not still stand true for this man and this woman here today?
See, this the
So I
look.
got
This
a
the
Why did
question.
difference.
this?
This
Hold
hold
on,
up, hold
because
up,
here's the
y'all,
thing,
because
right?
this like, cause yeah, she was. I gotta be able to talk to her on this one because she was from this lot. So I gotta tell her the difference, right? So the difference is we didn't have a baby with that girl that was in that panel. That's the difference, and we didn't live with them. We didn't have a long life with them. We didn't have a relationship with that girl either. And then also eventually because I didn't want to keep on going back and forth or whatever, I just let her have it, stay in that box. But we realized that she couldn't communicate well, and we just said forget it. Now with this situation, it's obvious that she ain't. There's no way you could be with somebody that long and have very good communication when the other person don't have nothing. That means it's something you went wrong at. I mean at that, because if she communicated very well, she wouldn't be in the predicament she in right now. You know, because me myself, I knew I wouldn't be able to get with a person that's like that girl we was going back and forth with because I know how to communicate and she don't. So it gotta be. That's what I'm saying. We can't be wrong on what we stating on this side because she had a whole 4 years of this, so she had to have as bad as communication as she claimed the other dude have. It's no
Right.
way. You don't have 4 years to try to get through to this dude and you still couldn't get through to him. So that means something you going wrong at.
And plus, too, let's also say this, right? You know, there's also outliers. What I'm talking about is in general. We know that the majority of people are not so stubborn that they are just refuse to hear anything. Like that's a rarity. Like you know what I mean?
Right.
There are certain people like that, and I would agree with you on that. Like yeah, we know that sometimes you can do everything, say everything, spell it out. We've been on lives with a whole bunch of people like that, right? And they
Facts.
still just refuse because they are, you know, woefully ignorant. They are trying to be ignorant because they want to prove their point or whatever. So yeah, we know about those type of people. But I'm just
Facts.
saying in general, if you have a message to give, it is your responsibility to learn how to give that message effectively to the audience that you're trying to give it to, right? So that means that if you've done everything that you can do and then they still don't get it and they are that outlier, okay, then yeah, we can't do nothing about that. But I think in this case, I don't think that, you know, dude is just an F boy. He don't sound like he was just unreasonable to the point where he just didn't hear nothing. I think there's something on both sides on that. You know what I mean? But I don't want to judge how
But
much or whatever. But I think that is a 4-year relationship. Yeah, that's a little bit of both. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just don't like hearing. I just don't like hearing all this negative stuff. Soon as you break up, you ain't said none of this stuff throughout the whole years, and then when you break up, everybody be like, and I hate. It's just like the number one thing people do. Oh, as soon as they break up, I was with a narcissist. Now it took you 45 years, and now you say, as soon as y'all break up, oh, it was a narcissist. Get the Get out of here. I think anybody would say anything just because they hurt. And I understand a lot of people is hurt, you know, but it's like, where do we take our own self accountability at? It's like it ain't all the time uh people going against. Sometimes we hurting ourselves from our own expectations of other people because we thought we was gonna change them. And we can't even admit that part. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
What the
And
did she just agree
some
with me?
people don't have the capacity. Yes, I agree with you. Like, I don't know why you think I'm arguing with you. No, I agree with you. Like, he just lacked the capacity. We went to therapy for 6 months because all of this behavior started in February of 2023 after I had our son, where he started getting comfortable and he started slacking. And then I started finding all this shit out about all these other girls. And then I started getting ugly and I tried everything. We went to therapy. We went to therapy every week and he was just still on the same shit. We went to therapy for 6 months, and then a month ago some girl hit me up and just sent me all kinds of screenshots of things that he had denied, and that is when the DV incident happened and I threw him out. I had just had enough. I am not justifying anything. I am not saying that it was okay, but I, at that point, had had enough. And he was shouting at me in my face in front of my children, and I was not going to take it anymore.
Okay, so he gone. So, and this is
He's
accountability. But
gone.
right, he gone. So now the three fingers are pointing back at you. You have to focus on you and what you need to do next, because always bringing up what he did, I guarantee you this, 9 times out of 10, whether he's at his mama house or on the bench, he's sleeping good and he's not on the panel talking about you. So what's going to happen is you need to go ahead and focus on you and only point out the things that you need to change concerning the situation that you took him through, instead of worrying about what he did to you. Because that's
Amen.
not going to.
Amen.
Yeah, like I just cannot, I have to be guarded, and I can't think that everyone has good intentions, and I cannot be as trusting as I was.
Okay, but you gave us a situation, and one situation of that was that you, when you're upset, you allow your emotions to control your actions. So that is something that you can bring to the forefront. He may have done 1,000,001 things, and then you have one incident that you did, but you're only accountable for self. And that's a big situation. It's only a month fresh. So still, if he was to hear you on this panel and really wanted to, he could go out there and press charges on you if he wanted to at this very moment. Those are things that you have to worry about because you have children. Now, when they get old and grown out the mouth, are you going to allow your emotions to control your actions? That is what's in your world. Fuck him. He's not here.
Amen.
Well, yeah, that's
Accountability.
true.
That's what happens in this
You
room.
know, but
Accountability in the accountability room. Oh, people be thinking it's a joke when it comes to that. Everybody get mad when it comes. I'm not saying that, but it stings when it comes to accountability. That's all.
no, and accountability is necessary for growth.
Facts. There you go. You know it. You know it. You know it. You know it. It's just to apply. We know it, but we just gotta apply, and that's the stinking part. Amen, y'all. Amen. In the church.
Amen. Let's pass the collection plate around and give the
Man.
benediction on topic number one.
I know better, but you gotta do better.
And I
Just be
believe she will. I believe it. I believe she's going to do a lot better. I think she is going to work on herself, and it's going to take time. So give
yeah.
yourself some grace. Miss Bacon, I don't want to say the end part because I don't understand the bacon booty situation, but yeah, Miss Bacon, you just take your time and work
No,
on
what's up with the
yourself.
booty part? Right, that got me though.
Bacon booty.
Bacon booty. Interesting,
Yeah.
interesting. So let's
Is
do
that
the.
like
I want to do the
toxic
last prompt,
easy
and then I'm
ass
gonna
or
switch the
something?
whole topic again
Is
because
that
I
what
got
that
more topics.
Wait, so we just gonna skip 2 and 3? You know,
Yeah, because I feel like we
now
did
I
most of.
see what Greasy was talking about earlier.
What's that?
We skipping over the prompts.
Yep. I mean, if y'all want to do it, we can go. We can do it though. I just feel like we done covered most of the listen to get triggered. We can do that. Actually, we can talk about that.
No, this your
Uh,
show, baby. You run your show how you want
no,
to
no,
run it.
no, it's all right. It's all right. I do want to. Hey, look, remember we was talking about earlier though. Sometimes you want to adapt to your customers.
Be effective in your communication.
Right.
Kim is
So if this
messy,
is
Give the
what the
messy.
crowd
people what
wants,
they
this is what
want.
the crowd wants.
Kevin is messy, messy.
Man. They done learn so much. That's what I love about this app, man. It be so much for real. It be stressful sometimes, but hey, it's worth it. You know, you got to go through things to get better. So, which one we was trying to get on? We could do the conversation. That's what are conversations that are worth talking about and why?
Is this open or what you doing?
Matter of fact, I
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
start
How
with
you
bacon.
gonna start
For
it
some
out?
odd reason, I just want to start with bacon. I don't know why. I just want to.
So
So
messy.
let's see. Let's see what type of conversation are worth talking about.
Conversations, um, conversations that are worth talking about and why. Um, introspective, um, introspective conversations that you have with yourself. Um, and like how it reflects how you think of other people. Like, I don't know if anybody here journals, um, but I journal, and it's like I'm just talking to myself. Um, and I just I don't know how other people, like, I don't know if other people have that same type of inner monologue where you're just talking to yourself. And that more along goes that goes more along the lines of like psychology and like the psyche. Um, but yeah, I think that's a good one.
Mm, okay. All right. Let me get let's see. Gemini. Gemini's because he got the teacup on. Let me go for him now.
What's good with you, bro?
What's up, my brother?
I
What
can't
you
call
got?
it. You know, I sometimes I'm a good communicator, and the rest of the time I ain't.
Mm.
Um, I try to be all the time, but it don't work out that way. Okay, and well, conversations that are worth talking about, all of them, because you know, whether we talking about, you know, some bullshit or something negative, something positive, something awesome, like it's something to be gained from every conversation, whether you know, whether you're gaining something that you can actually apply to your life, like in that instance, or you're gaining some information you can apply, or you're gaining something I'm sorry, I said that messed up. Whether you're gaining some information that you can use and apply, or you're you're um you're gaining information on what not to use or apply, like there's something worthwhile in every conversation that you have with just about anybody, unless you're talking to a complete fool who's just not talking about absolutely anything or complete gibberish. You know, because sometimes you run into people and they throw these word salads at you, and it's, you know, it's a bunch of words, but they're like, the words don't even always connect to form, you know, a valid statement. So You know, like outside of those situations, like I don't feel like there's any conversation that's not worth having, because again, you can gain something from anything. And can I answer the next one?
Nope.
Come on, man. Y'all was talking about that last thing
Hey,
for real.
Gemini, thank you for saying that, man. Because the other day, this fool tried to say I gave word salad. And I'm sitting back like, what the hell? And you just clarified that for me. That fool just didn't like that I disagreed with what he had to say, and I made sense against the nonsense he was speaking. Okay, thank you.
For sure.
We about to be on that other one next, though. I just want to make sure everybody get in. Let me get Anquinette.
Hold on. Can I say this to Mira right quick before Ned go? Mira, ain't nobody talking about your particular situation. You probably did have word salad. Okay, bye.
Ah!
Whatever. You just want some salad. Don't be trying to put words on my salad. Don't be trying to put my words with your salad.
Y'all find a room. Oh, okay, my bad. Yeah. Anquinette, go ahead.
Because you paying for it.
Oh, big money. What are conversations that are worth talking about? I hate to go against Gemini here, but I don't think all conversations are worth talking. I think conversations that come or that brings like things of substance and things of growth. I think negative conversations only kind of lead to negative outcomes, or like you don't really I don't see how you could take a negative conversation or a negative topic and then come out like on top with that. I prefer not to delve in the world of foolish talk, but I think the most important conversation that we need to start talking about is money and money management. But I disagree that every conversation is worth talking.
What you got for me, Tori? Tori Unique, where you at?
Paging Tori Unique. You have a phone call on line 1.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's get my brother Mary in. Gotta go.
What was me?
Y'all got me thinking.
I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Oh yeah,
It
you lead
wasn't
this
me.
accountability room, boy. I'm telling you, you gonna love it. Everything is in here gonna be stinging for a minute, but you'll be back.
I'm telling you, man, it wasn't me. I'm innocent. I wasn't there.
I sure will be back. I'll follow you guys. Yeah, I'm gonna step outside, but I gotta go through the ER, and there's like a bunch of machines and stuff.
Yes.
But yeah, no, thank you guys for y'all's insights, and I definitely needed to hear some of the stuff that y'all, said. I did do a lot of things wrong. It was not just a one-sided thing. I fucked up too, and like put up with things for like way too long. And just thank you guys for hearing me out.
Yep. For sure.
Gotta let it go. Yeah. Okay. So what's the first question? Or where we at?
You can do
I
the
didn't do
first
it.
two, then I don't think I remember you doing the first two, so you can do the first.
Are you a good communicator? I think I've gotten better. I didn't used to be, but I've gotten better over the years, and I'm growing each and every day and becoming better at it. God blessed us with 2 ears and 1 mouth. So the more you learn to listen, the better a communicator you become. But it's not just listening. It's taking the time to really try to understand. And even though you can't necessarily walk in somebody else's shoes, because even in better understanding. So I think I've grown to become a better communicator. I definitely can tell when I'm communicating with somebody that don't have a clue about communicating, and I don't waste much time or energy talking to them, because if I want to go talk to a wall, I'm gonna go talk to a wall. The second Let's see. What are conversations that are worth talking about and why? I think are pointless and frivolous and just a waste of time. And then there are other conversations that I think that, we need to prioritize. I do agree to some extent we do need to talk about money management, but until we get healthy mindsets and healthy families and healthy, just relationships, it doesn't matter how much money you got. That's just going to be another addiction for you to use, or another tool to use to feed your addictions for the lacks that you're having because of the issues that you have with relationships, and sitting back blaming other people for it being so wrong, when in fact the only thing they had in common was you. um, we talk about we want to have better men, and we want to have better women, but over the week, as I've been listening and just over time, how can you have better men and better women in society when you won't work on the men and women in your own family? You reject them and cast them out to the world, and then sit back and look at us and tell the rest of us to shame them into acting right when they came out of your family. We want to get the men and the women right. Start in your own house. It'll be contagious and it'll carry over. You want me to move on to the next question?
I know we right there. You right there. And then get Jane in next, but dang, it's so crazy because I was like, at first, I'm kind of sided with Gemini said. Then I actually, now more I keep thinking about it, I feel like I'm siding more with Antoinette saying though this. But I'm gonna explain because I don't. Now more I think about it, I don't think everything is worth communicating. Like that's all. I think the key word is worth in there. But yeah. But I just I understand what Gemini meaning too though, because some things you can learn out of different things. But I just don't think everything is worth, because the more I keep thinking. But yeah, we gonna get some. Go ahead, Jane.
First, I'm gonna say the mirror passed me the wrench. That was word salad. No, I'm just playing. I'm playing mirror. Sorry.
He about to say something.
That's why your fork broke.
Leave me alone. Are you a good communicator? No, I'm not. I don't know how to be super nice to people like they expect, or really dig into people's emotions first to figure out how to talk to them. I'm just extremely blunt in the real world. What are conversations that are worth talking about and why? I definitely agree with Aquanet. Financial, literacy is a conversation that needs to take place. And I mean, soon. That's the only way we're going to have some of those healthcare benefits and some of those healthy families out there, is if we start talking about those things. And I like the subtle art of not giving a fuck. So primarily the topics that you have, Kev, I would talk about. Other than that, I usually don't like to talk. So yeah,
Amen.
A lot of conversations.
Amen. Matter of fact, I'm gonna go real quick. Then I want Cousins to go, and then Cousins, I'm just gonna walk away for a second, and then if you can run it for a couple or whatever, or whatever might want to do it. But I'll say, I guess I would say, yeah, what I feel like is worth talking about, because it's like, dang, I just want to say what ain't worth talking about. I'm gonna do the opposite, even though I ain't write that down. Hey, but I'm the host. I twist it up how I want to. Say no, but no, I say, what's worth talking about is forgiveness and how to family, all the stuff I feel like I talk about my dang on stuff. I think that's worth talking about. How to just like the last topic, you learn your history, what you doing with your history, or just say your past, right? What you learned from your past and how you gonna apply it to your current life. I feel that's stuff that's worth talking about. Help filling in and help assisting people with some of their issues, and not coddling it, because I'm always gonna be against the coddle thing. I don't think that thing has not got us far, in no way. It might help people for the moment and make them feel good, but overall I think coddling, I need to make a topic about that. I think coddling hurt people more than it helped. But I was just to squeeze in there what's not worth talking about is like always talking about some you know, the spilling the tea on some, and did you see what Susie did, and how you do on the split and all this stuff, like all that stuff. That's not worth. I don't think that's worth talking about. It does nothing for us, and it's hurting us more than anything. You know, how many bodies I got, and how many you know, how tough I am. That, you know, all that stuff. I don't think that's worth talking about. It does nothing. So cousin, you next, my brother, and then y'all can do an open panel, and then from that point, if I ain't back on, I'm gonna be here.
And I also agree with everybody else on the panel. I think conversation to me means that there is a incoming and outgoing, a receiving, all, and you know, it's all cohesive. So that means that there is people that are listening, and then they're talking, and they're actually receiving the information, and they're actually giving the information, and it goes two ways. So, in my opinion, a conversation that is genuine, I think, is always worth having. Period. Because that is something that you're always going to get something from. Pointless conversations or disingenuous conversations, whatever the topic is, I think are useless. But genuine conversations where there is an understanding that is trying to be, you know, arrived at, those are the conversations. I think all of those conversations are worth having. And it doesn't matter about the topic. Because even if we talked about what Kev just said, the pointless conversations about he said, she said, and sometimes entertainment is valuable. You know, we act like, you know, let's not sit up here and act like we are holier than thou. Sometimes we just want to hear a fucking story. Sometimes it's just about passing a couple of minutes because I got something to do and we just having a little pointless conversation. But guess what? That conversation may not be anything in particular, but maybe that bond that you just made with that person is worth those worthless words. So to me, any conversation that is genuine and it comes from a place of, you know, not just being vindictive or being negative, or if it comes from a genuine place, I think any conversation can be worth it, if that makes sense. So if anybody want to touch in and we can kind of explore it, guess we open up the panel a little bit.
Yeah, I do. Like, okay, so like how I arrived at that at the conclusion of my statement was like I sit back and I think about all of the conversations that I have, like with some of my family, some of my friends, and I think about, like, you know, they had a question or they made a statement and I had something to give in that instance, right? And to me, it's a dumb conversation because I already know this shit. You know what I'm saying? But like, I had some information for them, and they, you know, they blew it off, or they argued me down, and I just kind of like let them have it. Like, okay, well, I mean, it's just information. This ain't a law or no edict or nothing that you gotta follow, you know, step by step. It's just information, you know, take it or leave it. And then, you know, like, to watch the transition from them not having the information to them having the information to them applying the information, like, without that conversation, if I had went with my gut that said, oh, this is pointless, like, this is a stupid conversation, they ought to know this already, or this is a dumb conversation, they ain't gonna change no way, or whatever I was gonna say about the conversation not being productive, or however I felt about, you know, like, without me having that conversation, they might still be stuck in that rut that they was in, or they maybe would have came across the information by this point, but they would just be starting the whole gather the information, think about it, apply the information, process. Whereas having the pointless or worthless, what I would consider a worthless conversation with them, turned into them changing for the betterment. And I mean, the
Yep.
same goes for me too. Like I done had the same thing happen where, I'm talking to people and I'm like, man, ain't nobody trying to hear that. You know what I'm saying? No, you tripping. That's crazy. Nobody does that. And then like I sat back, I thought about it, I applied it, and I had good results, and I was wrong. And I had to go back and, eat my words and apologize and let them know that, I appreciated them and the conversation or the information.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, I used to be just like just like Jane. Like I was. You look. I don't want to talk to you. I don't know what. I don't know you, and you know what I mean. Like I used to be on that, where it was more of I just didn't want to waste time or what I thought I was wasting time. And then I just realized that even if I listen to somebody and they are a plumb idiot, they can just be a straight fool. Now, at least I just learned who this person is. You know what I'm saying? Like there's always something to learn from anything. And people will reveal themselves to you. Now you know how to put them and where to put them and where to categorize them at in your life. And so sometimes, those conversations that we don't want to have, if we just sit back and listen, we get to some new understanding. So I don't know. I think it just a matters of the circumstance and what you're trying to get out of it. I think any conversation can be useful, but at the same time, you know, certain things in certain places and certain times, maybe it's not worth it. You know what I mean? It's not worth the time to sit back and. So I guess it's all circumstantial, but I don't know. I don't know. I guess. But I'm riding with Gemini. I got this is a tough one. Go ahead.
I
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go
no,
ahead.
you go ahead, boo. Go ahead, because I just had no. You go ahead, boo. Go ahead, because I just had a question.
Okay. So I can actively listen to people talk, but as far and communicate, but as far as having that communication, I just feel like a lot of the time we waste a lot of what we need to say, or we don't savor moments, you know what I'm saying, or savor our conversation. We just like to have it. Like I just listen to people having meaningless conversation just to be able to talk, like just because they have the ability to talk. If you just sit back and just watch people just talk, most people are talking about nothing 99.9% of the time. So I feel like at the end of the day, you should really decipher if the conversation is going to be worth it. Because actively
Uh-huh.
listening, yeah, we can actively listen, but as far as participating, I'm not going to participate unless it has some type of substance and meaning to it.
Mm.
Right. I feel you on that. But like I have to learn this. It took me some years that everything that's important. We all have different levels of importance, right? And
True.
like my brothers and my sisters will sit there and have family gatherings or whatever. They're talking about stuff, and I'm sitting here like, "Are you serious? Like, how does this have so much bandwidth in your mind right now? Like, how?" But to them, that's their world. And so I had to like, you know what? If I care for them, if I love them, then I have to accept that for them. Even though I know it ain't shit for me.
Ye-
But sometimes, you know what I mean? And that's why I said circumstantial,
I
right?
get,
There's
I
certain
get, and
times that we gotta,
cousins.
yeah, and then sometimes you just gotta let it go, like you said. Like I agree. Sometimes it's
No,
just a waste
cousins,
of
I
time.
do get you though, cause that actually hit home because that's something I recently just learned, and that you saying that I learned that that's the reason why I started trying to have more compassion for people because I was going through this in my personal maybe a month ago or something like that, and I realized that I'm like, man, some things may be, some things may be important to some people because they don't have that mentality like I do, and this is what they doing to get by in life or whatever. No matter how much I feel like that it might not be worth anything to me, but it's doing a lot for them. Even though I really don't want them, to because I feel like it hurt them more than anything. But it still is keeping their head up, and this their form of, you know, it might not even be healthy, right? But it's just like it's keeping their head up, it's keeping them by keeping them by in life or whatever. And some people just got to do what they got to do because they not, I guess they just not ready to do it another way or something like that. So yeah, I can do understanding. And that's what's just important to them. And I get it. I can feel it though. I feel it.
Yeah, it's only a
Here's the
few people
question that
that
I
get that privilege. There's only a few people that get that privilege. Because other than that, I'm with Jane. I understand what she's saying.
Yeah,
Because
that's
like,
why I said yeah.
I just ain't gonna sit down and just. But at the same time, there are certain people in certain conditions where I think, you know what I mean. Like I've been known to endure some ridiculous conversations just because of the people, and I'm trying to give them some grace. But yeah, that's few and far
I ain't saying
between.
I'm joining them with the BS. I ain't saying that, but
Yeah,
I'm
but
just saying that.
that's the question that I have is what's the difference between actively or selectively listening to maybe unsolicited advice or things that don't necessarily apply to you, and then participating in a conversation or a topic that brings no type of nothing. Like, what's the difference in that? Because that's cousin, when I'm listening to you, cousin, agreeing with Gemini is saying like, yeah, there are some instances in some settings where I'm gonna hear what you're talking about. But the fact that to have a conversation, that somebody else got to be involved in that. And I think what we're saying is not that we don't want to not listen to people say something or, unsolicited advice, but what makes that saying that, I have to participate in a conversation that I deem not necessary or fitting to me.
Okay, so let me just say one, like for an example, what my fiance is into yoga. I'm not, right? That conversation, her talking about this pose she's trying to get into and this thing that I'm going to entertain that because I know that it's important to her, even though I could give a damn, right? I could care less. It doesn't mean anything to me, but she means something to me. So I will entertain it, right? And then I will open my mind to actually listen to what she's saying, not for the fact of yoga, but just to see where her position and how she is trying, how she's formulating it. Because now that gives me an insight on her in general. So I can take that conversation, which means nothing, and I can utilize that to learn about her in another way, right? That is active listening. Okay, so some people deserve that. Everybody don't get that though. You see what I
Oh,
mean? That's why I said I agree with him, but I think it's circumstantial. Like,
oh,
you know what I mean? There's some of us and some people that's important to you where you will now forego the stupidity because that person is mean something to you. You know what I'm saying? But the
so,
average person ain't gonna get that grace. Does that make sense?
every time
It does,
I,
but would you
I think I get
consider
what.
her conversation to be, for lack of better words, would you consider her conversation about yoga to be foolish or to be stupid or, or even for that matter, would you consider it to be worthless? Because if she means something to you, although the topic may not be something that you actively participate in yourself, but I think just her saying something to you and you seeing the value in that makes that conversation a little valuable.
Right, exactly.
That's
I'm
what
about
I
to
was
say,
saying. Yeah,
and I can
exactly.
see.
Yeah.
I think that's why I say I see where I think you coming from a different type of. I don't think we going that deep as in like saying in that way. It's more like, and that's why when I listen to Equinette, I think about even more like that we're talking about just like when we tell somebody that or say somebody about to get in a fight or something like that, and we tell them it ain't worth it. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Yeah, I don't feel like they should participate in something like that. And I think it's like a universal something. I think it is a universal that this not worth it. You know what I'm saying? Just to,
Were you talking about
you
like
jumping
certain
off a bridge,
subjects?
that's not worth it. They might feel like, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. I think it's a universal there and it's not worth it type situation. But what you're talking about is more of like, you might not be interested in something, but that person, and like what she trying to say is that person, she's worth it to you. That just like I was mentioning my thing about my family, right? That they because I care about them, and this is what they choose to help them out, or that they're interested in. I feel like it's worth it, even though I'm not interested, but I feel like it's worth it because I care about them, and that's I think the angle you coming from. I know you coming from cousin, so I think it's like we talking about two. I think we talking about two different things though. That's what I noticed.
So wait, okay, so you're talking about just basic, like the context of conversations, like you're just saying like the subjects, like what subjects are not worth talking about.
It's just like if you was about to remember you might try to snap on somebody. I'm like, hey bro, I don't think it's worth it. Something like that, right? Something like that. I think that's
Okay, all right. So okay, yeah. So it goes back to my first answer. It's just any conversation that's not fruitful. That means that nobody,
you said genuine too. I think I remember you saying that too. Yes, I feel
right. So if it's not a genuine conversation, because I think a genuine meaning that we're having a conversation and we're both invested in it, whatever that may be, right? Whatever conversation that might be, when you got two people invested in it, that's a genuine conversation, and I think those conversations are worth it. And I think any other is just filler. And I think I go back to, like I said, I would agree with Jane. I think those type of conversations, like, fuck that, I'm out. I can't do that. You know what I mean? But I think genuine conversations are more, and when I said I was agreeing with Gemini, I meant from that perspective. Whereas, when you actually have a genuine conversation, even though the subject matter may not be interesting to you per se or important to you, you know what I mean? Just in the mirror, if you look, like yoga is not important to me, but it's important to her. So it made that conversation important itself.
So it's worth it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I agree.
Yeah, so that
means so it's kind of it's kind of both. Yeah, I was just giving examples.
It wouldn't be with Gemini, because like Gemini, he was saying that unless that's what he was meaning what you're saying now. But if he wasn't meaning what you're saying now, that means he was just saying that even if things that's not worth it, he'll still kind of look at I'm saying he but I get what he trying to get to though. He probably mean like that he you can learn something from it or something like that or whatever. And I get what he meaning too also though. But I think what you said, huh?
Maybe I got what he said wrong. So maybe you can clarify that, Gemini, because that's what I thought that you meant, and that's what I was agreeing with. So if I'm wrong, correct me.
So what I'm saying is that, like, if just because I don't feel like the conversation is worth it to me, don't mean that I can't give somebody something to, better themselves or help them make a better decision, and vice versa. Just because me and somebody having a conversation, because like I don't like Warlock, but me and him talk sometimes, and he say stuff and I be like, damn, he got a point. I hate to fucking admit it, but he got a damn point, and like even though I felt like, pointless conversation, I don't need to have this conversation, like this is dumb, I don't need this. I had a conversation anyway, because you never know where that next piece of information is going to help you out in the future is coming from. Like,
I think what I'm hearing, like I said, I think we tying in interest with worth. I think that's two different things, though. Just because you're not interested, my bad. Just because you're not interested, it don't mean the conversation wasn't worth having. You know what I'm saying? Because you can get something out of it. I guess it just depends on the way you view it, the way you look at it, though. But just because you're not interested, I think those two different things: interest and worth.
Oh, I got one. I got something for y'all, because evidently, Kev, you wasn't gonna call on my ass, so I'm just gonna have to come the fuck off mute.
Nope. And then, like we were saying, people say no. Go ahead.
First and foremost, I'm back, everybody. For those that were here when I left, for those that were not, good evening. How the hell are y'all doing? Gemini, I was gonna leave you alone, my guy, but you had to go there. I hadn't picked with you in a minute, but I hope you had a lovely holiday nonetheless.
All right. I hope yours was good too.
Are we on number 2? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, number 2.
Okay. So I have this standing thing, right? Listen to everything take what you need from it, and store the rest. And the reason that I changed it from listen to everything and throw away what you don't need is because I found that when I used to do that, the things that I took from the conversation that I needed was cool. But some of the stuff that I threw away, I could have used it later. That's why I say take what you need and store the rest. In reference to conversations that are worth it, I think the mass majority of conversations are worth it. Even listening to some conversations are worth it. Because just like Gemini said, even though he threw some shade at the same time, sometimes we can be listening to shit, be like, man, this is some dumbass shit. Oh, fuck. Damn, okay. All right. And it gives you it builds another pathway and makes you think about certain things. For example, when we used to talk about how women after a certain age, their value lessen, that they're worth less value, right? And a young lady in a panel said, that you shouldn't say that because of XYZ. And I was like, well, you know what? You're right. And that's why I started saying when women get a certain age, their value is less to a certain demographic of men. It's just that conversation that I had with her that made me think about it in a different freaking way. Y'all know I'm not about that some and all and most and all of that shit. But however, that is a way to distinguish between the two. So conversations, damn near every conversation is worth listening to. But how many of us actually do it with an open mind? You can listen to everything, but if you're not listening to learn something or to teach something, then the conversation is worthless. That's just my take.
So I think the key word is worthless, and worth it. Some stuff just worth less than what it's supposed to be. It don't mean that it don't have. I think we think that if it's not worth it, it's not worth anything. I don't think I'm saying that none is worth anything, but some stuff is just not as worth as much as as other things though. Just like we spending most of our time in gossip rooms when we should be uplifting ourselves. Like was it really worth more than was it worth as much? Like which one is more worthy? Of the I said worthy. I don't know. I'm trying to make it, but basically, was it worth? Was it worth being in there, or you should have spent your time in? Even though I believe even though I believe everything happened for a reason, though. But I'm just saying, like, you got to realize, like, some areas just not worth being in, and you could be spending your time in something that's worth it.
Well, Kev, like I said, all right. If you're not able to gain anything or contribute anything, was your time well spent?
Nope.
Huh?
Nah.
So would you say that your time at that point in that particular conversation or place was worthless? There was no fucking point to it?
Worthless, yeah.
That's what I was saying when I said that. When you teach or you learn, if you're able to teach one person.
I know what you meant. I was just speaking out because it was a bunch of people that was before you. We was just talking about something. And I was just thinking about that when you said that.
Yep. That's the way that I look at it. That's why sometimes I'll go in a room and I'll listen and I'll be like, fuck, I gotta go.
Like I go on them worthless lives. I'll be going to some of them worthless lives just to...
You go in there to start shit though, Kev. That's your point.
Be bored.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anybody ever had the inability to talk?
After a football game, yeah.
I'm about to say, explain that.
Like, has anyone ever had a troubling time in life where it's either you could not talk or verbally communicate, or you just couldn't talk at the time?
What you talking about, your thoughts?
Amount of time.
We ain't talking about like laryngitis or going hoarse.
You talking about like when
like some people, they've had mouth work done for an extended period of time. Some people have had strokes in life. The inability to talk, in general, all you could do.
I had that instance once. It was my communication skills was all fucked up because I had Bell's palsy.
Okay. And then like
My voice
at
went
that
out one
time
day.
frame, it's more important. Then you figure out how important it is to actively listen versus communicating versus verbally communicating with people. Like that's when I was saying how, you know, at points it really doesn't, some conversations are just worthless because everything we talked about, how blessings are the ability to be able to eat and be able to get up and walk, and even the ability to be able to talk. That's a blessing because many people cannot, right? Why
Yeah.
waste that blessing on things that don't matter? Especially when it's so important concerning us being able to put things out in the universe or things to God with our tongues and with our mouths. Because I have the inability to be able to communicate based on the way my brain is set up now. So that's why I don't go into every room and participate with every conversation. And I practice active listening, even if the last detail or what I get from that conversation is just this person's a dumbass, you know. But at that time, it's like, why waste my words or why waste my, you know, my gift or my blessing on something that doesn't matter?
Well, you know what? I'll say this, James. Sometimes we never know if it matters or not
I
until
agree with that too.
afterwards. You never know if your words are going to matter to one person, 30 people, 100 people until they're actually spoken.
I agree with both.
So when I say that, I'm talking about like people that go inside of these race baiting conversations and then they have so much input, but the end result doesn't matter because you're not sitting up there making any change on TikTok, to be honest, because nobody's going to take that home. They're just up there to just bait each other all day and go back and forth and have beef, or like the angry ones where they create drama on the app and then they continue this drama, and it was all for a waste of time, hoping that they would get a less than penny gift from off the app. Those are meaningless conversations where you could have taken that time and really made a change and embark in somebody's life or embark in the world. So I think as adults we should know what's meaningful.
I will come back with the same argument that I just made because of this. When I first came to this app, I used to go into rooms, I used to get banned, dropped, and all of that shit, right? And there are several women here on TikTok that have came out of that shit just because of my persistence and going into those rooms. And some people would say it was pointless, it was worthless, you got banned, you got dropped, you really wasn't listened to, or what have you, and this, that, and the other. But like I said, we never know what our words will do, whether it's positive and or negative, until maybe after they're spoken and later on down the road you see the results of it.
I agree.
A lot of us want that instant satisfaction and gratification that we don't even waste our time with it a lot of times.
I think, like I said, I think I'm in the middle with both y'all saying though.
Why the hell you go there, Kev?
Because it's like it's hard to disagree with both of y'all at the same time, because it's like it's like I'm countering myself, because I do believe everything happened for a reason. Even if, like I say, if I be saying I go in these lives or something like that, I think it's something. It's behind that too, you know. It's something I'm supposed to get out of it because I made that choice, you know. And I think that's like to say that we have like that, because I don't believe in mistakes or nothing like that. So I think it's so hard. It's hard because it's like, and also you do have to be like, you got to realize that some stuff ain't worth it, I guess, at the moment, man. But then was it really? I don't know. My head, it hurt. I think I made this question harder than I thought. How did I mess my own self up?
Like but everybody is saying is correct in different circumstances, and that's what I was trying to say. Like this is one of those type of things where it's not a black and white. There's not a good conversation, bad conversation, period. Like, because one person's heaven is another man's hell, right? We know that it may not be important to us, but it may be greatly important to somebody else. So to say it's not worth it or it's a stupid conversation, okay, yeah, it might be to us, but for whoever's having that conversation, it might be something else. Now, depending on your intention, it would be worth it. Like if you are, fighting a cause and you in here trying to convert people out of the darkness, or I'm just using this as an example, and that's your mission. You trying to go into these spaces with these crazy, degenerate conversations, and you trying to get people out. Now, for you and for that mission, those stupid conversations would be worth it, right? For somebody that's not trying to do that, like Jane and me, now it would be not a it would it that it's pointless. Why would I waste my time, right?
Yeah, I get
But
you.
so I'm saying I think it's all circumstantial depending on what you're trying to get out of it, right? Because like you said earlier, it's about what your perception on the conversation. And I think we all know, like, we've had times where we just want some Jerry Springer shit. Like, why are these things popular? Because sometimes we just want to be entertained. We want some white noise in the background. We don't want to have something that's so meaningful that we got to engage. Sometimes you might be at the end of the day, you're just listening. It's just there for that. And guess what? That meaningless conversation became important, or it became useful for you in that moment because that's all you were there for, right? And then sometimes we need to have meaningful conversations where it really stimulates our mind. So I just think it's all circumstantial. And I think that nobody is necessarily wrong here. I think we could actually
Yeah.
agree with everybody. You know what I mean? If we
I
just
think
really break it down.
I just gotta pick one though, man. I can't just do it. I feel like, okay, just because I'm a firm believer, I guess, because I guess it was burning me when I was saying that. So I guess since I'm a firm believer that everything happened for a reason and what's meant is meant. I guess I gotta go. I guess I'm more on Gemini side then. I guess.
It's okay,
I think
Kel.
that
It's okay.
I think
Just
everything is worth it. It might not feel like it's worth it at the moment, but at the end of the day, I think everything is worth it because you can get something out of it. Now, it might take time, right? And then sometimes you have to even realize that this might not be worth it for for you to learn that, okay, I need to be out of that, but it will still have to be worth it at a time for you to realize that it ain't worth it. I don't know if y'all got that what I meant though, but I don't know. It's something.
Sometimes you just need to be Switzerland, player. That's all it is, too. You try to choose, you
No,
try to pick. But sometimes you just got to go ahead on and bite
I'm
the bullet, man. That's what it is.
I'm on Gemini side, man.
come
Everything. I
on,
think
cousin.
everything worth it in
Let him
life, man.
agree
I
with
think
me.
everything is a reason. I gotta go to
It's okay.
Gemini
Let him
side.
agree with me. It's all right. You know what I'm saying? A broke
Well,
clock is
sometimes
right
you
twice a
have
day. You know what I'm
to.
saying? It's okay for him to agree with me, cause you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
because I'm a firm believer.
Oh,
Everything happened
yeah.
for a reason, man. And what's meant is meant, man. She said, "Don't switch." I know, Equinette, but because I do believe, like just like we said, and even what Cuz was saying, like we might think things are stupid, but at that time, them stupid things was meaning the world to us at one point. So it's just like and sometimes we might have to get in that fight. Sometimes to realize we don't have to get in the fight anymore. So I mean, it's just so many different things, and I am a firm believer that everything happened for a reason, and that's what keep my optimistic mentality. Because if we feel like something wasn't worth it, it feel like we made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? We'll make it feel like we'll feel like that, that it was an accident or something. And I don't believe in accidents and all that stuff. I just I believe everything literally happened for a reason. And that's why we here where we at right now. So. Yeah, I guess I gotta pick what Gemini saying though, for real.
I got a question, Kev.
Yeah.
How do we translate that? And you can answer it when it comes down to relationships, because I have a problem when it comes down to communication when it comes to relationships. I
Mhm.
really do. I don't know how to connect like a lot of emotion, and it seems like I don't give a damn. I seem very nonchalant when I'm having communication. So how do we like what do I need to do? Because I ask people and they be like, no, you're communicating well, and they lying because yeah, it don't go far.
So
The dating doesn't go far because it's like that conversation is just pointless, or
so I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say for that one, you gotta the fact that you know it already, because that's the first part. I think you just gotta want it bad enough. That's all it is. That's with anything though. I think you just gotta want it bad enough. I don't think that you feel like you need to change that at the moment. You saying it though, but it's like when it get to that time where you really feel like it's affecting you and all that stuff, and you see like that you're not getting the friends that you really want, or you lose, or say if you lose, because sometimes some people got to learn the hard way. They might have to lose somebody that was close to them, that that they feel like that should have been, that was helping them out, and then they be like, man, dang. But I think because the thing is, it ain't no, just like what I did with me, right? Because I don't have all the answers. I had to listen to people that knew how to communicate. I just sometimes I gotta look up to certain people. Let me see how they handle conversations. Let me see how they don't just brush people off sometimes. And I mean, like we can learn from that goes back to what my man. I can't never forget what my boy Hormiga said. The power and diversity. That. It's so many different ways besides just ourselves and stuff. So you just got to pay attention to how people how do it seem to be interested. I mean, we even got Google that can help, but that's gonna make it even worse. We got YouTube and all that stuff that can kind of teach us how to do it. You just got to be willing and really putting your pride and ego to the side. We can't live with that. Well, I'm just like that. I would say less excuses. All that stuff. And then it's like really just, you have to change things within yourself instead of just saying it. Cause I know that most of the time we would just say, well, I have a problem and I have that, but it's like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? But if you don't know what to do, like we could, just like any other thing, we can look these things up and just try to, cause it's gonna be uncomfortable like crazy. It's gonna be super uncomfortable. But
Yeah.
once we look these things up and looking at different ways, I mean, we gotta dang near kind of mold it and imitate it. Imitate it and really feel or try to find a way to make it related and understand why these people is way and all that stuff. And we can learn from other people. That's how I look at it.
Okay. Okay. So let me try to narrow it down. I don't give a damn about the person's favorite color. I don't give a damn about like the simplistic 14-year-old dating stuff, high school stuff. I want people to be normal. So when I go out on dates, I'm normal. Like the way I'm acting right now, I act on a date. And then everything is performative. Well, what's your favorite place to go? And what those conversations to me get boring, I guess, because I've been, I was with the same person for quite some time. So like, what's a nice way of saying, I don't want to hear that shit?
Oh, well, if that's what it's not the type of person you want to be with anyways, though. So, I mean,
Right.
it's all still like a young mind. I don't do no conversations like that either. Like, okay, what the heck you still talking about that for?
Let me say this in reference to that, right? You said you was with somebody for a long time, right?
Yeah.
That person that you're with now is not them. You're
Right.
used to that person having a certain type of conversation, but this new person is not them.
Right. But when
So you're going to have to start over. If you really look at the person that you was with for that long time and look at the conversations you guys were having in the beginning, that's the same conversation you're going to have with somebody new.
Yeah, we didn't have the color. Me and my husband didn't have the color conversation.
I'm not saying specifically the color conversation. What I'm saying is some of the conversations that you and your husband may have had in the beginning are going to be some of the same conversations that you had with somebody new. That's because they are, just as your husband was, new. And you're going to find some of those conversations boring and pointless to you because you've had them before.
Oh, I get what angle you're saying. I get what angle you're saying. If that, yeah, I get what you're saying on that because it already happened before.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. But how do you even get in the mind frame to even backtrack to go back? Because I think she's at a point now to where she wants to. I mean, it's a stimulation.
You're not going to be able to avoid it.
I was gonna say you have to.
Our conversation was organic. I literally told him. He asked me, "What did you do today?" And I was like, "I just took a shit," and he laughed. It was like we already just jumped into this is normal. That's you. That's me. We're normal. Now it's like, well, what do you like to go and eat? And what's your favorite color? And what's your favorite music?
You gotta find you a take a shit person. You gotta find that person. I mean, there's some people out there.
Here's the thing. You know what? Hold on. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna shut the fuck up, right? I'm gonna say this and shut the fuck up. People often say that they didn't get to know me. They don't know shit about me, this, that, and the other. But when they try to find the simplistic things about you that may be important to them to know about you because of something that may occur in the future, something that they may want to do for you or whatever, you blow them off and say the stupid is fucking pointless. You never know why a person may be asking you shit. I may be asking you your favorite color so I know what kind of gemstone you may want or whatever. Or a certain necklace with a certain stone in it. But you're going to blow me the fuck off because you think it's stupid.
I see where you're going.
So
Yeah,
If you're out there, if my
that,
future's out there, I don't like flowers and shit, and don't mean, you know.
sometimes.
so Jane, let me
So
but
But
that's
let me say
Jane,
something
do
this,
you
right?
that you
but do
gotta
you think it's
communicate.
point?
Like,
Oh,
But you think
everybody
it's
want a piece of
Well,
Jane
so
real quick.
I mean,
because
yeah,
I want to know, because to me it
I
just
just kind of
sounds like
wanted
she wants to
to.
be stimulated and not so much as bored.
but here's the thing though, right? Because
But
with
I
that,
gotta.
I
But
was
look,
that
just
person. Like what Jane is talking about is me. For a long time, I'm so
You talking about taking shit?
considered laid back that I come off as nonchalant. In relationships, I was always like I would always get the complaint, I can't read you. You're so nonchalant. You don't have any feelings. You are, and my thing was, no, I'm just at peace because I'm good with me. So I don't play those little, like I speak to everybody the same way, right? And so like I feel what Jane is saying, but I had to realize, and the reason why I want to speak on it is because what you have to realize is that we're not normal. What you think is normal, the normal is the fucking performative. That's normal. That is the majority of people. 90% of people on this planet are performative. They are into feelings. The whole stock market is based on feelings. Like everything that we do is feelings. We like to think that it's all about facts and it's all about, no, it's not. The majority of life is the gray area. The majority of our society and our social construct is based on feelings and what is perceived. So, those of us who don't fuck with that, right? Like Jay, we are the outliers. So, what we have to now do, right, is if we want to play in that ball game, we got to realize that. So we don't look at them as, oh, I'm normal, y'all not normal. No, 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 no. We the ones that's not normal. So now when you flip it, right? When you flip that perspective, when they start talking, you're looking at it like, okay, I see that this is you just trying to get to know me. Well, now I need to let you know who I am real quick, real fast, so I don't waste my time. Now, listen, let me let you
Okay.
know. I am
Y'all
this type
light
of
skinned
person.
people.
I am this, I
No,
am that,
can you
I am
light
this,
skin
I am
too?
that. I don't like this, I don't like that. Do not think that I'm saying this because I don't like you or I'm being rude. This is just who I am. If you have a problem with that, let me know now. Once you do that, all of a sudden, it kind of breaks that performative shit down. You know what I'm saying? And I'm saying that
Right.
because I had to do that myself. And then over years, like it took me years to get to the point where now everyone thinks that I'm just, oh my God, you just talking. No, no, I got on TikTok to help me work on how to speak to people because
Right.
I was that dude of
Make
I
a
don't give
habit.
a fuck.
Yeah, build
If you
habit.
say something wrong, I'm gonna slap the shit out you, and then I'm gonna walk away. Like I was that dude, right? So I felt like that was my weakness, and I wanted to express myself better, and so I started doing lives, and that was my therapy. But I'm telling you, for us, you know what I mean. We just gotta switch it and switch the perspective a little bit to where
Okay.
we realize that, you know what, they are being normal because that's normally them, but we can't internalize that. So what we have to do is say, all right, and then once we get that, I would say that you probably need to start going to science fairs. You need to start dealing with dudes who are analytical.
Right.
Those analytical minds are
Story
those
here.
engineers that are scientists or people that are in medicine. People like those people are the ones probably where you're going to get along with, right? Because they are their sense of humor is quirky. They're going to be dry. They're going to be, matter of fact because that's what they do, right?
For the
And I
moment.
think that's where I would suggest looking into those type of arenas, and then you'll probably find that dude that'll be just like you, and it'll be all good. So
Yes.
that'll just be my
Dark
point.
dark
Hey,
humor.
cousin,
Dark
cousin.
humor guy.
Let me ask you a question, cousin.
Thank you, cousin.
Yes, sir.
When because y'all see how I am here on here, and I'm the same way at football practice. But come game time, I'm straight faced as hell. I'm a master poker player at football. When you start talking about going to a science fair or what have you to get the people that are more analytical, more so analytical, at some given point in time, would that become not normal,
Mm.
and then you would
War
create
and
that
peace.
thing that you would consider to be, that you consider now to be not normal. Because there are certain types of people that go to those fairs. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? There's a certain type of personalities that go there. And if in fact you are not that type of person at your core, it's going to become awkward really quickly.
Right.
So you need to make sure that is what you want. That is what you want, period. Not what you want for right now, because for whatever reason. Because that shit will become boring quick as fuck. I'm telling you, because I had a chemist major. I dealt with her, and it was like, fuck, can we just talk about some normal shit?
But see, that's because, listen, bro, you are like me. You just a big nerd too. Like
Right.
we are
That's what I
we are
like
secretly
though.
guilty. We are
Big
secretly
old
like,
nerd.
you know what I mean? We're secretly like, just goofy nerd dudes, right? That is us under that. So that's why we might have a little issue. But from what I'm hearing from Jane, okay, the kind of conversations that stimulate her from what she said just on this live. That's all I'm going by.
I'm gonna tell you, cousin. I'm gonna
Is
tell
where
you.
she would
Okay.
get that is with them cats. You get me? Go ahead,
I'm
Jane.
gonna let you know. I'm gonna let you know what I like to do. So in my pastime, I play Sudoku. I love math. That's my favorite thing to do is math. I like random facts. If I have a conversation with somebody, I think them knowing random facts, like me knowing random facts, is great. I think that's a great conversation. If I get hot, I pull my wig off. I don't give a damn if my wig comes. I'm hot, okay? I like coffee dates. If I'm hungry, I want to eat. I don't want to talk about what steakhouse we're going to for impressions. I just want to fucking eat. I like dark humor. I like what people think is boring. I like cooking in the kitchen with the person that I like. I like them messing up. I like teaching. I like to be taught. I like to be with somebody that is peaceful, that if I'm on the couch watching TV, they could be reading a book, and our sharing of any type of intimacy is his feet on my lap. That's what I like. I like chill, relax, jazz, neo soul. Like I like to have a very chill environment where we can find our own jokes, laugh at our own things, not get offended easily, communicate well. And even if the communication is, you know what, I just don't feel like talking to you. Somebody that's gonna keep it real and not gonna come in and be like, well, I have to put on airs and you gotta be at your best dressed and all these other things. You know what I'm saying? Or like sit down and like have our own little communication. Like my coochie was pie. So anytime my husband wanted some coochie, he said, I can't wait to eat me some pie. Like that was our little thing. I wanted that to be the next relationship where it's just normal, not my husband, but it's something that they can express whatever to me because I don't offend easily and I accept everything. You know what I'm saying? So, and it's not like cousin said, it's not a lot of people out here like that. And I was looking in the wrong places because boring is fun to me. What other people consider boring, I like it.
Sound like you gonna have to, because boy, you came with a whole list right there, boy. Sometimes you might have cut some of that off because sometimes we don't always get what we want. I mean, I had to realize that a while ago. You don't always get what you want all the time.
I'm gonna tell
And
it
you
to you
might
like
have
this.
to you might have to look for the things you need. I would say, because that's where that's where I feel short at. You know, it was always about, I want me a girl that play video. I got all, and one of them I had everything. Like she had the good, and she could cook. She do a lot of stuff, but I didn't. The thing it felt that was the stuff that I needed. Like I needed a peace of mind. I needed a person that didn't always sit here and start stuff with people. And it was so much stuff that I needed now, but I was so blinded by the things that I want that and it didn't work. It just didn't work though. So I don't think it's really. Like I said, you're gonna have to negotiate your wants for your needs, depending on what you're really looking at. But if you go for the ones, that's gonna be kind of hard to even match up with anybody, because you would have to build the person for that.
You know, I don't think it's a list. I think that what she's asking for.
Okay, I'm sorry, Antoinette. Go ahead, man.
No, you go ahead, honey. I'm sorry.
No, the one thing, and I'm not talking about back when me and cousin was out there doing our thing. I'm talking about for right now.
Whoa.
People are so fucking fake and dishonest. Navigating that particular dating pool is going to be kind of awkward and weird. Because, see, you can have an intellectual, you can have that type of person, but they often take shit seriously. And you want somebody that you can just have fun and laugh and joke with and say what the fuck you want and this, that, and the other. However, when emotions get involved, some of those things that you may have said when you were dating is now going to be considered offensive. So it's hard navigating shit when you're just dating and then when feelings get involved. I often tell people, and I'm going to say it again, Kev, because I say this shit all the time. And you touched on it in reference to getting what you need instead of what you want, because what you want is going to change.
Yep.
What you need is going to be for a while. And the whole thing in reference to that is this. I say this about power couples. Power couples usually are from the same area, know some of the same friends, and do a lot of the same shit. However, what you need is someone to fill in some of those spaces where your ass is deficient. And when we go looking for people, that's not what we usually look for. Yes, they can have some of the same things that you have, but they need to fill in places where you are deficient. And when we do that, I find that the pairing turns out more times than not just right. So if you're looking for somebody that's just like you, that may be good for the moment. If they don't fill in the places where you're deficient, I don't know how that's going to turn out too much.
You see what, Warlock? That's a good point. But most of the time, we don't find out. We don't know what we need. And we normally don't find out what we need.
That's important.
Until it happens. Like the need comes in, it's you a thief in the night. Like we sit up here and say, I need this, I need that. But then when you get it, we don't want it, right? This is like the telltale sign of life.
You're right.
But sometimes the needs, they sneak up on you. And it's like, ooh. And sometimes you got to get slapped in the face a couple of times for you to develop the way to recognize those needs. You get me? So like, I think
it should take one relationship for that then.
But here's the thing, right? Once you have that list that she has, right? Those, if you have a standard list, those standards are probably going to break down to, that's probably going to break down as far as standards are concerned. But then you got preferences, right? So it's nothing wrong with having a lot of preferences, because that's going to pinpoint or at least direct you to where you need to look. But you can't depend, like I think to what Warlock's point is, and I think even what Kev is saying, if we try to like depend on our preferences to be our guide, that's when we come into trouble, right? But
I want a fat booty. I can tell you this is things I want.
Stop. Everybody stop for a second, please.
But I was just saying, my thing was just to give you I don't want to say a direction, but it's just like most of the people that are saying, like if you're looking for the type of personalities, and we're not talking about specifics, but just that type of person, right, that you are referring to are usually in certain areas. Right. And I'm just saying, try to identify where those areas are. And then once you get in that area, now it's round two. Now it's the second level. Now you got to find out, you know what I mean? Now you got to go deeper. But
right. So here's what I was going to say. That kind of made the hairs on my neck stand up, because I'm coming for you, Miss Lady Upper Right. We often hear people say this, and we know that we change, right? And that is the fucking problem with a lot of freaking relationships, is that people don't know how to work through shit. Yes, we change. We do. We change on a minute-to-minute basis. But the changes that I'm speaking about is something that you can work through, and most people don't want to. They don't know how to work through shit. All they know is, oh, this motherfucker ain't the motherfucker I met a year ago. Oh, I need to leave him and go find that motherfucker and start all the fuck over again.
I think she was saying that pertaining to what when we was talking about the wants and stuff. So it's like she basically even saying like our wants going to change in time. So these things that we kind of try to bank on and say, that's what we could. I think that's the angle she was coming from on that one, though.
Yeah, but I was talking about our needs when we look for people.
Even when you start thinking about your needs, what I needed 10 years ago is not what I need today.
I get that.
Yeah,
But
but
if you were with somebody when you got what you needed
was they
10
really
years
needs
ago
though?
and you changed to now, that is a progression. That is something that you
That
work
wasn't a
through,
need
you
then.
adjust to.
Right. But if I'm not with someone, like if I was with someone 10 years ago and we both evolved and changed and had different things and as you do get older you have different needs like
So if you was to find somebody today, you
today
would find somebody that fits in what you need, not what you
at the
want.
I would find my
No,
needs and my wants. I'm not gonna give up one to go for the other. I
I
I would
don't
like
think.
a mixture of a
You
little
know
bit of
what?
both.
Most of the time our
I
needs
don't.
and our
Let me
wants
say this real
conflict with
quick
each other.
though. Let me say, Rob, let me just say this right, because I don't think people's needs change, and I think people call wants needs too. From what I noticed, though, it's like somebody say, I need to get buns, I need to smoke this cigarette. No, these are things that you have a pleasure behind, and you calling it a need. A need is something like peace. A need is something like respect. You don't change those. Those don't change throughout time. A need is like somebody that's always trying to get into some type of argument or confrontation. You don't change that in time. That's like needs come with boundaries and stuff, and you don't negotiate that. That's something it may strengthen up, right? You might do that within times, but if your needs change, that means that you don't even really know what you really need for real. You know what I'm
That's
saying?
why I
But
say a lot
I
of
think
times,
needs
Kev,
that yeah.
we go into relationships with a whole bunch of preferences. If that's what you want, cool. But I try to tell people, if you're going into a relationship, first and foremost, it's your needs. You need to go in that motherfucker with your deal breakers, because even boundaries get shifted and moved depending on how you feel about a person. It's like most people will allow their significant other to get away with shit that they would not even dream about letting their family get away with or their friends. Your boundaries shift
Right.
according to how you feel about somebody. That's why a lot of times we'll say, girl or man, yo, why you let her do that? You wasn't that type of motherfucker. Well, this motherfucker's in love. This motherfucker love a motherfucker.
Right.
So your boundaries are gonna change. And a lot of people say, no, my boundaries ain't gonna change. Yeah, they do. Don't even lie to yourself. Now, if you got deal breakers,
That's true.
i.e., I will not accept this shit. I don't give a fuck who you are. You go into it with that, then maybe it won't be so hard and difficult to find someone that is a match for you. Because a lot of times our preferences make us skip over motherfuckers that would probably be a good thing for us. Maybe a long term, or maybe just to be in our lives to show us some shit. We miss a lot of blessings because we stick to our fucking preferences.
Right.
But you know what? Needs, okay, I think we have to understand needs can change too. Needs change, preferences change, fucking boundaries change.
So we don't need air no more.
No, because I'll give you an example. Because what a lot of times when we hear these things, well, I need this because that means it's just to life. But there's context involved. In a relationship, we're talking about a relationship, right? When I was 20 years old, okay, I needed a woman to motivate me. If you wanted me to be into you, I needed to be motivated by you. Why? Because that's where my mind was at 20. If you didn't motivate me, I was going to be nonchalant. I was going to be not into you. I was going to be not, I wasn't going to be quote unquote present, right? Because I wasn't motivated. You didn't motivate me. You didn't muse me. So that's it, right? Now, past 35,
I don't need your
37
motivation.
years old, I don't need motivation because I'm self-motivated, right? And I don't need it to be in that same space. So in a relationship, a woman doesn't have to motivate me for me to be present with her, for me to be that person.
I have a question.
So what I'm
I
saying
think you
is,
talking about dependence versus
no.
need. You talking about
But it's the same.
dependence.
So now we just talk about semantics. because
The people
But
miss
that
what I
is a
said,
big
though.
thing because you still need motivation because you had to motivate yourself
no,
though.
I
So that
don't need
don't
Hold on,
her.
change.
no, no, no,
I
no,
don't
no,
need
no, no, no,
her
no,
to
no.
motivate me. Is
No.
what I'm saying.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. But you're talking
That's
about
so it
dependence.
changed,
That's dependence. But you don't change
bro.
what your need. I don't. At the end of the day,
The
I'm gonna
need
stick with
changed.
that. Your
Hold
need,
on,
your,
hold on.
your. Let me just
That's what
finish
I'm
this real
saying.
quick.
Go ahead.
Your
Go ahead.
needs literally don't. That's why I use those examples I use. Your needs do not change. Just like we need to eat, we need. You don't negotiate that throughout time. Like I'm just saying, it's stuff that we keep throwing in there because I think once you change a need, that means it was never a need for real. I'm not about to say that I'm gonna say I need a person to not be abusive to me. I need it, that stuff. I'm not gonna change it no matter what the situation is because that is a need. That's something you can't live without. That's very important. You know what
But
I'm
you
saying?
can.
These are things that I can't live without, or whatever the situation. I'm going to look at it though. I feel like
That's
if
just
you
your
could
deal
change your
breaker.
need, it was never a need.
No, that's just your deal breaker. That's not a need nor not. That's just your deal breaker. That's your specification. I'm saying to you that when we're talking about context, if you just want to say a need in life, okay, that's a whole different conversation. You talk about just a relationship. I thought we were talking about the context is relationships. So if you want to have a happy relationship, if you want to have a prosperous relationship, there's certain things that need to happen in that relationship. And there's certain things that as you, as an individual, Kev, you're going to need certain things from your partner to make you act in certain ways in certain situations. Okay,
And
that's
I agree
human
with you.
nature.
I
So
agree
what I'm
with you on
saying
that.
is because we are human, because we grow, those needs in those specific situations will change.
And
Thus,
I agree
my
with you on
point.
that too, cousin.
Right. So that's my
I agree
point.
with you
The
on that.
needs can change. That's all I was
This is
saying.
this
Yeah,
is
I'm gonna just
this is
agree to
where I
disagree on
said
that
I
one,
don't think
man.
nobody was listening to what I said. Because just like Antoinette said, what she needed 20 years ago, she no longer needs now. She may have a whole different list of needs, right? So with that, cousin, I agree with you. As we grow, like you said, when you were in your 20s, you needed somebody to motivate you. You don't need that shit now. You have a whole different set of needs. However, if you was with that person at 20, and as you grew and you progressed and your needs change, that person does as well. But the whole thing is, we always go with what the fuck we want and we don't get shit of what we fucking need. Even though that will change, that person that is with you will gradually, hopefully, Lord knows, hopefully they will learn to change with you just as their needs change from when you were with them. Gradually, that shit changed. It's not like we wake up one morning and all of our needs just drastically fucking change. It's a progression. And like I said, that's where we get people don't know how to, don't want to work on shit because we do change. That's all that I was saying. I agree with you 100%. I agree with Aaron Cornett as well in reference to changing over time. Changing what we need in life and what we need from people. But if we're with these people in the beginning, hopefully they're that type of person that, that can gradually grow and the needs change and we change with that. We don't find that shit a lot nowadays because people don't want to work. People just want to sit in their shit for the next 20 fucking years and think that person that they met 20 years ago is that same fucking person. They're not going to be.
Right. I'm familiar with change because change happened a lot within my marriage and then throughout the years because I got married at 21 and 20 shit, I can't remember, 21 or 22. But I'm familiar with it because at one point needed to be fed by my husband. So that need definitely changed because I used to could feed myself. And then at one point he needed me to take care of him fully. So
I'm glad
and then like even like changing with the season, like at one point I liked a certain type of food. The next time, the next season I had Crohn's disease, so I couldn't eat anything. He might have liked a certain, or particular song. Then the next minute he hated it. So, people change like the seasons if you are participating in growth. Now, if you stagnant, I don't need that. You know what I'm saying? I don't need nobody that's going to stay stagnant and participate in inertia.
Now that gets boring.
Yes.
I think, to be fair, though, I think Kev is talking about need in general. And I think I understand what he's saying as far as needs don't change. He's talking about fundamental needs, right? And I would agree with that. But I think that what we're trying to say is that when we talk about we're breaking that down into micro contexts, you know what I mean? We're talking about we're compartmentalizing now. So if we're just talking about in the nature of a relationship, I think that's when you can say needs will change. But
Yeah.
I think he also
fundamentally,
is
I
saying
understand
too,
what he's
cousin.
saying though.
I
Yeah.
think he's compartmentalizing also, cousin, because I think Kev has this sense of, if I'm gonna need you to be my piece 10 years ago, 10 years later, I'm still gonna need you to be my piece. I don't need you to.
Mm-mm.
I'm not gonna
But
switch up
I'm
on
gonna need you
Mm-mm.
not to
me.
No,
come
Well,
off
no.
I'm
no
The,
What
the
saying
I
the
that
need
need,
was
the
the
need
peace
what I
is
part.
you need
need,
peace.
what
The
I
per
need is
the
what
need
I
was the
need.
peace
Right. You're
part.
saying that
Yeah.
this you just need
Peace
peace.
was the need, not the person. That's what
But
I'm
what I
getting
was
to.
saying is
That's the root.
Right, but
right.
that's what I'm saying. Like
That
But
don't
here's
I
the
never
thing though,
change. I
Kev.
still need peace. I don't care if it came
Let's
from
say
them
that
or me. I still needed peace.
right, and that's what I'm saying. It's like
but
some
listen,
things
how
are
it
going
comes
to
to
be
you change,
firm.
right?
Well, I don't think anybody's going to give up their peace.
Right. But
I
even
don't
if
think that. Right. I think some things are going to be firm, and then some things are going to be understood without even having to be explained. Like, I don't need to tell you that I need you to be the peace in my life. Like, nah, you not go.
Right.
I'm not. Nobody should be in a relationship with anybody that's literally causing chaos and turmoil. Like,
Right.
I shouldn't have to sit down and tell you that I need you to be my peace, right? But
Right.
if 10 years ago we were in a relationship and I said, Kevin, I need you. Is it Kevin or
Yes,
is it
Kevin.
Kiva? Okay.
Kevin. Yeah.
Can I get in next, Kev?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, sure.
If I told you 10 years ago that I need you to be the financier of the relationship because I'm not great with money management. But then, like Warlock was saying, in that in this time that we've been together, I've learned, right? Now I no longer need that. I may need you to take control somewhere else. I may need you to step up and be and do something different. Now you don't necessarily have to be the financier, okay? Because I'm there now, right? I got that together. But if I need you in another area, then that need for me did change. And that's what Warlock is saying. If my needs change, yours or you yourself as my mate, I mean, and vice versa, we're going to have to change with one another if we're going to grow and go together.
Exactly.
Some things are non-negotiables, and that those are your deal breakers. I'm not gonna. It's not tolerable that you are going to interrupt and that you're going to bring chaos and turmoil into my life. And that's cool. And we all need to eat. We all need to breathe. We
Thank you,
all need to
Lord.
live. We all
I
need to
walk it
have
now.
whatever. But we're not, but some add different aspects, like Jane was saying. She needed her husband for one thing, and then that got better. Then she needed him for something else. Then that got better. Those are still needs. I don't want you to do this because I would like to not want to be in this situation myself, but I need you.
Go ahead, Mary.
Hey yo, and Kev, not to like take over or try to run shit or nothing, but Matthew Martin 8595, he ain't spoke at all. He been up here for a
Yeah, yeah. I gotta get him. I gotta get my brother in too, though. I think because I just seen Mary said, so I'm gonna let him go. Then Matt can come in right after. Mary, what the? He get his turn and then he just go teacup. That's crazy. Uh, no, he just actually just said he wanted to go next. Mary, where
yeah,
you
go
at?
ahead, man.
Mira.
Operate. It wanted to do his own thing. It was doing the other stuff. But I agree with a lot of what's been said, but then there was the one thing that I didn't agree with that I wanted to chime in on, and that's the be my peace. If somebody's your peace, that's just like somebody being your happiness and they control it.
Right.
I don't need you for my peace. As you can hear, it's quite peaceful. I have my own peace. I bring my own peace. I just need you to add to my peace, not to disrupt the peace that I already have. Um, I was just talking to my mother today, and it is amazing because
her and my father have been married over, I think, almost 40 years, over 40 years. And I'm like, everybody wants your marriage, but they don't want your journey. They don't want the walk that y'all had to go through in order to get there. And yes, there was changes, and yes, there was changes in needs, but you have to be like still be yin and yang for each other, and be flexible enough to make the shift. And I admit there was a lot of times that it was difficult for my father and difficult for my mother, but they still hung in there together. I just see it as we struggle to make relationships work because we find so many loopholes to the outs. We find so many focus. We find it so easy to focus on the negative and not to see the positives or to see the positive of the person. We think that we're doing so good or we're giving so. I'm loving you so good, not realizing that I may or may not be, and everything that you may be feeling that that you're getting, they may be feeling the same way too. They just may not be saying it. Listening and learning it's a skill, and a lot of us fail at it. Like I said earlier, a lot of us think because we can talk, we can communicate. You think because I heard what you said that I understand you, but if I'm jumping in and responding and I haven't given it time to really truly digest that I really understand what you said, I take conversations like a meal now. And when I'm eating, I listen, and sometimes I want to jump in, but then it's like, no, wait, swallow. Chew that up, really chew it up and swallow it before you go and spit it back out, because it might not be as bad tasting as you really thought it was, or it might not be,
He said.
Now, go ahead.
I said that's what she said, but go ahead.
Oh. But my thing is, because like I did today, the topic on forgiveness. And I really think that a lot of us think that we're doing things that we really aren't doing. And I beg to ask the question, would you really want the forgiveness that in return that you give? And it's the same thing with peace. It's the same thing with love. I think a lot of us, we want so much that we haven't learned to be content and haven't learned how to appreciate the greatness that someone can bring into our life by meeting our needs. 80-20. We so stuck on that 20% that we lose 80%. I land.
Go ahead, Matt.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Can everybody hear me?
Yep. What's up, my brother? You been all right?
Yes, sir. I hope everybody had a good holiday. What's going on, cousins and Warlock,
What's up,
Mirror,
player?
Gemini?
What's happening with you? What's happening with you?
Oh man, same old, same old. But I wanted to talk about, this changing within relationships. I think it's a beautiful thing to a relationship to evolve. I don't think it changes, because to me, the change means that the core of things changes. If the core of your relationship is not built off a sturdy foundation, well, it's going to fall anyway. So let's just use the word evolve. I think in evolution of relationships, the people within the relationships is how it defines them. So therefore, people have to change. That's like before you have kids. When you first marry, y'all going on great trips and just enjoying each other. Well, then when you get kids, the man is the one that really has to change the most, because not only he's not going to be the first one that his wife is doing things for. So if you don't have kids previous to your marriage, you have to get used to being second. So you have to redefine yourself there. You have to evolve into a different person and understand it's not about my ego. This is about her being a mother, taking care of my kids. No matter what place she puts me in, I have to do my duties and my due diligence to be the best father that I can be. Now, once your kids are grown and you're an empty nester, well, you have to evolve again, which in turn, the people have to redefine who they are in order to make the marriage successful. That's why I think it's so beautiful, because marriage is not just this mundane thing all the time, because it evolves from time to time. But people don't allow their marriages to get there because once it get mundane, people head for the hills. So y'all continuously go through repetitions of the exact same stage that you was in before. The next situation you get into, you say, well, it's getting redundant too. All of them are going to be that way. No man is going to make every day feel like you're born again. There's no man on the face of this planet. And that's why I think those things are beautiful. Instead of us analyzing things and saying, okay, well, this is redundant. Look at the beautiful part of what marriage is. And that's what I tell a lot of sisters and brothers. You know what I'm saying? We pay so much attention to the negative and what people are not doing. Sometimes just take a good look back and analyze how beautiful it can be with sticking things out with people when you started with nothing. Maybe she was helping you out and her friends called her stupid. Why you with this bum? Why you this? Why you that? And now this man, guess what? He got his own clothing line and he's doing well. The same women that called him bum will be the same women that's trying to sleep with him. Those are the beautiful things when you stuck it out together. People just want to meet people at the finish line and just say, you know what? I want him to come already with his inventing Gucci and Louis Vuitton and stuff like that. No, help each other build. If your wife got a dream, if you can help her along, you know, the way while you still fulfilling your purpose, do so. And I think that's the way majority of men feel, but women seem to think that men want to hold y'all back. No, we want our sisters to come. We just want y'all to prioritize that normally when you get married, if a man has a plan, we're going with my plan, and now we can bring your dreams and your plan along. I'll land my plane.
Hey, do you guys? I got a question for God because you just brought up a good point. But I was thinking as I've been listening, and you know how we have like basically negative rhetoric that goes across this internet all the time. And we also have positive messages that go out. And I think a lot of people, they just get like a little, you know, the sound bites, the don't have anybody interrupt my peace, right? As an example, right? Or, you know, if somebody, you know, you got to be able to vet people properly. And if you see these red flags, you got to bounce. If you see these red flags, you got to bounce. All of these are positive, constructive advice, but it still has context. And people are using that to run away from relationships, right? When we were talking about back in the day, people actually, you know, had effort to stay. They found reasons to stay. Where we say nowadays, people find reasons to bounce. Well, it's like the negative, how terrible relationships are and how bad women are and how bad men are and blah, 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 blah. So you have all of that going out here. And then you have the people that are saying positive things, but instead of hearing the entire message, they only get the sound bite. They only get those quick little, hey, don't fall for the okie doke. Don't, your red flags, when you see a red flag. And so they use that as soon as they see one little sign of trouble, oh, I'm out of here. So then are we my question is, are we sabotaging ourselves too with the advice because people are not receiving it right? Or is it just people are, for lack of a better word, cowards, that as soon as they see some trouble, we're in a generation where I would rather run than face trouble? What do y'all think? Do y'all think that it's kind of like, or is it a mixture of all of that? Like, what do you think about that?
It's a mixture.
Plus. Yeah, I was about to say, I think it's a mixture of a little bit of all of it, because on one hand, you got a group that's telling you, oh, red flag, get out of there. But then you got another group on the other hand saying, well, that's your man or that's your woman. You should be able to speak that out. You should be able to, you know, quote unquote, hold them down or whatever the case may be. So I don't think that people are just simply cowards, because they choose to either stay or definitely buy out of a situation. I think if you choose to do what's best for you and come out of a situation that you feel no longer serves you, I think that's your choice. And I also think that's your right. Because again, who wants to be in the middle of chaos or who wants to be in the middle of turmoil? And at some point, we get like that things happen. We get that there are situations and circumstances that come up in a relationship or in a marriage or whatever. But if it's constant or if it's not getting, or if nobody is making a conscious effort to do better and be better, then yeah, go ahead, dip. There's no need to stick around. Stick around for what? Just to say you stuck around? No.
Anybody else want to get on that?
Well, I have this
Sound
to
like to
say. You're
do
not
what makes
sticking
you
around.
happy, Trini.
Yeah, and I think that's a lot of the problem too, because we have people running around here thinking life is just about happiness. Life is not just about happiness. It's not the way this works. It doesn't say in any vow anywhere that you're going to be happy and that's what your marriage is built off of. I think y'all do realize that a lot of men are very unhappy in relationships and in their circumstance, but they still find the fortitude and find a way to stay.
But to what
That's
end?
period. People to the end
To
until the
what
lady
end?
leaves.
But to
Until the
what
lady
end?
leave.
To what end? So you're gonna stay in a relationship and neither one of y'all are going to make a conscious effort to do and be better.
Don't make a
I'm gonna
commitment
do every
that don't make a
You're just
commitment
gonna
unless you
stay
can keep
unhappy.
it.
You're
Don't
just gonna
give your
stay
word to make
unhappy.
don't give your word to make a commitment if you can't keep it. It's not about your happiness. It's about being an adult. Your happiness is on you. You are responsible for your happiness, not the other person. So if you are unhappy, you need to figure out what changes you need to make within yourself to figure out why I am unhappy. Because whether that other person was there and was not, you were still going to be unhappy because all these people, after they leave the relationship, are still unhappy. They go jump in these new relationships and put on a false face of being happy, but want to return back to the old relationship the majority of the time. Come
If
on, so
you
don't sit
gonna
up here and act
if
like
you
a lot
step
of your
on my
sisters haven't.
if you step on my big toe and I say to you, Mirror, you're on my toe, bro, back off. I can step, I'm your husband. I can step on your toe if I want to. Your body belong to me. Huh? No, bro, get off my toe. Like that hurts. You stepping on my toe hurts. So back off my toe. You mean to tell me that, oh, I'm supposed to just continuously let you step on my toe because you're my husband and you feel like my body belongs to you, so you get to do whatever you want to do to me, irregardless as to how it makes me feel? And I'm supposed to be okay with that.
Nobody said anything about abuse.
That's metaphorically speaking of you actually hurting me and disregarding my feelings.
But can we
You don't
can we
you you
can we be honest though and say too, a lot of this is circumstance. People stay because they don't feel they can leave.
That's
A lot
right.
of times, I mean, let's be honest, because I know I hear this a lot, and there is some truth to it. But my man just said it, where men will sit there and stay in a marriage or stay in a relationship that they know that they are miserable at, but because they have duty, they're gonna stay. They stay because they ain't got no other options. Let's be honest.
That's it.
And there are some men who have honor that way. I'm not going to discredit that because that's true, right?
Okay, because I was going to say, brother, I didn't stay because I didn't have other options. I stayed because I made a commitment.
Hold on, but I'm saying is there's always outliers. There's always some of us that have honor, but I'm talking about the majority of men. If they have options, they bouncing. If they not going to sit up here and suffer. That's why you see all of these dudes with that got paper. As soon as something go wrong, they out. They'll leave that marriage. They'll leave all them kids. They leave all that shit because they know they got the paper to do it. We know that. We see it through history. Like, we can't deny that. The same thing with women. If y'all don't have leverage and y'all can't leave, y'all will stay with that abuser. It seems like, and obviously there are the outliers. I'm going to clarify. Okay, we know that some women are just whatever, but the point is, when you are able, that is the reason why now a lot of women are getting more divorces, because they have the financial means to do it. Whereas in history past, they had to suck up and stay with that because they would have no option. But now options have changed things. So my next question is, do y'all think that these ideas of options, because a lot of it is just pipe dreams. You think you have an option and you really don't. But the idea of options, is that also...
Thank you, because I was sure finna come. Thank you for cleaning that up.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how that works. We think the other side, but anyway, do y'all think this illusion of option, is that creating hardship for relationships as well? What do y'all think?
No,
That's exactly what it is.
I don't think so. I think it's somebody said it earlier. It's a lack of proper vetting and not recognizing that you're incompatible with somebody, and I can't discount that it doesn't play a small part, but or that it doesn't play a part, but I don't think that the imagery of options, or I can't remember the exact wording you use, but options isn't it. Like, I not the whole,
Even
not
after
entirely.
Beyonce made a whole song, I Could Have Another You in a Minute.
I mean, no, I still don't think so. I like I say, I think it's part, but I think it's more. I just think it's part. I don't think entirely. No, I don't.
I disagree too. I don't think it's options. I think it's the fact that people, men or women, I think it's because they know, I can do this. I can go through life without you. Period. My grandmother, both my grandparents were married. My grandmother was married before my granddaddy died. I want to say like maybe 40, 50 something years, something like that. But she had 6 kids, no job. He had 2 outside children. So it's essentially my granddaddy had 8 kids. My grandmother had 6 kids. Where you going with them children? Where you gonna stay? What job you gonna have? Who's going to provide? Who's going to keep those kids while you go to work? And my grandmother did not work. My granddaddy worked. She had his check on every Friday, paid every single bill, bought food, the whole 9 yards. Who gonna do it for you, sis? Nobody. So yeah, I'm gonna stay. Lord knows I'm gonna stay because I got these kids. When me and my son's dad left, okay, I can do it. It's not so much as having other options or going out and being with another man, or for that matter, most people don't even desire another partner, especially after coming off of a tumultuous relationship. They don't want another partner right off the bat.
Right. Okay, so in that example, if, let's say for instance, if your grandmother came from an independently wealthy family, right? And they told her, look, this dude out here having kids on you and everything, you need to come on home. No, bring them kids, come on, we got you. You don't have to worry about nothing. Would you think that she would have stayed if she had that option? Or she would have just said, no.
She would have dipped. She would have took her kids if she had the option to go back home, and her parents were able to, financially sustain her and her children, my mom and my aunts and uncles. She would have dipped. My
Right. See,
granddaddy
that's
was
what I
off. My
was.
granddaddy was off the chain. I'm talking double barrel shotguns, the whole 9 yards. No, baby. Listen, the one
Right.
thing I know is my people. Now you can speak for your people, but I know my people. My grandmother
People
would
say
not have stayed. My granddaddy was off the chain, literally
people
off the
say
chain.
the people say the same thing about Coretta Scott King. She was a
I don't
well
know Coretta Scott
educated.
King, baby. I can't speak for that woman.
She could have been with almost any man on the face of this planet. When Martin Luther King was doing his thing, she didn't leave
How-
him. It
That's
wasn't
another
because she
thing.
didn't
You
have
don't know
upward
what these people
mobility.
be. You don't know what
It
these
wasn't
people be
because she didn't
doing.
have upper mobility. This is a mindset that our sisters have been tricked into, that they think, oh, now that I have money, I don't need a man. Okay, that's fine. You're welcome to that. The only thing I just
No,
ask the
nobody
sisters,
said that they don't
don't
need a
bring
man.
kids into this world. Look,
Nobody
just
said
go
they
do it by
don't need a
yourself.
man. That nobody said they don't need a man. That's the point that y'all men be missing. We're not saying we don't need men. We're saying that we don't need men that's gonna knock us upside our heads and tell us and demand that we stay with them. That's what we saying. And that seems to
That's
be
not what
that,
they meant, Antoinette.
But that's
That's
what
that
not
no.
what they
seems
They
meant.
when it, who would said? Ain't nobody saying knock you. Oh my God, I'm done. I'm done.
Antoinette, that is not what the hell they mean. They mean because of the simple fact that they make their own money, they pay their own bills,
What
this,
is
that,
going
they
on?
don't need a fucking man. It ain't got nothing to do with whether or not they get knocked upside the head or not.
that's not what I
Because the
was
vast
saying.
majority of men
That
are
was
not
not
doing that
that
shit.
was not my whole that wasn't my angle. I
So
was
No,
not
Beyonce
I
saying
know,
was
that
but
we
I'm
off.
just
didn't
saying you
I
made that
was not
point.
saying that
Then
we
why did
didn't
you
need a man
say it?
because of his
Y'all, why y'all
statement.
doing it?
Because of his statement. Again, you don't know what Coretta Scott and Martin Luther King had going on in their relationship. All you know is what people are now currently saying. So you can't say what he was doing and what she would have done. I'm telling you what I know for a fact that my granddaddy had going on, and that I know that if my grandmother had other means of caring for her children, she would have left him. But the fact
Okay.
that she did not is why she did not leave. And
Right.
I'm saying
And
today, it may not be somebody knocking you upside your head, but I gave the scenario, the metaphorically speaking scenario, that if mirror, you step on my toe and I say to you, you're stepping on my toe, back off, but you respond to me in a manner that states, your body is my body, your toe is my toe, I'm going to continue to step on it. That means you disregard how I feel. And at that particular point in moment, I do have a choice. I have a choice to stay and let you continue to step on my toe, AKA hurt my feelings, disregard my feelings, be inconsiderate of me as a person, as a whole, as a woman, or I could leave. And I could do that because I can manage without you doing that to me.
okay, so I wanted to bring up something really fast about the whole women are saying that we don't need men, right? I don't think that people are having a lapse in time when there was this independent woman phase where there was a great deal of men saying, I want a woman to want me, not need me. I don't need her all in my pockets. I don't need no gold digger. And then they had songs, since we want to bring up Beyonce songs, there was a whole R&B era for like 4 years of men making collaborations with other men talking about independent women and how she had her shit together and everything else, 2 cars and 2 jobs and all this other stuff. So then we started fitting the bill, because mind you, that was our age group, right? I'm 35. So then we started saying, well, we don't want a man to think that we need them. We just want them to know that we want them. Now that we saying we don't need you but we want you, now it's a problem. I really feel like we as a whole in general don't know what the hell we want, because it's either you don't want the woman to need you because that makes her somebody that's going to be a gold digger, or you want the woman to want you, or whatever the case may have you. I am now confused, because is it wrong to want to be financially stable and independent?
Come
Absolutely
on now.
not.
Come on
Wait,
now.
wait a minute,
Damn.
wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. It is nothing wrong with wanting to be an adult and pay your bills. Nobody wants to be with somebody still staying with their parents in their 40s because they never came out here and tested life on their own. It's nothing wrong with that.
that. However, now that we're at this era where men are, especially men that we are talking to, 30s and 40s, you should want a woman to be able to have her own shit. Why would you not want somebody that is independent enough to say, I can feed myself, clothe myself, pay my own bills? It's nothing wrong with that. But can you contribute to a family should be the question. Not asking, okay, well, you're so independent and you got a degree. What is wrong with having a fucking degree? What is wrong with that? What is wrong with being proud of saying I went to school and I finished it? School is hard as shit and very expensive. There's nothing wrong with that. The problem is that y'all was speaking one thing in the early 2000s. Now it's 2024, about to be 2025, and now she don't need to be independent no more. Make up
Oh,
your minds.
I think
okay,
I
I'm gonna
get
make
it.
up my mind with this.
Let me say this
I'm
though.
gonna be real short.
Hey,
I'm gonna be real
Come on,
short.
hold
y'all
on.
been short all day. Let me just get in real quick for
Oh
a quick
shit,
second.
Kev. I was
Yeah, I'm
quiet for
back.
like damn near 30
Because I
minutes.
came at the
Kev, go
right
ahead.
time. I came at the right time, and I'm about to try to squash this confusion because I think we just going extreme on both ends. One part I think, and it's the attitude I think they realized. So I think at one point, right, when they was saying them, when they had them songs, it was because there was a lot of women that was only trying to, get with men just because of like the money and being gold diggers. I know they had before the independent era, they did have a song called I'm trying to be with no gold digger. I think that came before the independent thing. I think I'm pretty sure that came before that. So I think that's when they came with the independent men is independent. Yeah, that's when they came with that later though. But I don't think it was with the intentions of saying I don't need a man. And I think they went to the extreme from that because it seemed like I'm not trying to be like that, but it seemed like with women, it's just like they got to go from extreme to extreme and they can't understand the balance. Right. So life ain't just full of just extremes for the most part. So the other part is just that we realized the attitude that come behind it. So it done got so bad that when we are trying to get them to kind of lighten up and let a man try to do what they claim that they want men to do, it's like they like, no, I really don't need you, and no, you get out my way and all this other stuff or whatever. It's like, hold up, man, now you being too dang on independent that you're not even trying to, because like even men know when to yield sometimes because they yield for their woman and stuff. Like it's even like men grew up in the era of like the happy wife happy life thing, but now it's just like you got to kiss their butt all the way or not. But overall, I think, like I said, overall it started off with because they were gold diggers, that they all was just it was all about the money and all about. So it's like they still want to see if you be able to do it, do it yourself, but not just exclude them from just say that would have had that attitude of just I did it on my own and I'm strong, black, and independent. No, I don't think men even themselves even do that stuff too. It happened to be the women that try to do that, and they the only ones that say that they don't need no male. You never heard a man that say that they don't need no woman. So I think, like I said, and I'm glad that you're saying it, because I guess it is confusing a lot of women that they just got to go to the extreme with everything to understand what's happening though. But I think because they never experienced dealing with some have, but they never experienced what like dealing with a woman is. That's the reason why it's kind of confusing, I guess, from that point. That's what make it confusing though. But hopefully, I don't know how to explain it.
Kev, I'm a little confused. Are you saying that the
I have
women?
a question for the host.
Hold on,
Have
hold
you?
on, hold on, hold on, hold on,
I'm
hold on.
sorry. I'm sorry.
Real
Okay.
quick.
Y'all
My
got a
break, my
question?
break.
Y'all
Hold
didn't
on,
even say that y'all
hold
understood
on.
what I
That's what
said.
I'm saying.
That's crazy.
Hold
That's
on.
why I got questions because I don't understand.
Everybody. We got.
God damn it.
We got to tap the screen. We got to tap the screen, people. We got to tap the screen, people. Tap the
Oh fuck,
screen,
I just
people. This is
realized you only
getting
got
heated.
10
This is good conversation.
Not in the box.
Go ahead on and tap the box, man. Look, join his team. All of that good shit. If you want to gift the host, get the host. Okay.
Mira, don't tap inside the box.
But if you do nothing else, just tap. That's for free. All it do is keep us on the FYP to where this keeps the live alive. Okay. I just want to. I know everybody want to get in, but she actually gave a good question. I think that the gentleman on the panel should answer that question, and then
All right, what was the damn
to get
question,
that
cousin?
take. So we
They
can
got to
move
be willing to
on.
listen first, because it seemed like
No, I
I just
want
did a
her to
whole
repeat.
thing.
I want her
I was
to
about to
repeat.
say, can I go first?
That's what I'm saying. I want let's get all the guys on here because she asked this specifically to the guys.
All right, what
To
was the
where
question? Damn it.
She said,
We didn't digest none of
if
what
you
you
want to
said.
repeat the
Hold
question,
on,
if you want to
Leon.
repeat it,
I need to know what the question is.
right, if you want to repeat the question for the panel, and then we'll go from the top and just come all the way down with the guys, and because
Okay.
I
Well,
want to put the stuff on the
first,
floor. Go ahead, yeah.
I'm gonna need for Mira to stop saying he ain't gonna digest it, because if we're gonna get anywhere, we need to start digesting what we're saying to each other so we can stop being so confused when we are trying
I
to
didn't say I wasn't gonna digest it. I said
oh,
y'all didn't digest none of what Kev said. Y'all regurgitated that right back up. I don't even think y'all took it in.
I don't think anybody made a comment yet because Kev cut that off, and then cousin asked for
Wait,
everybody to
what's the
tap.
question, man?
They just said that okay, my bad, Warlock. So what is it that men are actually wanting? Is the problem with independence? At one point early in the 2000s, that was the main point, was independence, or is it what is it that y'all are wanting? Because it's confusion at this point.
Okay. Gemini, you first, my dude. That's if
So
he's even here.
yeah. Okay. So like yeah, I'm here. Y'all can't hear me? Can y'all hear me?
Go ahead, my dude.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Okay. So like I'm gonna say as far yeah. Can you hear me? Okay, so as far as
Well,
that
now you got
We
two
can hear
bars.
you.
Damn it,
independent
speak.
thing in the earth. Oh my god.
He might be muting himself. Yeah, I think we should all go on
So
mute.
okay, so can y'all hear me now? Kev, can you hear me? Kev?
You have a delay, Gemini, speak.
Is everybody else on? Okay. So if we're going back to I want to speak first to I want to speak first to the 2000s thing, and going back to the 2000s, like that's going to be speaking to men that were affluent or had a lot of money. And of course, they want somebody who has their own and is independent and don't need them or want them or whatever the hell they was talking about. Because I thought that shit was stupid. But so like from that perspective, rich people don't want to be taken advantage of because they got money. You know, so that's that. But men want to be in a relationship with somebody, regardless of their level of education, regardless of their income. They want to be in a relationship with somebody that when they do shit for them, it's appreciated. They want to do shit. They want to be in a relationship with people that when they go hard for them, like it's reciprocal and they get, somebody going hard for them. They like it's independent. Like if you can do it yourself, like that's cool because like you're an adult. Awesome. Like that's great. But like Kev was saying, like to be able to take care of yourself and be an adult, that's cool. But like for you to be able to take care of yourself and then talk shit to me because you don't want me or you don't need me or maybe you don't even desire for me to take care of you or to help or to try, that's a whole different thing. And more times than not, that's where we are. That's the interaction. Oh, you don't want to. You don't want to do this. Shit. Well, by then I do it myself. Like, okay. Have fun with that, I guess. Like, but yeah. It's just kind of gotten a little out of hand. But yeah, and again, that's only for like some people. But yeah, I'll stop there. I'm done. I'll land.
All right. So I'm gonna try to make mine short and concise. when we start talking about the early 2000s, and this is where I think shit went totally fucking left when this whole thing about the sexual liberation came in. That's when shit really totally went left. Because that was more or less the time where it started that women didn't give a fuck about their pride and joy, their kitty cat, and all of that, and they just started giving it to everybody and just didn't give a fuck. That's where we started going left. Now, in reference to this whole thing about your education is for you. As we hear a lot of people saying, I know this is not a vast majority of women, but they're the loudest. Your money is my money is my money. So in essence, that's why we don't give two fucks about your education. Because on a rare basis, is your education and your money for the family. It's for you. That's the reason why a lot of guys are saying, we don't care about your education. Plus, at the same token, a lot of women that are educated use it as a mean of demeaning the man. Well, I'm educated, I'm strong, independent, and educated. Who gives a fuck? All that is being an adult. That's why I never understood that strong and independent shit. Because nobody's independent. We're all interdependent on something or someone. So that shit just boggled my fucking mind. However, I talks my shit for those of y'all that don't know. I did marry a woman with 5 kids. However, people ask me would I do it now? Fuck no. Reason, I don't give a shit if she has 1 or 2 kids. It was all about my wife's mindset. And I think that a lot of women's mindsets are fucked up nowadays. It's the priorities are half-ass twisted. Not half-ass twisted. Well, I say half-ass twisted. This is why we get all of these damn conversations and why people get in an uproar, because the mindsets are fucked up. When I talk and some of the guys talk about body count, it's not about how many dudes you slept with. It's about the actions or the behaviors that usually come behind it. That's the same thing with the education. That's the same thing with a whole lot of different things. It's about mindset. This is what we don't approve of, is the mindset, the behaviors. Now, you can say the same thing about us. That's cool. But I'm just letting you know from this side of the damn fence on why things are. That's why we don't care. And I'm going to tell y'all, and I'm going to be honest, and I'm going to end on this. This whole thing about this tit for tat shit, I forgot. Maybe somebody can tell me. The men came up with drizzle. It was something that the women started. They came up with something before that, and then the men came up with the drizzle shit. Then the motherfuckers came up with this 4B shit, and the men came up with the 5B shit. That tit for tat shit pisses me the fuck off. Because as men, as far as I know, as far as being a man is concerned, that's not the shit that we do. So I do believe a lot of guys on here, even though a lot of guys say it was just satire, we was just throwing it back in their face. Since when do we as men do that stupid shit? I never got that. But I hope I answered your question, Jane. If I didn't, I'll try to do it, or maybe somebody else will answer it more in full, but that's just my take.
To put it simply, I think it's never been a time that a man I shouldn't use the word want, he has to be needed. That's a part of our purpose. That's every man that calls himself a man. It's our purpose, is to be needed. If you don't make your man feel like he's needed, it's going to bother him. Regardless if it's just opening up a pickle jar and closing it back and acting like, I couldn't open it, babe. For some dudes, it's cool. They like their ego stroke. I, for one, am not. I don't like people playing games with me. If you need me to do it, I'll do it for you. But it boils down to people feeling insufficient. I don't think anyone wants to feel insufficient. I did a live on that, and I apologize to my sisters on TikTok that we give hell to all the time. We blame them for the problems that's in our community and all that. And I told them, I'm sorry that us black men that's on here that's trying to help our community, the conversations in which we have we make y'all feel insufficient in that you guys are unseen. That's the problem. That's why these women start this "I don't need a man" thing. It's to gather men attention, because they know the one thing that can get to somebody is by making them feel insufficient. So that was the one way they could do it, by saying, well, nah, we don't need men. Sisters, we hear y'all. Y'all are not insufficient to us. We love you. That's why we continuously have these conversations, in which majority of y'all don't listen to anyway. That's why Kev was saying what he was saying in the comments, because you're going to walk away from here with your same ideology and not taking any of the information that people are giving you. I land my plane.
So I think, is that all? Did Mary want to go? Because I was about to say I'm gonna do it over again. This time I want y'all to like write it down. That way y'all know what I'm. Because I'm gonna say I feel like I broke it all the way down, and it just the whole point got me.
Hey,
But I'm gonna try it again.
Yeah,
you want me to
yeah.
go
I'll be
before
quick.
you or after you, Kev?
Oh no, you can go ahead, and then I'm gonna re-say it
Okay.
over again though.
All right, so Mira and then me and then you. All right,
Yeah.
all right, go ahead, Mira.
All right. Well, the question is, what do we want? And I don't have to answer the other parts about the '90s and stuff, because Gemini and the other gentleman pretty much cleared that up. What we want is somebody that's a teammate, somebody who wants to cooperate, and somebody who understands that there is no I in team. That yeah, Jordan was a star, but Jordan couldn't do anything without Pippen. Kobe and Shaq, and it's a team. But when you have one person that's screaming that I don't need you on the team, and that's when you have a disruption in the team. And that was something I did a live about, talking about that. Can you truly respect something that you don't need? And you can't. So, and how do you love a man? You love a man by respecting him. So what we want is to be loved and respected. We want to be treated as if we matter. Plain and simple.
Cousin, it's on you, my dude.
Okay. So motherfuckers might get mad at me, but it is what it is. I gotta keep it 100. First of all, let me say, the real or men who are of substance, okay, men who got their shit together somewhat, even halfway. We we value a woman with education. Okay, first of all, let's get that out the way. This is it's not about that's a problem. We value women who can get things done. Okay, we value comparable women who are strong, and I don't want to say independent, because like Warlock said, I don't think anybody is independent, but I understand what a woman means when she says it. Okay, and I think most men understand what you mean when you say it. But here's the part that people don't like to talk about, and that is there's a majority of men who just butthurt. Okay, their ego has been fragile for a long time, and that hits egos. When you say you don't need, quote unquote, a man, it hits the ego. Okay, it just is what it is. There are certain men who, yeah, we understand and we don't trip, right? We look at it and we talk about it. We talk about the principles like what you heard on this panel, right? We're giving you reasons of why this is. But to a good majority of men, they are fucking hurt because they are emotional and they don't want to admit it, because we as men get told to not be emotional. We got to be stoic. We got to compartmentalize all this other bullshit. So when things happen to us, we don't know how to get and how to deal with it other than fight. Okay? And so we either fight or we run. We retreat or fight. If we can't fight, we bounce. But because that is acceptable ways to deal with things in days of old as a man. And there are a lot of men now who are having problems adjusting to dealing with feelings, okay, and understanding that. So what you have is a lot of these podcasts, these motherfuckers is hurt, Okay, they don't know how, but so what they do is they're going to turn it and make it into something that is now acceptable to their peers, which is talking shit about women. So what you have is that, right? Then you see a lot of people getting lucrative money doing that. So now you have a lot of people just imitating it. They may not even believe what they're saying, but they're imitating it to get that podcast going. They're imitating that bullshit to get that click going, right? To get a following, because they know that there are a lot of young, impressionable dudes who will support it because they hurt, right? So there's that one section of those men, okay? And then there's the other part of, like I think my brother just said, men as a whole, we need to have a purpose. To really be in our masculine, we need to have a purpose, right? And men get in trouble when we lose our purpose and when we don't have a purpose. And unfortunately, in this society, a lot of men's purpose revolve around women, okay? We know we can sit up here and candy coat the shit, but as a man, you was judged if you had all the women. Oh yeah, you was the dude. If we go back and we look at every metrics of life, getting women, being able to have women, that is a level of status. And for our peers, that means something, right? And so what you have is, if you have a whole bunch of women telling you that you're worthless, we don't want you, we don't need you, what happens? It hits the ego. And now you have men who secretly feel like, okay, yeah, I know what you mean, but at the same time, it's still hitting them emotionally. And they don't know how to express it, so all they're gonna do is hit back. And then you're gonna get the little, squiggles and back and forth and all that shit that Laura like was talking about. That's where all that shit comes from, right? But so what you have now is we have the access to get on the internet. We now can express ourselves.
What the? Phone die?
What the fuck happened?
Yeah, his phone probably died.
Ah,
Man, I want him to finish that up before I get to it, and y'all get y'all pen and paper ready, cause I'm not gonna repeat this again. But go ahead, let me get cousins in. Letting this phone die and stuff, man.
Damn, my bad. I don't know what the hell happened. I'm sorry.
No, I need the women. You
But,
gotta send that to these women because they didn't hear me, so we're gonna make sure they hear me this time. I'm gonna break it down again.
well, I don't know where I left off, but let me just say this. I was getting long-winded, so let me just end it quick. The bottom line is there are a lot of fragile, egoed men nowadays. And men are trying to find their semblance of masculinity. They're trying to find their purpose. And when they hear from women that they're not needed, it hits them in the chest real hard. They don't want to admit that shit because that is admitting weakness. But that's the reality, okay? And when we sit here and try to dismiss that, right? If you're a woman and you're hearing me say this, okay, you could say, well, that's on him. He need to figure that out. And that might be true. But this society has failed a lot of these young men. And the reality is we have been taught that this is how we're supposed to be men. And now everything that has been taught for centuries is getting turned upside down. And there's a lot of men who don't have the mentality to easily adjust. And that's what we're seeing. So when you have these men who are talking about, oh yeah, education ain't shit, that's because he probably ain't educated. And it's a threat to him. If he's telling you, I don't need no woman to do this, but then he want to at the same time talk about 50-50. How the fuck you want to go 50-50 with a broke woman, you stupid idiot? But yet they will say this shit all day because it's not about what they really want. Men want women. We love y'all. We need y'all. Y'all need us. But this back and forth, trying to suffer each other, who got it worse, who got it better, all that shit is crazy, but it is all because I think of attention, it's because of clicks, it's because of likes, and it's because of people coping with the fact that they don't know how to deal with their hurt. That's, in my opinion, that's where it comes from. This is my take.
Okay. So now he gave it to y'all the nice, sweet way. I know y'all love it and stuff, and now it's time to hurt feelings. So I'm talking junk. Please tell me, y'all. I'm for real, like seriously, because I don't want to repeat this again. I really do want y'all to write it. I'm gonna just try to break it into sections, right? Because it's really like the whole thing was Jane was saying. She said that it was contradicting itself, and that's why I was trying to like the whole. If the whole thing that I break down is just you gotta realize that what we learned in the process, because I was around that whole era, that whole entire era. I seen when to switch up and all the other stuff or whatever, and I do agree, right? I actually agree with everything Cousin said too, because I think it's a man's fault for the reason why it's like this. But I like I said, it's the extremes, and I think men had to learn the hard way because women take things and they go far left, far right. So I'm gonna start off with that. That's your first thing y'all need to write down right there. So she said, why did it go from saying I don't need a man? You said you was just praising about, independence and all that stuff. But I said it was an era before independence. I even looked this up just while y'all was talking, right? Which I figured I was because I was around that era. Before independence, it was the gold digger era, right? I mean, it was the gold digger thing, right? Which came in 2003. I'm not looking for a gold digger. We made a song about that. So to show them that there wasn't a contradiction, what they did, the point of from going from gold digger to independence, what they was meaning by that is that we don't want a woman just wanting us for our money and all that stuff. That's why they said independent. That's why they was bringing that up. Then what happened? So 1, 2. That's 1, 2 right there. Please tell me y'all writing that down, please. So that it went from gold digger to the independence, right? To independence as in like, hey, stop, I need you to pay for some stuff too, or instead of keep relying on my money only, right? It never said that I don't need a man. It just said so what women did, they went to the extreme and said, okay, independent. So that means they went so independent that they don't need no man. Well, I'm doing it on my own, and I didn't. We never do it. Men is themselves have not did that to say that we don't need a woman. We don't even say that we independent. We was making money and paying for the women. They started making money and paying for themselves. So we realized the error behind it, right? So we realized that they start having this attitude. It was an attitude that came behind the independence and these degrees, and we see it to this day. When they get these degrees and all this stuff, it's more of it's a selfish thing, and it's about I did this and I did it on my own. And no, but when men do it, they don't just say I'm doing it for myself and all this stuff. They actually doing it because they want to help the family. I don't know if y'all noticed that or whatever, but that's why it went from that to that. It's not a contradiction. It just went from that women took that out of it and went extreme with it and the attitude behind it. And that's why men can't deal with it today because they like, all right, you said you want us to be independent. Now we want to be independent, but you're being so independent that you're saying that you don't want to deal with a man. And that's where the problem is today. So it's not, the whole point is it's not a contradiction. It's just that we missing the part that just like I'm gonna put it like now with the police brutality thing, right? A lot of police is I grew up in that era too. When you watch the cop show or whatever, that it was to be police pulling people over and they was getting cracked with bricks and all type of stuff and getting beat up and unalived on TV, right? But now these police are so scary that they going extreme, right? That they taking out because you black and all this other stuff. But I was at the era when I see why the police was scared. And the reason why they was pulling out the pew pew fast enough because they was getting cracked. They were literally getting cracked every time, or because they didn't know what people had in their car and all that stuff. Like they literally, and I watched all this stuff. So that's what I mean. Like these things that's happening, it's like people going extremes on these things though. But it was never. It's not contradictions in it. It's just like you had to be, and like I said, most of us, y'all, is the same age as me. And if I seen all this on TV and through the music and stuff, because I grew up with this stuff, I realized how these things have evolved, and I realized how the extremes started happening. So yes, it was never a contradiction. I just think that women took it out of context, and even today, people taking things out of context. So that's all it is. I hope so. I hope I got.
I'm gonna say this real quick.
Kev,
In reference to
check my dicting. Take my dictation. Tell me if I got it right. I started with far left,
yeah,
far
you
right.
gotta go back through the comments.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this.
Help me.
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna be brief.
Doing good. Help me.
It was
Correct me if
about
I'm
something
wrong,
that I ran across a while ago. sometime in last
I
June.
want to see if they got it first before you go to the next thing, because before you
Okay,
even,
okay,
cause
well, hold
I
on,
don't
hold
No,
like
it's
on,
not
adding
the
stuff
Warlock.
next
on
thing.
top
It
of
was
people's head before
hold
they.
up. All right. All
Yeah, I
right.
Hold
just want
on,
to see if they
Warlock.
at least got it first.
Hold on, Warlock. Kev, I was taking notes. Tell me if I did good.
Okay.
Go
You
back through the
said,
comments.
"Oh, I am. I'm at the top."
No,
You,
I'm
I
telling
put
him
mine.
because you was
I put
writing
mine
as
in
he
my
was talking.
iPad.
Kev.
You said before independence it was the gold digger
Yep, he
era.
said
I
gold
Yes.
wrote it
digger.
in my iPad.
Yep,
Yep.
he said gold diggers made
And
it
then
hard today.
after, yes, and then that's when it was a piggyback off of the fact that men didn't want the gold diggers, and
Right,
that's why they made the independent
Yes.
songs, because they wasn't looking for the gold diggers no more.
Yes.
right.
But then we took it literal, and we went
Never
off the
came back.
damn deep end.
Right, right.
Yes.
And then
And then
men
stop
said,
needing the men after that. That got
well,
so
no,
bad today.
no, no,
Yeah.
hold on. Because these are our notes now. After women, after the women took it too far and said, okay, bet, we're going to go be independent, y'all said, and this the men, y'all men said, wait, hold up. I didn't mean it literally. And then the
What?
men said, y'all independent women forgot about the family. Now you only focusing on yourselves.
Facts, facts.
And then the men said, but you don't need me no more, and that's hurt my feelings.
Mm-hmm.
And
Hmm?
then the police said, we whooped everybody up.
Up in that.
And then the police said, wait a minute, now we scared. So we gotta go to Pow Pow. And then you said
Your notes is crazy.
that you see the changes in the extremes.
Cause why am I over here reading your exactly? Yours is a little you got more notes in than I did. Cause I didn't do the pow pow part. But
I didn't
now
want to
that I'm
miss
reading it,
nothing,
it
honey.
is
I didn't want to miss a thing.
facts. Facts. Cause I think we heard you at first, Kat, but what you said, right? People get excited about this topic. And I be listening to y'all all the time because I think I'm the only one up here that tries both. You know what I'm saying? I dip my whole face in the pie in the lady pond. And I get the emotional issues with the women too, so I can understand for a great deal. But what I do want to bring the attention to is that both of men and women have been doing that for years. And the problem is that when we speak on things that women do, it's perfectly fine. But then when we come not necessarily to your panel, but when it comes down to us voicing the opinion concerning that, I heard a couple of men say, well, men don't do that. Baby, there's whole forums. When we go on the dating sites, the first thing that's on the profile is, I don't need no woman. I know how to cook and I know how to clean. We've been hearing that for years as well. So I think both parties have participated with that. I don't need each other. There's a whole forum right now with over 10,000 men on it at this point saying and expressing, I don't want a woman. Oh, I don't need a woman. I just want one. And this is the reason as to why. All you have to do is Google. Men have been saying that. And we don't find a problem with that. You're supposed to know how to cook and clean. It's a part of being an adult. It's nothing wrong with that. But the thing is that just to say women just been saying that, none of y'all have dated men to say that men don't say that. Y'all listen to y'all homeboys sit around and lie. That's what happens. Because when they come to us, I don't need no bitch. I can cook and clean by myself. When they get mad, I don't need your ass. I can do this shit by myself. I can go to my mama house. You ain't my mama. We hear all that.
But
Y'all don't hear that because y'all don't date men.
Jane, Jane, I think
That
cousin
don't
put it.
sound like a man.
Hold on. I was going to say, I think cousin put it very well when he said men of, I forgot, of a certain status. Those guys that you hear, they may be them motherfuckers that we don't really even associate with. So I can't speak on that.
That's
So
why I like
I'm
cousin answer.
right,
I
right.
like
That's why
cousin
I'm gonna
answer.
leave that part where it is because I really don't associate with them motherfuckers. Right. So
But I
you
will
may be
also
correct
say
in what
that
you're saying.
even men that are high caliber, they tell they women all the time at them country clubs, you better act right, cause you know I don't need your ass.
Well,
They
that's
say it all
fine.
the time. That's why they put
Okay.
up with so
So
much.
what I'm saying is that you have to take that within context. I get that. However, if you ask them what they mean, I guarantee you most of them motherfuckers will say the same damn thing. But when it comes to the other side of the fence, when we start talking about motherfuckers talking about I don't need no man, you go to 50 fucking women, you'll get 46 different explanations on what it meant. That's the only
Right,
thing.
but I'm just saying I feel like we're like both genders are wrong. I really feel like cousin was saying, and I was listening to all the men and all y'all gave great examples. But when I hear don't no men do this at all, I never heard of course you wouldn't. I would suggest anybody that say they never heard a man say that. Sign into a dating site, any dating site of your choice. Pick female for your dating site, and I guarantee you, every man's profile is gonna say, "I don't need no woman. I just
Exactly.
want a woman, and
Let
a
me say this.
particular woman." But
I never make
those
anything
have been up
absolute
there for
though.
years.
I never make anything
Right,
absolute because I know there are people that do damn near everything the opposite. So I never make anything an absolute. I don't. However,
right. I know I didn't hear that from you.
whatever. Okay, that's cool. So what I was gonna
Yeah,
say
I
was
didn't hear you say that right.
back last
I'm sorry.
June, I was in a live, right? And there was a question asked. Give me 5 things that women want in a marriage. And there was another question asked. Name me 3 things that men expect in a marriage, right? And we were told to write these things down because we didn't, you know how motherfuckers say something in a panel and they say, yep, I agree with Jane. And they say, yep, I agree with Jane. We didn't want that shit. So before anybody gave an answer, we was all told to write it down. And of course, on this live, we had the cam up and all of that shit. And believe it or not, out of the 120, that was 120, hold on, I can't read my own handwriting, hold on. Out of 120 people, the 5 things that men and women agreed upon is for the women, they would prefer a man with more money. They wanted stability, love, communication, and loyalty. I know that's 6, right? 118 out of 20 came to that same conclusion. And when we started talking about the men, I'm sorry, 63 of those were women, 55 of them were men that came to that same conclusion. When we came to the men, it said name 3 things that men expect in a marriage. One was loyalty, one was respect, and the other one is for you not to fuck up their peace. It was damn near unanimous. Damn near. That was a small sample size, I get it. But if in fact we can agree on these things as men and women in that small sample size, why is it so fucking hard for people to come to an agreement? Those are just the standard things, really. And we can't even agree on that for the most part. How the fuck are we supposed to agree on the bigger things? That's the thing that I don't understand. I don't get. And I really, it's frustrating as fuck when you can agree on things like that, but you can't agree on the other shit. Somebody help me with that, please. Now, if I mention something for you ladies that you don't agree with, you can sure enough come off and say it. But as a mass majority for that particular live, 118 out of 120 answers were the fucking same.
You know what? I think that it's, we've been saying this for a long time, and the basic human desire at the end of the day are pretty much the same. We just approach it from different directions. Women approach it from a certain direction, and we approach it from a different direction just because of how society has kind of raised us, I suppose. But we all want the same thing at the end of the day, peace,
Because
security, and
you know that was men and
companionship.
women answering both of those questions. Yeah.
Right.
That's what made it amazing. I
We
could see
know
if we
that.
asked the women and then asked the men and it came up to that. But we asked the women both questions and we asked men the both questions. So it's like we know what the hell we desire, but more times than not nowadays, we go after shit that we don't even fucking want. It's like nowadays you have women saying they want men to be more in touch with their emotions. They want men to be emotionally intelligent. They want men to be this. They want men to do that. But if you really get them and sit them down and talk to them one-on-one or in a small group, a lot of them will tell you, I wouldn't date him because that's a motherfucking soft nigga. But you said this is what the fuck you want. Guys will say the same shit. I don't want a woman that's this. I don't want a woman that's that. You get them say, yeah, man, I'd still take her though. So why the fuck are you spitting that stupid shit?
See, the problem is they don't really, like what I was saying before, remember the sound bites, right? I just want a woman that's feminine, fit, and friendly, right? Because that's the positive shit or the popular shit to say. And then when you ask a motherfucker to describe that, it's like, well, you know, what's feminine? What does that mean? You know, submissive. What is submissive? I'm just saying, you know, you ain't saying shit. What are you saying? And you can say that with the same thing with women. But it's the same thing with women, right? You can ask them certain things, and it's like it should be just universally known, but nobody can explain it, right? Because
them follow-up questions are a motherfucker, aren't they?
Right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? And if you go and ask 2 or 3 questions, it unravels in most cases, right? So what we know is a lot of people know what everybody says we should want, and we repeat that when we say what we want on these panels.
Where the fuck is my pill?
What the status quo says. But in reality, we really don't know what we really want, because if that was the case, we would be in successful shits. We wouldn't be in constant rotation of failures, right, with relationships, because we don't know. We just throwing shit on the wall and trying to see what sticks. Meanwhile, society says you should have a man that's 6 foot and 6 feet and 6 blah, 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 and they roll with it. But if you really ask women and really go to the common, none of that shit matters.
Yeah, I'll be fucked up. I'm only 5'7".
That's my point. Every woman that I ever dated talking about they only date over 6'3" people, right? Every model I dated was I don't date nobody but 6'3". Really? And 3 years later, here I am at 5'9", and you was all up on it. So what's happening? You know why? Because that's bullshit.
Yeah.
If somebody is into you, they into you regardless. But the problem is, these things sound good, and this is what's parroted, and so everybody repeats it, and they don't really do the inventory for themselves to find out what they need in their life, or their situation. They're just talking about what everybody else told them that they need.
Facts. Cousin, I like when you said that about sound bites, because the same way the women get up here and they say what they say, and then they be in your inbox talking that different shit.
Yeah.
The men that y'all hold was not, I'm not saying y'all, but majority of the men that hold these other men in my inbox right now talking about their emotions, but they so emotionally intelligent. Get them on the phone and they start crying about their fucking exes. Let's just keep it real. Oh, you don't have enough time for me. Why do you not call me? You just don't have enough time and all that other shit. And I'm sitting there feeling like I have more emotional intelligence by saying I got things I got to do. The same ones that say, oh, I don't want no 304 is the same ones subscribing to me, and I have to block them on here. The same ones that saying they won't spend $9.99 on no OF are now subscribers of mine and have been subscribers of mine for almost a year and a half. Let's just keep it real. We got to stop listening to these panelists when it come down to what they saying, because that ain't the same thing they talking about in these inboxes. And my inbox is full.
Okay, let me jump in your inbox real quick. Shit.
Look, it's hypocritical things all through here, man.
Period.
And that's the biggest thing, like off the chain.
Like, that's the biggest thing that I've seen, and this is not gender specific. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's women who's talking all this shit, but yet got a man at home who's not doing nothing that they say that these women, y'all need to do this and do that. Don't ever listen to this man. Meanwhile, you got this bum at the house running you through the ringer, but yet you telling all these other women what to do. What are you talking about? And vice versa with dudes. I mean, there's dudes got a whole baby mama talking about, oh, don't, baby mamas is all, they just for pleasure. You don't take these serious. Yet you got a whole she got 2 kids. You ain't married to her, knocked her up, still with her. You this whole stepdaddy with no ring, all on the podcast talking all this shit. And I'm like, see, this is what we know, is that most people, and I'm saying most because all I need is 51% to be most. So most people will put up a front in public, but in reality are nowhere near what they claim to be.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And I think that is a lot of where we get this rhetoric from. Because when you got real dudes and real women who have been in relationships, who have been through the ringers, who have known, you know what I'm saying, who got some wisdom about their ass because we didn't got beat up. We didn't came through on the other side. We know what goes on in these relationships. When we tell people how it goes, it's a night and day different than when you see a lot of these cats up here with the big voices and they're telling them, this is what you need to do for a woman. This is what women want. This is what men want. No, they don't. No, they don't. And 9 times out of 10,
God damn, Jane.
people don't even agree with they listening to it. But this entertainment, so they keep rocking with it. And that's some shit we got to stop doing, man. We got to stop supporting the bullshit, in my opinion. I'm just saying.
Look, man. I keep telling motherfuckers. I think about 85 to 90% of the motherfuckers on here are full of bullshit. I do. I really do. And I can say that shit because, like I said, there are certain things that I will not say on here just because I know my boys and the young girls and some of the parents of my players and all of that stuff follow me here on TikTok. Some people may say that I'm hard as fuck, but they ask me, Coach E, why did you take it easy on them people? I cannot tell my boys not to do X, Y, and Z while I'm doing all letters of the alphabet. I can't do it. It's hypocritical and it's detrimental to what I'm trying to teach them. That's why anywhere you go, you see me, my talking points don't change. I don't change because of the daggone live I'm in, you know? And cousin don't either. Switzerland is gonna be fucking Switzerland. Even though I hate fucking Switzerland sometimes. I hate them motherfuckers. Sometimes I just wish they would jump in a fucking war. God damn it. But no, there are certain dudes that I roll with, and for the most part, we all have the same message. We just deliver it differently. I'm really mild-mannered tonight. I'm just letting y'all know, for the ones that don't know. I'm being real mild-mannered tonight because it's the holiday, and come 2025, I'm gonna be in the front running for asshole of the year. I'm just letting y'all know that now. But it's a whole bunch of bullshit that's being spewed on here, and the thing that hurts me the most is that, first and foremost, I don't blame the content creators. I blame the fucking followers. That's the first thing. But I know there's a lot of people on here that are hurt, that are looking for answers, and they go to these places and they get sucked down the damn vortex, and a massive amount of them don't have the mental or emotional power to come up out of that vortex, and they just get sucked down deeper and deeper. And that's what hurts me, especially the ones that do it under the guise of trying to bring the community together, and I don't have these conversations often at all, God or any religious, any type of religion. Those are the ones that piss me off the most. So think what you will, think what you may, but motherfucking Warlock is here to fucking stay. And I'm not going nowhere, so y'all just gonna have to grin and bear it. Fuck 'em. I'm done.
See,
Not a whole outro. Wait a minute.
he was so studious and then just came out the end rude. Just had to end it with a rude
Let me
ass
get
landing.
Hey,
Venetia
yo,
in
I'm
real
just trying to
quick.
figure out how he think that he ain't in the running for asshole of this year. Why you think is only transferring to next year?
Oh no,
What's
because
that all about,
I
bro?
slacked off this year, Gemini. I slacked off. Next year is gonna be full bore. I got me a brand new fucking engine, and that motherfucker primed and ready to go.
Lord have mercy.
Let's get Venetia
Look
in.
at that old ass transmission though.
What up,
Greetings,
Venetia?
greetings, everyone.
Greeting. What's up?
Are y'all going down the list or?
Oh, I thought it was something that you had heard that you want to step in. I mean, you can start. You can do that if you want to.
Are you? I'm great and effective. Okay. I'm a great communicator, and it's really hard dealing with people who can't communicate because you have to almost become an analyst
Who
and
said that?
watch.
Who said that?
Huh?
Who said you was a good communicator?
I know I am a
Yeah, I was
great
about to ask
communicator.
that too. Like, what kind of confirm that, or like, well, how do you know if
Be-
you're a good?
I know I'm a great communicator because I'm a great listener. Um, and
Equate the one to another.
sometimes you have to, people, when you're dealing with people who aren't great or effective communicators, you have to look at body language, context clues, because someone could be saying a sentence, but that's not what they mean. So, like with my fiance now, he came from a very rough background, and he would talk real hard at me, and if I was in my emotions, I would just be in my feelings and get mad and walk out and be like, oh, this Negro talking crazy. But because I'm a logical woman, I could hear insecurity, fear. He don't feel safe here. So now I have to do something to create an environment for him to feel safe. And that was by listening to words that he didn't say. So yes, I'm a great listener and I am a great communicator. Um, are we going all the way down?
Yeah, you can.
What are the
Now,
conversations
Wait
that
a minute. You wouldn't let me answer number 3 and she can go to number 4?
Man, we done got
Come
so
on,
deep, I done
bro.
lost track of everything, man. I'm not in paying attention.
See,
yeah,
give
because
me
I don't
my
even think we
coins
got the
back.
3 yet, Kev.
I
That's
think
fucked
we. I
up.
don't think we got to 3 yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me
Kev
do
on some
two then.
bias.
I'll stop. Let me do two.
Kev on some bias shit. What's going on?
Man, y'all done blew my mind after that whole thing, man. I just not even
Yeah,
thinking.
I'm
I'm
about
just
to
trying to
go to
get this over
bed
with.
on you. I love y'all and there ain't nothing you can do about
For
it.
sure.
Good
All
night.
For
right,
sure.
old
Good
man.
night.
Good night,
Have a
Mira.
good one, my
Good
dude.
night. Take one to know one.
The second one, it says what conversations that are worth talking about and why. It, what's the context? Is this relationships?
You
Is
know not to
this
ask me none of them
TikTok?
questions, man. You know
I
not.
mean,
Don't blow up
that's a
your mind.
broad spectrum. That
Just go it off based on how you feel about it. That's what it is.
Which one you want to talk
You
about?
know I ain't giving no cheat codes. I want people to tell me what's on their mind.
I want a cheat code.
Man, that- she said I want a cheat
You got
code.
I
and the
need
cheat code is
details. I'm
5
a
buttons, and you already
Virgo.
got the
I'm a,
0 in it.
no,
I am a Virgo.
no.
I need
Stop
details.
the
Like,
horoscopes. My
Look,
head hurt.
the cheat code
No,
cause
you're
you
a
have to
woman
put
of
5
God. We
buttons.
don't care about the
We give you 2.
horoscopes.
Figure out.
okay. So conversations that are worth having should be personal preferences. And I say that because people have pet peeves and you can step on somebody's toes real easy. And something that may not seem disrespectful to you might be the utmost disrespect to me. And if
Mm-hmm.
you don't want this to get real ugly real fast, I think we should communicate that. Um, Another thing besides personal preference would be I don't think that religion really should be communicated about, but I think that people should know, just like stepping on each other's toes. Like if you're joking about somebody God, like I don't really have to know your God to respect you. Where you know your God. Hey,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you believe. That's what you choose to believe. So I believe that people have because you're passionate about whatever your religion and what you believe in,
Mm-hmm.
and I think out of respect, you should kind of know that don't play with me like that, or whoever Allah, whoever who serve whatever, you should respect each other. So me, I'm big on respect. So personal preference and religion, I think those are things that should be communicated.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. That's all you got without the cheat code, huh?
That's all I got for you.
I guess she
All
put
right.
her game on pause until you give her the last 3 buttons to push.
Yeah, that's it. That's
All
what I
right.
did.
So let's get a Gemini in, man. Let's go ahead. Listen to understand, listen to respond, and listen to get triggered. What does that look like?
Oh fuck this panel.
Ooh, I
Oh, I'm
can
sorry. It's
name
not my
some.
god. It's not my god.
Which,
Okay, so I gotta start from the back because that's the easiest one. Getting triggered, that to me, that's somebody taking your sentence or your paragraph or your dissertation and cherry picking points to be disgruntled about.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say listen to respond. That's somebody who is they're listening slightly to understand, but they're not going too deep for too much clarity because now they see an opportunity for them to jump in and run their mouth.
Reach.
And understanding is, you sit back and and I want to add that the person who's listening to respond will oftentimes do some shit that I hate a whole lot, or hate is a strong word. Will do something that I don't like a whole lot, and they be the ones that like right in the middle of you talking, like you just like halfway through that sentence, and then they want to pop in and start talking over the over talkers or the interrupters. Yeah, they do that too. But the ones for understanding, they are listening for clarity because they either want to understand the topic that you're talking about better.
Mm-hmm.
They want to understand like how your mind works or understand you better. So they're listening for clarity and they're trying to really gain usable information to make your interaction with them better. And I land.
Okay. So I do a zigzag like a snake zigzag. And Quinette, you next. Listen to understand, listen to respond, and listen to get triggered. What does that look like?
I think listening to understand means that you're actively listening, not selectively listening. Um, and sometimes that could also look like you repeating back what the person is saying to you. So just so that you're on the same page with them. Listening to respond could be, and I guess in my opinion, can be similarly carried out. Same thing. I'm listening. Maybe I'm not really understanding, so maybe I'm not repeating back what you're saying to me to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying, but I'm hearing what you are saying and I'm going to just simply respond to what you say, not so much as probably get like the full understanding.
Mm-hmm.
And then getting triggered. That looks like a crash out to me. I think the second you are or you become unraveled, and you start leading with your emotions, and I think that's where someone has probably struck a nerve or kind of got your panties in a wad. But I think being triggered looks like a crash out, and now there's no understanding, there's no listening, there's no nothing.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Venetia, what you got?
Listen to understand. I think when you listen to understand, you take your time and listen.
Yes.
And you dissect it and digest it, and you might have to pause for a second and make sure you heard what you heard, because some people can hear with trauma, so you have to make
Amen.
sure what was said was really what was said, and you ain't just hearing with your feelings and emotions.
Mm-hmm.
I guess listen to respond. That's when you just want to be heard. You're not really you're listening, but you're not hearing me. You just want to respond. You want to be heard
Yep.
from, again, can stem from trauma because you weren't heard from wherever, that inner child. And then listen to get triggered. Some people are just ravaging wolves looking for a brawl. So everything
Yep.
you say and do can and will be used against you. So that's just how they are. They TNTs. Be aware of these kind. And what does it look like? I think I described it as I was putting it. That's it.
Oh, what you was describing what it looked like without reading the riddle. That was funny, but all right. Yeah. Warlock, what you got?
When she started the Miranda rights, I kind of started looking around, but I'm good. I realize I'm at home. Listening to understand. Well, first and foremost, I don't like to use that word understand. I like to say I get it. Because I don't think we really ever understand, because understanding is for that person that went through it or what have you. Because we can never duplicate their feelings or whatever, even if we went through the same event. We're never going to really understand a person on how they feel. But to listen to understand or to get it, that requires silence. That requires the minimum amount of judgment that you can give. To listen to respond, that requires sometimes follow-up questions. To repeat the important part of what you're about to answer to make sure that you get your response correct. And to get triggered is just you looking for a reason to respond, whether it be negative or positive. People say triggered is something negative. It's not always something negative. To get triggered by something, somebody can mention, the roost or Paul's pig pen. I get triggered by that because of the simple fact that the roost is where my buddy, he got his daggone life taken. Paul's pig pen is where I got my first daggone taste of food poisoning. That's not cool. The Jade Imperial was the first time that I got. Well, I can't say that. I'm gonna get you banned if I say that. But being triggered is not always a bad thing.
So
I often said that sometimes we just automatically put negative connotations to things.
I think I feel you on that though, but I think like listening to get triggered, I think that's always negative. That sounds like some toxic stuff. If you listening to get triggered.
Well, you know what? I listen to get it, and sometimes I do get triggered, and that trigger is not always a bad thing though. It brings up some really somber thoughts or emotions in me sometimes, but it's not always a bad thing. Maybe sometimes it's something.
Maybe I gotta word it differently. Well, I'm talking about listening with the intentions of trying to get triggered. Yeah, that's what I mean about it. Yeah,
that's always a bad thing.
That's all. Yeah, that's okay. That's all about. So maybe I'm just missing the words.
With the intention of
Yeah,
that's just you. That's just like you said
looking for the smoke and stuff. That's what people be doing.
But a motherfucker just latched on to that one fucking phrase you meant.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah, and if you that type of person, I try my best to disengage with your stupid ass. And I'm gonna tell y'all right now, if anybody uses a but and or if, I'm triggered as a motherfucker. So I might come off mute, but I'll end there.
But why, Warlock? But what's the problem?
Before.
But why? What if?
that's the fuck. I knew Gemini was gonna have to say some shit.
What if they, didn't have clarity in their thoughts? You know
what, Gemini?
I don't not like the what ifs. I got a whole what's that? I got a sticker for the what ifs, man. They be so. This right here. Hold up, let me see.
But I don't understand why you acting like that, Warlock.
Right there, what ifs. I made that. I'll be tired of them.
What ifs?
Gemini, have you missed me? Because you fucking with me.
That's what the Geminis do.
You know what I'm saying? You need to roll up in here talking shit like normal, so like.
I told you it's the holidays, my dude.
Oh, wow. You giving us the cheering.
You know what I'm saying? Like, is he okay?
Come and catch me January 2nd.
Mm-hmm. Let me poke the bear real quick and see
Plus,
if he
plus,
That's
good.
when you
look,
gonna see that
man,
hoodie
my
turn
daughter jumped in
red.
my daughter jumped on me for about an hour and 20 minutes, man. I ain't got nothing left. She broke me, man. She broke me the day after Thanksgiving, so I don't have too much
Damn.
left.
Okay.
All
You know,
right.
you don't have too much to say when your child get on you and you know you was dead wrong.
Yeah,
Oh,
you right. Can't say shit. Them be the worst ones too, because you got to eat all of that. That's the
Yeah,
worst
I
part.
ate that shit for an hour and 20 minutes, man.
that's what she
Yay!
said.
And hold on, I'm gonna shut the fuck up. And she
Stop
was
it,
on a
kid.
cycle. So I caught it something terrible.
Mercy.
But I'm done, kid.
Eating it for an hour until the boy and turn to something else.
Stop it, Kev.
That's the problem of the day. Can't look past it. All right, Matt, what you got for me, my brother?
Listen to understand. I think listening to understand is receiving information in clear thought, like having a chalkboard with nothing on it. That's when you're trying to understand. You don't have these preconceived notions. And you don't think you know what they're going to say. You're going into it completely oblivious to what you feel or what you think. You are a clear chalkboard.
Preach.
Listening to respond is obtaining information just for the sake of conversation or in order to formulate an opinion you already had anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really care much about the triggering part because I think that word is starting to get so oversaturated. I think a lot of it is just people not being able to control their emotions. But if we wanted to go there, I think with people that listen to get triggered, I think those are the people that like having circular conversations
Mm-hmm.
with square shaped people and try to make it fit.
Yep.
It gets frustrating. So therefore, that's what they want. They want it to be a frustrating conversation.
That's
I
fact.
land.
All right, Anquinette, for sure. Appreciate you. You know, you stuck with the big dog for some hours, boy. I'll catch up with you.
Have a good one, Aquanet.
Charisma, what you got for me?
Hey, Kev. Hey, everybody in the panel. Um, I think that listening to understand is that person like not thinking about anything, but just actively, listening to what the person is telling you without, thinking, but essentially cutting off your brain
Mm-hmm.
to listen and receive the message that they is trying to deliver. Listening to respond to me is you not listening at all. You already, when that person is talking, you too busy in your brain trying to, you know, eh, make your point initially,
Facts.
that you're not even actively listening. So you can't be listening if you just, listening to, you're not listening to that person, what they saying to understand if your mind is already thinking of a response. And to
Exactly.
get triggered, I think that the triggered and the listening to respond go hand in hand because something that they've said is already triggered you because you're not listening at that point at all. You
Mm-hmm.
basically just listening, basically in your head to respond to make your point because you don't care about what this other person is saying. You don't want to understand. You want to make your point.
Okay.
And I land.
Hey, okay. Jane, what you got for me?
Kev. Okay. Listening to respond is pretty much paying attention to the conversation to just formulate a reply. And most of those people, they like to jump in for advice, or either they have some type of counterpoint. Listening to understand for all those people that say that they don't feel, they don't have many emotions. Well, you need them to listen to understand, because a point of listening to understand involves empathy. So that means to engage in the conversation with the full intent and grasp of what the speaker's perspective is, and that includes the emotions and the message. And a lot of the times it also includes problem solving and coming to a mutual understanding, like we did earlier this evening. Listening to be triggered is you come in a room hearing certain words, you're looking for a certain tone, you're looking for a certain topic, and
Right.
it's just to activate your emotional reactions. And most of them are like fear, anger, being defensive, and most of the time it is like criticism, and they really have emotion or an emotional reaction versus a logical processing. So that's it.
And you made me think about one main one that people like doing too. What does this topic mean? Where did this come from? That's what I know they listening to get triggered. I'll be somebody did that to me
Facts.
earlier. Go ahead, cuz. What you got for me, man?
All right. First of all, I would like to say I don't disagree with anybody on the panels. I think everybody's point. I'm going to come from a different perspective, which is
You
what does
wouldn't
it
be
look
cousins
like?
if you didn't do that.
Right, because nobody did. So, what does it look like when you encounter these people?
Ooh.
So, what does it look like when someone is listening to understand you? What that looks like is first it comes with an acknowledgement. So they acknowledged what you said. They acknowledge it, and then they explore it, usually with the question. So when you get that in that sequence, that is usually someone listening with the intent to understand you. Because it's first of, okay, this is what I got from what you said. Okay, so what about this? And then they go in, is going deeper into what you just said. So that's what that looks like. When you encounter somebody who is listening just to respond, I like to use the analogy of like a double dutch. You know how when they going back and forth trying to wait for that timing to jump in, is they trying to get that timing so they can get hit in the face with that rope. So they go back and forth, and they just waiting for you to have half a breath so they can jump in and start talking. Usually that comes with a blatant disregard of what you just said when they start talking. So they're just gonna basically input their point regardless. And so when you come across that, that's what that looks like. So if you ever talk to somebody and that's what they're doing, they're just listening to respond. Listening to with the intent to be triggered. This, I think, it comes off a couple of different ways, but I think the most popular way is it comes with always a rebuttal, right? But the rebuttal is always in the form of something that is disrespect or insult or belittling or condescending, right? Because they're basically trying to bait you into saying something that they can now be triggered off of, right? So they can't just say it themselves. They have to bait you to bring them in. And so what they'll do is that'll be the first step. And then the second step is changing the context. So anytime someone, you say something and they're like, wait, so what I'm hearing is, wait, you trying to,
Right,
are you
right,
trying to
right.
control? Are you trying to, no, I ain't said that. And that's not where I was coming from. That is when you know someone is, listening with the intent to be triggered or to trigger you. So one of the two. And I'll land on that.
Okay. And I think and I agree with everybody. Overall, I think, and I can admit that I believe, I know at least me, I can do all three of these. So I think all of us do all three of them at times. It just depends. It's just not justifying it though, because I know it could be times that I might listen to get triggered. Might be times I might or a lot of the times I listen to respond. Especially if I feel like I'm already understand what somebody's saying, or I feel like I'm already know what they gonna say anyways, and I'm like, nah, I'm gonna let you say what you gonna say, but I'm still gonna listen to respond. So I do that a lot. I'm gonna be accountable on that. And then understand that also, you know, that's something I think all of us should focus on. But I think we do all three of them for the most part. I think it's just what do you do more often? And that's something we all have to pay attention to in general, just because that helps with communication in general. You know, you got to be able to separate these three and realize that you know, when you're doing these three, so it can be, I guess, so you can realize how you communicate and realize what you have to work on and or whatever, or just being aware of self. So yeah. So like I said, I agree with everybody saying, so ain't no point of me repeating everything everybody said. So we want to do this last one, and then if y'all feel like we can do another whole topic again, because I got another whole topic. So we can do the last one. Oh, yeah, my bad. Let's start off. Oh, somebody ran. They like, let me get up out of here. All right, cousin, let's start out with you this time. Do it reverse.
All right.
When should you monologue and when it's supposed to be shouldn't you? I messed up. When should and shouldn't you monologue, and then why do people have a hard time being direct?
Well, there's an old saying that if you cannot say it in few words, you don't understand it well enough. And that is the reason why people monologue. Because they don't understand it well enough. And then a lot of times too, you know, people just, especially on these apps, you know, you go to these panels and you waiting 45 minutes to talk, and people be like, fuck that, I'm trying to get my whole novel out because you're never gonna know when I'm gonna be heard again. So maybe it's part of that, you know. But I think the bad time to monologue is when there's a full panel. I'm gonna use these apps as an example. Sometimes when you have to monologue is if, you know, you're setting up the stage, be it that you're the host, you're setting up your stage, you might need a little monologue there.
Oh yeah.
You know, you might need you know, if it's only a couple of people, you know, you might monologue a little bit to kill some time.
Yep.
You know, I think sometimes if you cook
the problem is some people monologue as my bad, but
I know, right? Look, yeah. But sometimes if you cook,
that's true though. So some people would turn into the host inside of the panel. I'm like, hold up, what the heck? This ain't your time to monologue.
Man, you know, or if it's like a very intricate point that you're making and it needs a couple of different points to be set to make sure that you're making sense, maybe you get a little slight monologue with that. But like, really, if it's, I don't know.
Go to bed. Dang, man.
Gotcha. But yeah, I don't know. I think that's really it. You know, people have a hard time being direct because I don't think they really understand. They don't have a vocabulary to put out the words or put out their feelings in a small amount of words. So they got to go around, you know, or they really hadn't thought it out and they're trying to get it as they're going. You know, they're trying to figure it out as they're talking. So it just ends up being a monologue. So I'll end with that. I'll stop monologuing.
Of course you're laughing. Yeah, she caught me off guard. I seen it. I'm like, man, I see the name, but I had to make sure it was in it because sometimes TikTok be playing. And by the time I seen the name, it said GTB already. Ain't that something? Jane.
Okay, I'm trying to monologue. You should monologue when you're giving like speeches, lectures, if you're a teacher or something like that, or a professor, telling a story of your own personal caliber or being anecdotal. If you are trying to explain something, like maybe you got a project or something that's thought provoking, or it's like a piece that you're reading, like spoken word or something like that. And you should monologue when people are trying to get a mutual understanding, like a conversation is happening, the audience is disengaging, they're becoming bored. You should stop monologuing. That's considered rambling. In emotional situations, and yeah, just to be self-indulged in yourself. And that happened like a couple of days ago up in here. That one lady that was like, my husband and my children, and then my husband, and then my grandchildren, and then my husband and my grandchildren.
Oh my, yeah, facts. Matt, what you got? And that rhyme, sweet. I think it rhyme.
Yeah, I agree with Miss Jane. I think you shouldn't monologue unless you're getting paid for it. And on that same token, I don't think you should monologue to someone that's not receiving the information. Because it's like cousin said, it's like you can say things. The more words you say, people have a really short attention span. So the more words you say, are the more words they're going to miss. So you should be very direct and precise with your words. Why do people have a hard time being direct? It's for that reason, because they don't have the vernacular to get right to the point, to be precise.
Okay. Oh, we might be able to get to this next topic soon. Everybody run through it now. Let's get it. But nah, Warlock. Let's go ahead. Go ahead, Warlock. Go ahead. You by yourself over there. Let me go ahead.
Oh, damn. Everybody done left my ass.
They did.
Look, I was surrounded by freaking women. Now it's like, motherfuckers just
You
left
talk
my
too
ass.
long. You monologue, and they get up. I start talking to you.
Oh, man, I think my deodorant wore off. Anyway, he said, when should you monologue? You should really try not to monologue, because like you said, motherfucking people attention span's not that damn long. But I know I monologue like a motherfucker, like I'm doing right now. I just have a problem with not being misunderstood. That's why I usually do it. But nah, that's the reason why you shouldn't. Now, what is the rest? Because I ain't put my damn glasses back on.
Oh, you already did the Be Direct part 2?
Oh, why do? What this fuck to say? Why
do people have a hard time being direct? Or have a heart? What the heck? I just messed up bad on it.
A lot of times it's because that. Oh, excuse me. It's a lot of times because they're trying to find the words not to hurt people's fucking feelings. Instead of saying you fucked up, they be like, man, you really shouldn't have did that because of this, that, and the other, yada yada. No, you fucked up, dude. That's the bottom line. You fucked up, and here's how you fucked up. But a lot of people have a problem with telling people that shit, or just being direct, especially when it's had something negative to say. But that's why.
Okay. All right, for sure. Let me give Anisha in.
When should you monologue? When should you? When it's your platform.
Facts.
When you're the artist or performer at the time, preacher, teacher.
Amen.
Just when it's your moment. Like, you have to know timing. If it's not your moment, just hush, child. And when should you? Okay, I explained those at the same time. When it's your moment. Why do people have a hard time being direct? From my experience, a lot of people were taught to suffocate their feelings and emotions, mostly men. So it's very difficult for them to be direct because it's like I'm speaking from the only emotion I know how to express, and that's anger. So it's even though I'm saying something, it's not really what I mean. Hence why my man always be having to come back and apologize. Baby, I ain't mean it like R. Kelly. But sometimes it's because they never had that voice as a child, so they don't know how to exercise it. It's a muscle just like everything else.
Facts. So after Gemini, we're going to get ferried through all 4 of these, and then I'm going to change the whole topic. What you got, Gemini?
Monologue.
And remember, the second one is shouldn't, because I mistyped that wrong. It's supposed to be when should and shouldn't you monologue.
Yeah, I figured, but okay, I got you. Like when
I don't know. I think about like TED Talks or like like solo interviews where you get asked a question and then they give you you know longitude and latitude to expound on your ideas or whatever your answer is to that question. And when shouldn't you?
Yep.
The rest of the time.
The rest of that.
Like if you can be direct, be straight to the point, and if you didn't give enough information and somebody confused or they feel like they get what you're saying but they not quite sure, can you explain that a little more? Then expand on your thoughts or your ideas. But yeah, I like if it ain't your show, if it ain't your 15 minutes or your turn in the limelight, save room for everybody else. Especially if you in a TikTok panel, man. You know what I'm saying? Like everybody can't talk. When you got 8-9 people, everybody
Right.
can't talk for 15 minutes apiece. Like cut that thing down to like 2, maybe 3. You know what I'm saying? And that's still 30 minutes almost, you feel me? So yeah, like okay. And it's a third direct.
Because of the
Okay.
music, though.
Okay, it's hard for people to be direct. I don't know why, honestly. Because I don't know. Maybe they feel like they're gonna hurt somebody's feelings or
We get somewhere.
they're worried that they might not be understood, and because like I had that issue sometimes. Like I feel like the words be just tied up in knots, and I gotta untie the knots and smooth that thing out, throw a little iron and some starch on it to get it straight. But I don't, I don't know. I even with that, I still feel like I'll be to the point. So I mean, that's okay. So I'll leave it at that. That's my speculation as to why people have an issue being direct. And what is that? Is that accountability room? Okay, yeah, that's it.
That's it. That's it.
Land.
So let's get Fairy.
So Kev, before Ferry get in, I just want to know one. I got a question, real quick for you. Is when do you have to put a whole picture instead of half the picture on your on the damn box? Because every time you it live, it's only half the picture. And then you're gonna put a half picture on the box. When is it appropriate to put a whole picture? That's what I want to know. No, I'm just playing.
They don't deserve it, so I'm talking junk. I did put the half. What the heck is on my picture? I did just put a circle on it.
Yeah, he put that light skin ass 1987 picture up there, boy. Yeah, buddy.
Oh man.
LSC.
That's funny.
What's that,
All
like
right.
old people inside joke?
Yeah, that light skin coalition. You see, he got that picture on the bottom of his box, like he got that like a Lionel Richie album cover. Yeah, that's what
No,
he
it's that
looking
Al
like.
B. No, it's that Al B. Shore.
Look
That's
at
that
him.
Al
Look
B.
at him.
Shore.
Look at it. Look how he looking. Look at that
Come
picture. He
on,
like he
chill.
about to do a high note right now.
Very
So
light skin behavior then.
he
Light
just
skin
finished licking
behavior
his
all the
lips
way.
right before that picture
It's like
popped.
light skin senior and light skin junior right now.
Oh man, now she
Oh
with
God.
it too. And
Yeah,
before
like
she
he
go, I
got.
gotta say this too. Even if I agree, I disagree with everything you
Sheesh,
come out.
why y'all gotta both go before
Yep.
me? What's
I had to
going
make I had
on?
to make sure you don't get it out. I'm gonna say it before you get to it. Yep.
Kid about to
Get
tell her,
what out? What you
don't
talking
talk,
about, Gemini?
That
Get
I
just
what
dis-
out?
listen.
that I disagree with everything that you
I ain't
come
say
out.
nothing.
Oh, my bad, Gemini. I'm sorry. Kev, I don't care that you disagree, all right? I
Yep.
came to give
Facts.
my spill anyway.
Yep.
Hey,
Spill it on.
panel.
What's
What's
up,
the deal
Fairy?
with you?
I'm a good communicator, or at least I believe so.
Don't talk, just listen.
I'm patient. I'm more patient than a lot of people, especially on this app. I like to listen to people anyway. So I'm a good communicator. I think most people don't even know how to listen. They rather just talk. That's why they miss a lot of shit. Um, what are conversations that are worth talking about and why? If you have an STD, I think that's a great conversation that needs to happen, especially if you're dating. Finances that needs to be talked about as well. Doesn't matter if you're dating or not. I think the Black community should start diving into financial literacy a little bit more amongst each other. How you feel, because mental health awareness is something we all should harp on too, because there's too much shit happening outside due to people not being able to deal with what the fuck's going on the inside. So yeah, those are a couple. Listen to, understand, respond, get triggered. What does that look like? Um, Again, a terrible listener. Also, somebody who probably wants to be right all of the time, or somebody who's probably stagnant in some pain or trauma, who refuses to look at different perspectives or even approach life in a different manner so that they get different outcomes. Probably somebody who's stuck in a loop. When should you monologue, and when should you?
Shouldn't.
Oh, you
I
should.
messed up.
Okay.
Yeah, I messed up. Yeah.
What was you doing writing this, kid?
Hey,
I
shh.
had you
I'm not
distracted.
perfect. I'm not perfect.
Um. Okay, so we all monologued just now. Like, I don't know if y'all read the textbook definition, but it's basically everything we do on these panels. We express our thoughts, feelings, and our perspectives.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, we do.
everybody monologues. It doesn't really matter. And somebody said that public speakers don't monologue. Some of them do, actually. It just depends on what they're talking about. And if we're being honest, most of them start off with a slight monologue about their personal life just to kind of gather everybody in, or, get us all on the same page. And why do people have a hard being direct? I'm thinking maybe you meant to put time right there,
Time,
but you know
yes, man.
what?
Dang.
I think people are just afraid of what other people think so much to the point where they second guess themselves, hesitate to say anything.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, or it's a need to feel included. They feel like if they say something that's against probably the whole wrong, that they'll be hated or ostracized, or, like. So that's what I think. That's what I think about that. But yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna do a new topic, but I do want to see if I can answer this last. Let me see if I can go through all of them. Let me see. So, I just go through them real quick just to make sure I put the nail in it. Am I a good
Uh,
communicator?
Matthew, would you like to go over the textbook definition of monologue?
From what I understand, a monologue to be is basically not making a statement, but you are basically discussing something about the individual that's talking, which is yourself. You can make a statement without putting you in.
I didn't say statement though. Hold on, let
But that's
me
what I said.
pull it up.
You said we're all monologuing.
It
You can
says
make a statement.
I didn't say statement though. Because a monologue is a speech given by a single person that expresses their thoughts, feelings, or perspective. Is that not what we're doing right now?
Yes, it is. Absolutely.
Yeah, I didn't say anything about statements.
Okay. Okay, y'all. Okay. We got it. Okay. So I'm gonna try to do this quick. Am I a good communicator? I think I'm better than what I used to be, I'll say, and I'm trying to be more patient. So I would say, yeah, yeah, compared to a lot. If I was doing a comparison, yeah, to a lot of people, I believe I'm a good communicator. I can't communicate with everybody, but I believe so. What are conversations that are worth talking about, and why? I say anything in my book, anything that's uplifting. I think somebody used genuine. I like that too. Genuine. Something that help us move forward. Something that help. Well, progression, a progressive type conversation. That's what I was saying. That's what all the way. Dang. All right. Listen to understand. I would say that is, you take your time, you repeat it, you ingest what's being said to you, and you sometimes you don't even have to say nothing back. You could just say, you know what, I might not or sometimes you be like, I might not understand it at the moment. Just give me some time, and I'll try to figure it out, or I'll try to get to. I'm gonna try to see if I can understand you on your same, or get to you on your same page, get to the same page, because I don't understand it at the moment. That's somebody that's really trying to understand respond. They listen. They already had they a lot of times they already had their mind made up for what they already had about whatever the situation is, and they just want to find a way to respond right back from what you said. Even though, like I said, a lot of us do all these things and get triggered. I don't know if I do that anymore. I don't think I do that. I did that when I used to be hurt and all that stuff. I think that's one of the least things I do. I know I do listen. I listen to respond sometimes, and I listen to understand, but I don't know about the trigger thing. I think that usually come with traumas and looking for smoke, and maybe if I don't know. I think they just come with something because people have internal issues that they just want to let out. Sometimes, or just be like, it's like, for example, some be like, they listen to two couple words. What the heck you mean by that? What, and then somebody said one of them earlier, they twist your words and make you say something that you never did say. No, this was what you mean when you telling me what I meant about myself. So that's another way of listening to get triggered. And then, when should you monologue? If you the host, you can do whatever you want to do. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I said that's one time. If you are, somebody mentioned before, pastors and people that are telling testimonies that what's the other thing? People that what's the advisors and stuff like that. I think you can they should monologue. Independent if it's just something that, like, if it's a story that somebody want to get to the bottom of something, and they tell you a full story, so they can be able to hear something to maybe analyze it or understand you. And when shouldn't you? I think opposite, like when you're not the host, because if you come in and then you have you talking just as long as the host, I think that's an issue. You know what I'm saying? I don't think you should be. You should make your point, get to the chase. And I think that's a problem with a lot of us on this app. We turn into the freaking, because even me, I be trying to realize, that's why I try to change when I be in other people's box. I don't try to talk super long like I'm the host. I mean, I'm be full aware of it. And I'll be like, nah, I can't talk too long, because this is not my room. So I try to get my point and then, get to stepping and stuff. And then why people have a hard time being direct, and that's just coming with some people I think some people just like to express themselves more, and they want to monologue, because some people, like I said, a lot of times these monologues and stuff come behind traumas and just want to be heard and all this other stuff or whatever, so they don't want to be direct when you ask them a direct question and stuff, and it's just not a regular yes and no. It's just not a yes and no. Like, you don't want it to be a yes and no, because you just want somebody to feel something before you can say yes or no. You know what I'm saying? So, and that just come with time, me just listening to people and understanding. It's like I said, everybody is the same. Like, even though we want to say we different, but everybody's literally, they the same. They do the exact same thing, just maybe in a slight different way, but it's still the same though. So, all right, anybody agree, disagree, or whatever, want to add to it before I switch this topic? I'm gonna still switch the topic, but you can still say.
I disagree with
There you
everything
go.
you gonna
There you
say,
go.
so
There you
it
go,
don't
Fairy.
even matter. You feel me?
There you go. That's what I like. I like that. I like that. Let's see. Ooh, I don't know. Y'all let me know when to stop, because I got find about that. Oh, we just did that one. We just did that one. Oops. I don't like that one. Ooh, they don't want ain't ready for that one. The same thing. We just did that earlier. I had some more. I made a bunch of them.
Oh, you was gonna be messy.
Oh, let's get on this. Let's get juicy now. Retirement. Let's make this deep now. Whoosh. Let's start with and then if y'all want to speak up now or forever hold your percent on talking junk. But
Describe sexualizing yourself. Like,
yeah, people
just
that
describe that. Like, what do you mean?
nah, I want everybody else to talk. I'm not gonna tell I'm not telling no cheat codes around here.
Cheat codes.
Y'all
Oh,
be
okay.
wanting
I
cheat
mean, you was
codes.
the one asking the question. I just asked to,
Oh.
you know.
Nope.
Wait,
Whatever
you
y'all
just mean
think sexualize
balance
yourself
something?
mean.
That's
Oh,
wild.
I want
I
to
feel
see
like you
everybody's
shouldn't have said.
definition of what they think it is, though. I'm curious. That's why I don't like saying. I love living cliffhangers.
so when you okay, do you expect real love out of sexualizing yourself?
hmm
I don't
I mean,
understand
are
that.
you asking us individually, or are you asking this
You could say, yeah, you could say that because some people, I did want to, I have a particular people I was looking for that, so they could just jump straight to it. But it can, if it ain't individual and you think differently, you could just say, what do you believe others believe that?
I mean, I don't know. I think okay. I think that's why you was in that picture right there because it's what you was trying to sexualize yourself on that
Get
picture.
out of
That's what
here.
it was. That's why you wrote this. I know what's going on. I see it now. But okay.
It's a regular
Uh,
picture. Ain't like I'm showing no nothing.
and you can't
Got a
just you
whole
don't
suit
see how
on. I
that.
got a whole button up on with a check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna change that picture. I swear.
That shit had raindrops and shit in the background. Yeah,
Kev, are you asking that
yeah.
first question? Are you
Not
asking
nights like
like
this.
Was that fair?
are
Raindrops
you
and
saying like if you
fall.
over sexualize yourself, like how you dress?
Any of
That's what
that,
I'm asking.
anything's dressed, the way we talk, the way we, when people say, "Oh, I'm gonna suck this up" or "I'm gonna eat this up," you know what I'm saying? Like, I
It
think a lot of
depends.
people think that they can find love through that. From what I
So it's
even,
just relationship based question.
it could be that. Basically, I would
Okay.
say that, yeah, because it
Well,
says, "Can you find love?" Yeah, I would think it'd be a relationship. Though, if you talking to strangers like that, that's crazy.
Well,
I
I
would
But
mean,
say
I
you
just
could
this
get
though,
love
right?
from fans for being a
Yeah,
sex
I was gonna say that
symbol. You
do
know
same
what I'm
what?
thing.
saying?
So you could do that a lot of different ways. So let's just start it up, okay? I think some people do think that if they sexualize themselves, they're gonna find love,
I'm
right?
getting somewhere.
And I
There you
think
go.
that's because they have a bad idea of what love is,
There you
because
go.
sexualizing and love is two different things. So people will conflate the two with idea, but the reality is they're two different things. So I
Amen.
think that you can find love while still sexualizing yourself, but they don't come because of each other, if that makes
hmm
sense.
I feel it.
So, but like I think to her point, if like you are a singer or a performer and you do these things for fans, that might be a sort of love, but I guess that's more of adulation or it just is fandom, but they would consider it love. So that might be a point where they have to be, certain sexual sex sales, right? So I think
Yes.
that comes to that. So I think in that context, maybe, loosely.
Yeah, now if we're just talking about regular relationships, I think once you kind of get hip to the fact that almost anybody could probably find sex, you know what I'm saying, whether you're paying for it or whether you're in a relationship or whatever situation you got going on. Um, it's just I don't think you can do that while trying to find love at the same time. Like your main focus can't be just sex when trying to be in love and make a family work. Like, so it just
Mm.
depends. It could be either or, I guess, in that relationship, or if sex is your business or the industry that you're in. It just depends.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because when you look for love, you can't find it. When you look for it, you never find it. So if that's the intention, it ain't gonna happen. Love sneak up on your ass. That's how it works.
Yeah, I think if you're trying to find love and sex is just like the main thing, like if you're just focused on how sexy you look while trying to find love, it's a very bad start. Like
Mm.
a very bad start. But
Don't talk like that. You're gonna lose
also,
some of your friends. You can't be over here talking like that.
hold on, I was gonna say, but also it's a slippery slope because we go off of what we see visibly first. So if that's what turns on your potential partner, that's what turns them on. So I think it's subjective.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I guess we combined it, cousin and fairy together. So I'm gonna go to warlock.
Ain't
You
nobody.
know, I don't think we did the second half part. Who that left? Who just left?
Don't
I don't
nobody
know.
want
Is
to touch
Yeah.
this.
everybody okay here?
I know they
Everybody
ain't
all
trying to
right?
touch. They ain't trying to get on this one. What's happening?
I guess they were looking for the order. I guess y'all could just jump in then. We said y'all already done start to jump in. Let's go ahead and get the jump in then. So what y'all do, y'all, and then also the other part is, does it cause more problems? Cause more problems than help?
In a relationship?
Any situation, I think.
I don't know. That's such a. I don't. I can't answer this second part.
Yes, it's meant to hurt the head.
Nah, that's how you position the question. But
I personally think
um,
it's a symptom. It's not a cause. I think it's a symptom of other problems. It's not a cause of a problem. I mean, I guess it could if you put yourself in a bad situation,
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, like society wise, I think it's more of a symptom.
Mm.
mm. Well, since nobody else is talking, can I answer the second one?
Oh no. I thought y'all was still ironing that. Okay, I'll go. Now you know. No, I mean maybe somebody do, but I don't think that's possible because like if you sexualizing yourself, you out here trying to get attention, and
Mm.
if you're trying to get attention, it like I I mean I guess you can maybe try to squeeze love out of 8, 9, 10 different people, but like ultimately you're not necessarily looking for love. You're looking more for attention
To lust.
or money. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like you're either looking for money or attention if you're sexualizing yourself. I don't think love is a priority involved in that. But again, that's just personal. But I ain't out here sexualizing myself, so I don't know exactly what the sexualizers are doing out here and why they're doing it. Like
Sexualizers.
what's the real reason? You feel me? But second, does it cause more problems than help? I guess that would depend on which side of it you was on, because if you're on the side of the person sexualizing, I mean, I guess it could cause problems by garnering the attention of the wrong person or the wrong people. Um, but the person is still getting that attention that they so crave. So it might be bad, but it'll probably be more good than bad. But if you're on the flip side of that and somebody is sexualizing themselves to get your attention, but you're out here looking for love, and you think what you're encountering and what you're experiencing, interacting with is love, and it's just some attention whoring, then Like that could be bad, you know. Yeah, it's all in there.
Yeah. Fairly, don't let your friends pressure you, man. You on this side of TikTok today, man.
What's
Yeah.
up, huh?
What's that, huh? I'm looking at that. I
What
see
you
the
talking
comments. I see
about?
the comments.
Whatever, yeah.
Yeah. You on this side of TikTok. Let them go ahead and let them marinate. Yeah, we got her today. We got Fairy today. She
Hey,
be
Let me
back
Kev.
on
answer that
here.
one, Cal.
Hey,
Go
Kev,
ahead, my
real
bro.
quick. Like, is you on the bad side of TikTok? Because one of
I
my
don't know.
mutuals
People
said
got their
something.
size, man. I don't know.
Yeah, one of my mutuals said that to me one day. They was like, I was up here, and it was like, oh my God, you on this side of TikTok?
Yeah, you got people that.
And
Yeah.
I didn't know how to take that. Like, is it bad over
No, it's
there?
people that got their mind made up or throw people in boxes and stuff for the most part. So yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I'm bad to some people and good to some, and just like vice versa, they think it's the opposite way. So yeah, everybody got their little bosses, you know. But I don't put my all into it. But yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, my boy Matt.
Yeah, this right here is this a question that this a different angle I'm gonna come from. This question is for very fortunate people,
Mm-hmm.
people that are attractive. Now you ask me, you say, do you expect real love out of sexualizing yourself? I can find real love out of sexualizing myself because I'm an unattractive brother. I'm broke. I ain't got nothing to give you. So it's just gonna be funny to me. So if you love me through all that, well, I guess the sexualizing did its job. You don't want me for that because I'm not attractive. You don't want me for money because I'm broke. You don't want me for this. I ain't got that either. All I have is me. So I'm glad that I have the significant other that I do. So I guess it works for me. And it said, does it cause more problems than help? I believe so because normally you're talking about aesthetics. You're talking about the way someone look or the way they're built. They're not going to always look that way and they're not going to always be built that way. So you're going to have to find something else to love about them.
Mm-hmm. Facts.
So I think it causes a lot more problems than it does help.
There we go. I like that. Venetia, what you got?
Is my mic working?
You good.
Oh. Do you expect a real love out of sexualizing yourself? Yeah. Love me. If it's real, it's gonna be real. Whether my clothes on, off. Does it cause more problems?
Wow.
Does
I'm
it
gonna
cause
twerk on
more
this pole. You better love me.
That's right. If you love me, you gonna love, man. You know how many men have fell in love with dancers?
Yeah, did
Does
they?
it
How long
cause
that
more
last?
problems?
Or did they fall in lust?
They done got married and had children. The women still dancing on the poles.
And divorced after that. Most of them divorced.
Some of them do. Some of them do now.
That's like corn stars. Corn.
Yeah, I couldn't do it, me myself personally. Does it cause more problems than help? Being overexposed, absolutely, because what I got is for my man, and it's gonna be covered up, and he gonna unwrap his gift every night. So
Ooh.
yeah, definitely cause more problems.
Ooh.
Yeah.
She unwrapping it
And a
every
mic
night.
drop.
Watch out.
Said that shit
Watch
with a mic
out.
drop.
He said, guess what? I have a gift today. So you love me. All right. Warlock, what you got for me? Wake it up. Wake it up, Warlock. I fell asleep in your life. You don't fall asleep in my life.
I can do whatever the hell I damn well please.
Man.
You just chuck it up to me being old as shit.
Oh yeah, I was about to say you have your grump nap. Oh man.
Nah, actually, I was doing some shit for my daughter on my
Did
computer.
I just let up an asshole? What the heck?
Yeah, you did.
What?
It's okay to like it. I'm
Who
walking the
the
store real
hell?
quick because, yeah, I just popped on your live. I was just scrolling through. I was like, all right, they seem good.
I was wondering what that smell was. Just lit up a whole asshole. That's crazy.
Gross. Ew.
Go ahead,
That
roll
Is
up.
was a
that your
mean
actual
shit.
name, or you fucking with people?
No, my name's Ashley. ASHOLE. Like,
Ashley.
like
Okay.
stripper wise, like
Okay.
just the one
No.
H.
Just let that go
It's a
right there.
nickname.
Just go. Just let that go.
No, like a, oh, this motherfucker. Hey, careful. Just
Lord.
got back into my car.
Everybody in the club get tipsy.
Yeah, one can only hope so. I only get one day off a week. Shit. Debit, credit, only, or exact change.
Lord have mercy,
Go
mercy.
ahead, roll up.
Oh fuck! You changed the goddamn thing? Do you expect real love out of sexualizing yourself? Does it cause more problems than help? Kev, really? This is the new shit that you brought up?
Yep. So even if they ain't personally you, do you think people think that way?
I think a lot of people think, no, it don't help. It just brings you more drama. Because if you, well, you know what? If you doing it to your damn self, are you really looking for? What are you looking for? Are you really looking for love, or are you just looking for somebody to
Right at that.
lust after your fucking
Scratch your
body?
itch.
That's all the hell you really looking for. You looking for attention from the wrong goddamn people. That's all shit. All right, man. It's confidence based off of how sexy you are today. Yep. Because a lot of people, if they don't have that mask that they wear, they feel like shit. You ask anybody, why can't you just pull your hair back in a snatch back and put on a ball cap and go, I ain't going outside without my lip gloss, my eyeliner, my fucking lashes, my motherfucking goddamn man. All you doing is walking like 20 houses because the damn store right on the corner. But you never know who gonna be looking. Well, I tell you what, with all that shit on, they wouldn't know who the hell you are without it anyway. So,
Yeah.
Oh my.
ah,
Let me get Now you skipped to the second one quick too. I couldn't even stop you, but you go ahead and did it. But I guess to get everybody caught up on that because they got to
you
get the
lucky
second
you
one. But let me
stopped me.
get
'Cause I was gonna hit the third one too.
right, all right. He was about to leave me here. I was like, let me get in here real quick. Let me get asshole. That sounds so weird.
Oh,
Asshole, you gotta unmute.
yeah, I am getting sleepy though, Kev. I ain't even gonna lie to you.
Wake up.
Motherfucker, I was on my live till 7 o'clock this morning.
I
What the
know
fuck?
you right. Asshole, where you at? I feel weird saying that.
That name is too much.
Ashley.
She talking, she on mute.
If you don't right.
Yeah, you muted like hell. Come off mute, Ashley.
Let me give her a request.
Vodka and Red Bull. It gives you wings.
All right, well, when she figure that thing, I'll let her back up. All right.
Since Warlock is being rude, just jumping all in front of motherfuckers. Are we on the second one now?
Yes, so yeah.
Jesus, just ornery in his old age, man. God damn. I feel him though, because I'm getting there myself. I just wake up mad sometimes. I don't know why. What the fuck the sun up here for? What am I doing?
You gonna choose? Why you shining from this angle?
Just mad. The fucking leaves outside. What? But yeah, is confidence based on how sexy you are today? You know what? Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah.
And I would say that I would just say attractiveness, period. Because I think it goes for both of us. But sexy, definitely for women. Like that's their currency in today's society in general. The currency is a woman's sexuality. So we know that. Men, we gonna buy it. We gonna be after it. It is what it is. But for men, attractiveness necessarily is not just physical. So, but attractiveness, whatever that is, if it's status, if it's money, if it's how you look, your height, something, whatever, that is currency in today's world. Like you get treated, pretty privilege is a real thing. So
Well,
I would
also
say yes.
attractiveness could be.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
What?
Then she came back. She back. All right. Yeah.
With a
So I would say that.
vengeance.
I would say that it is currency. I'll land.
Go ahead, unmute the asshole. You gotta not be an asshole when you come here too. You gotta be able to wait till your turn. You gotta unmute. You gotta unmute.
Oh, I
Oh,
didn't
this.
know I was muted. I apologize. I was saying
Jesus.
also, like, intellectually, you could be attracted, like, being smart or like the same things. You know what I mean? Oh, sorry, fellas.
I know what store you went to.
I just walked by a posse of little babies, little teeny
What
boppers.
you went to the liquor store?
Yeah, I went to the corner store. I got myself some.
I thought so.
I was just walking down the sidewalk here. I just passed like 6 little teeny boppers, like a herd. I was like, sorry, dude.
So with the topic, do you expect real love out of sexualizing yourself?
What happened about sexualizing yourself?
What,
I myself, I mean, I don't know what exactly you're talking about, so I don't want to overspeak.
what you come up here for?
Hold on, I'm almost back to the pad. So, well, like, okay, so you're saying something about sexualizing yourself. So, like, what do you mean by that? Which way are you going? I could go a whole bunch of different ways.
Do you expect to find real love by sexualizing yourself?
Oh, absolutely not. But I expect to purposely not. Like, I don't believe in marriage. I don't need, like, if you want to be with me, you'll be with me. I don't believe in having the government involved.
You ain't
Having to
never been
sign
married
some
before?
fucking papers and shit. No, I've never been married.
Oh, okay.
And I never want to.
Oh,
I just feel like it's just,
you having sex?
like, who wants to say they got divorced? Wouldn't it be easier just to be like, we broke up?
Do you
I
believe
just
in
feel like it's
cheating?
some bullshit, myself personally.
Do you believe in cheating?
No, actually, if I want to fuck somebody else, we can invite her in. And then she's our toy and somebody to play with, but you don't get to play with her without me, and I don't get to play with her
No,
without
she
you
do. I
either.
mean, you don't have marriage rules, so you can't. You say you don't believe in marriage, so you can't make up
Yeah,
a.
no, I don't believe in. If you're gonna be with me, but I don't need to sign paperwork about it.
Well, y'all gonna act like you married and then say you don't believe in marriage.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you want to be with me forever, great. If not,
So that
I'll
should
ride
be. You
that
should be able
road
to do what you
until
want
it's
to do.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah. As far as cheating goes, I do not like cheating. That is one thing that will make me leave. But
Well,
if
you
you
cheating
want
though, like
somebody,
you
talk
want.
to me about it, and maybe we can invite her in.
Interesting.
Otherwise, like, if I have to compete with somebody else, like, ever, I'm done.
I mean, y'all not married though, so you can do whatever you want to do.
Right, but if you like
You can act
are
like y'all
like
married and
committed
then
or
say,
whatever, right? If you like, oh, I want to be like your man, or blah blah blah, then yeah, if you cheat, probably not gonna put up with that. If you got like your eye on somebody, invite her in, but she's the one who invited it.
You've been going over there?
Yeah, I just came back from the store.
Okay, sorry, I just heard your voice because you're kind of loud.
Yeah, I know, my voice carries. Are you alright?
Yeah, fine.
Your hair.
What?
You look like a.
It's so long, right?
I'm sorry. That's my fault. I did that.
I seen it. It's all right.
That's how you can't have 4-5 conversations going on at the same time. You gotta get hidden.
All right.
I'm saying that's just panel rules number one. The panel is selfish. The panel comes first.
Facts.
The panel is selfish.
Panel. Cheating on your panel, man.
You can't cheat on the panel in your face.
Right.
That's making the panel suckers. Wait a minute.
So that's the new slogan. No simping on the panel.
None.
No
None.
Simping. None. Let me find my notebook and jot that one down. New panel rule. No simping on the panel.
NSP. Yep. NSP. That's what it is.
Oh, let me get Matt.
I gotta go.
Gotta go.
Good night.
All right, Venice.
All right,
Have a good
Venice.
one. Appreciate you coming up.
Do your thug thizzle. Know your thigh. Wrap that gift on. All right,
Let me go get this gift out real quick. Yeah, go on, put that thing, go and warm it up.
Really put that right.
That's terrible.
I can't even get it out.
Can't even keep a straight face right now. You know what? I'm muting. Fuck this.
All right. Matt, what you got for me, man? Is confidence based off of how smexy you are today?
No, because everybody's not born with that. I think confidence comes from you identifying and utilizing your best assets. Therefore, you whatever room that you go in, you're utilizing. If you're a funny guy, well, you use that asset. You're the funny guy. You the guy that crack jokes. Everybody's not sexy, despite what a lot of these women on here think. I don't care how much makeup you put on, you just wasn't born a looker, and that's okay. I'm not a looker, but you have other things that make you an asset to a man or a woman. So I think that's what confidence is, you understanding who you are and displaying, utilizing those assets for you, for the benefit of you.
That is what confidence is. Do you think that being sexy, quote unquote, or being considered sexy or whatever,
Or trying to be sexy?
right? Does that, like, if you're trying to be sexy and people are like basically, confirming that for you, right? Do you think that success builds or lends to confidence? What do you think?
Absolutely not. I think it's basically giving you a false sense of security is what I think it is. Because anytime that you're basically relying on anybody to validate, well, then that means also they can invalidate. You are who you are, who you are. You know what I'm saying? The things that Kev, that's what makes each content creator extremely special. I can go to each content creator and we can chill because we all have something to bring as this community. Kev can do things I can't do. You can do things I can't do. I can provide things to, some of my people that you guys can't do. But as a unit, and when we come together, guess what? It works.
Right, right. I agree. I do think though it's like certain successes in most people builds a sense of confidence, right? Like if like let's say for instance with this example of content creation, right? Somebody who is out here, he can be a great content creator. I think Kev is a great content creator. I think that he puts effort. You know what I mean? He does great background. He put all of this together, runs the live. He's dedicated, all of that. But yet, he might be confident to a point, but is he more confident than somebody who constantly gets 5,000 people in their lives live every time? Maybe it is a false sense of confidence, but it is truly confidence, right? You get what I'm saying? Like what are your thoughts on that? Like, do you think? Because sometimes false vibrato and false confidence, like as osmosis, kind of builds confidence. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I think it's what is your intentions for basically you being a creator. I think for the majority of us, we're not on here to become rich and go viral every time. So if that's what you're trying to do, well then that's in a different space than us absolutely trying to be more informative than we are trying to monetize. So even if he has, let's just say if he has 25 people in this room that's extremely dedicated to him, every time Kev comes on, they're there, hands down. He knows the people that's going to be there, all 25. Versus when you have 2,000 people in your room and you have no rapport with any of them. See, I would rather have the 25 because that's just me. I can speak to you one-on-one. I'm building a rapport with you. I understand some of the things that you're going through. I've DM people when they was going through hardships and health problems. I want that type of community. I don't want 3,000 people that I don't know. I don't know these people.
Right.
Right.
I feel you on that.
I feel you.
I always said that too. I'd rather have 100 supporters than 1,000,000 followers.
Well, one of my favorite quotes from Al Capone was, "I'd rather have 4 quarters than 100 pennies." And
Facts.
so it is the quality, not the quantity.
Yep.
So I definitely agree with that.
Dang, what happened? Oh, Warlock already dipped up out of. He got slick with it too. I like how slick he did it. Oh, what you got for me, Gemini?
Hey, so I was talking to my friend. I didn't hear all of that. So, but I did hear something about 4 quarters versus 100 cents.
Yeah.
I get that.
What'd you get about
Apparently,
it?
there's like football things happening, and I don't really understand football or sports
Wait,
that
what?
well.
You talking about a quarterback?
Oh, my room was like, yeah, someone's gonna be really loud because football's happening or whatever. So,
Okay, I'm done. All right, go ahead, Gemini.
Everybody in the club get tipsy. Everybody in the club get
Facts.
So let's say that's sexy. All right, today. I mean, I think for some people it is. But I would also say that those are people who don't have a firm grasp of, all of their capabilities, and they're lazy as hell. But for sure it can be, because it's a way of garnering attention and approval, and all of those things can boost confidence. It's a bad way, though. It's a bad way to go about it. 100%. No ifs, no ands, no buts, no questions, no concerns. Like, none of that. It's definitely a bad way to go about it. But I just can't get away from that. I definitely feel like it's a way for some people who aren't willing to put in the work other places to gain easy approval, and low key build on the confidence that they are sorely lacking.
Yeah, Beijing be building confidence. I'm just saying.
Huh?
Cats be Beijing in their beards. Enhancements. Women
Till you get in the shower.
Right? Women with the lashes. You know what I'm saying? All that wigs. That be giving
Beijing?
I think that's the brand of the stuff that be spraying on make the
spray
line
paint.
up. Yeah, the spray paint make the line up right.
Okay.
But I'm just saying, like, I think, like my man said though, it's a false sense of confidence, right? It is like that fake it until you make it type thing. But I think for society's purpose, it works all the same, because then they get treated a certain way, and then they feel a certain way, and then it just kind of trickles down into this confidence, quote unquote, even though they don't really feel like they are this person in real life. Like they can't lie to themselves in the mirror. You know what I mean? We can be out in public, and the public can tell us all this other shit, but at the end of the day, we got to know when we look in the mirror if we like who we are, if we're truly confident. And I don't know if it truly builds the confidence, but I think it does for society, which is why I kind of answered the way I did. So I don't know. That's a good question.
I would say, yeah, me myself, I do believe that majority feel that way too. That's why including us sometimes. Sure, sometimes our confidence come from for feeling sexy. You don't have to actually be sexy or whatever, but just feeling sexy. So just like if you get a haircut or something like that, or when a women be putting their makeup on, I think their confidence is behind that. Men that get their junk sharpened up and their hairline and all that stuff. You over there walking with the squinted eye, like, what up, though? How you feeling, baby? You know what I'm saying? You start talking different and stuff. So yeah, I think the people's confidence is based off of sexy. They just feel like if you feel like you're sexy, you feel like as soon as you get your cut up body and all this other stuff, you feel sexy. You feel like, oh, I'm about to get the you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. That the confidence come up. It's so many different things. When dudes wear chains and wearing all this other stuff, you feel like, oh, I can get all these women and stuff. That's where the confidence come in. So I think, like, even though it ain't real confidence, which I try to stick through people's heads, because your confidence come from, like, depending on who you trying to impress and who you trying to entertain, and and understanding more about yourself without these things. That's why I don't wear earrings and all that stuff no more, for real, because I didn't want to base off of that, because it really is the type of people that I get behind, and I don't need nobody just want me because I have a chain on or because I have earrings on, or even a haircut. So sometimes I'll be trying to, keep my hair certain thing, whatever. I still try to line it up to the best way I can, but shoot, also just like whatever. I'm gonna wear it how I wear it, and it ain't based off of just how I look all the time. So confident in who I am without doing it. Okay, we got to share today. Okay, all
So
right.
does that mean
Go.
you're gonna get rid of the neck tattoo, or
Come on, man, be real. Be real, man.
I'm just saying, you
You are
getting rid
petty.
of.
You are
I'm just,
petty.
I just wanted to know the comments asked. You can see the comment.
I
It,
did
it
that when
wasn't
I was
letting me.
early 20. If I could get rid of it, I would have did it.
I'm just saying, the comment asked. It said, "Damn, Kev, what about the neck tattoo?" But it just went away. I think somebody muted it. Your minds don't play in here. They'd be.
Somebody muted that? You
Nah,
put something down there? You put something
no,
down there?
nah, I know. I just said that. It was me.
Oh, I was like, oh, I thought that, I'm like, that must have got filtered. I was about like, it got filtered then. uh,
I,
yeah.
I mean, I feel you with the whole, chain and earring, and I don't have. I want to feel you. I'm trying to, but I
Oh,
don't.
you feel me? You feel me? All right.
I,
No,
I
a
don't
lot of us
because
do that.
yeah, but like not all the time. Like I don't think there's anything wrong with like an ego boost. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't think there's anything wrong with putting on your favorite pair of earrings, your nice watch, just for your little I don't see a problem with that. Sometimes you need an ego boost and there's nothing wrong with a little confident, you know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing wrong with it. Everybody needs a little pick me up every once in a while, right? There
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Oh, that's the part you. I'm about to say. I thought I'm like. So you. I'm about you saying the same thing I'm saying. Oh, you talking about you disagree on the. Oh, no, but I never said that. I never said nothing was wrong with it. I didn't say that.
You said you don't wear earrings, Kev.
I said
What
I
do
stopped.
earrings do to
No,
you?
no. I swear to you. No, I only said that. I only said that because my true confidence. What I learned what true confidence was me basing it without it. Because I was relying on it at first, and I was like, when I started learning who I am and realizing that, why do I have to wear these things to impress somebody, or why do I have to have because like I even like I'm like my confidence is at where I don't even care about like the type of shoes I wear. Like I could probably wear some blinky dudes at what you go because I really don't care about.
My man said blinky dudes.
I don't be caring about. Yeah, I don't care about what people think for real for the most part, because a lot of people that's making these judgments towards me, they ain't even got their life together. That's what. So my confidence come from something else, and it ain't based off of what I wear or even how I look. Like it's just like it's be knowing myself and know
You
where I
saying
stand and what
it's
my
you
strengths
saying
is.
it's in you. It's in
Yeah,
you. It's not on you.
facts. Thank you. Thank you. That's what I'm talking about.
I
Yes.
feel that. Big facts.
Yeah.
I feel that. I'm
That's
with
all
you
I
like
do.
right. I'm with you like right.
See, I
You know
see
what I'm
the
saying?
lightness is working
You
today.
know what
We
I'm
getting
saying? It's working,
shining bright
D.
like a diamond.
You know? I'm not doing this with that. Horrible.
Yeah,
Just
but
horrible.
I think overall, if we saying a general thing, I think that prompt is it's just true. I think so. I think all of us, our confidence is kind of based off this. I ain't gonna lie. Like I said, I'm not gonna say that when I do get a haircut, I feel more like dang near like what you
I
trying
was
to
about to
do?
say, don't do that because every time you get a little haircut, you know what I'm saying? you be in the box. We see you. Don't do us.
Ah man, so yeah. I
Am I
think
lying? Am I lying? See, nobody said nothing, so that means I'm telling the truth.
What
Mm-mm.
happened? What happened? What did you say? How do you think I want to hear? I'm scared now to refer to
See,
repeat it now.
cousin just said facts, petty. See, you know what I'm saying? I'm telling the truth, gems.
What I? Oh wow.
It's cool, Kev. I get it. I won't tell nobody else.
He said I won't tell nobody. I'm trying to see what I missed. What did I miss? You said with a haircut and do what?
That's when you be in the box, Kev.
Oh,
Camera
come
be
on,
on.
Quiddy.
You know what I'm saying?
Quiddy.
Prompt be little, box be big. You know what I'm talking about? Am I
Be
lying
like,
though?
the new topic. The
All,
topic is Kev. Is laugh I
all,
learn.
all nostril and hairline. That's all we see in
Oh,
the back.
You get what I'm saying? See, I'm not lying. You know?
I need y'all to leave me alone.
What's the prop today? The prop is me.
That
Me
part.
laugh or learn. You know what it is.
You know
You
what I'm
know.
saying? It's cool, Kev. We get it. We not gonna tell nobody else.
All right, keep it a secret. It's like that.
Okay.
It's like that. Uh,
Now I'm a firm believer in put your best foot forward at all times. That's just how I was raised. However, I think it becomes a problem when it is your identity. You know what I mean?
Facts.
Like, just to bring it back home, like that is where, you know, like I said, I'm old school, gentlemen. There's certain rules of dress. I believe if you walk into a function fucked up, you just being rude. You know what I mean? When you dress against the dress code of whatever you're going to, that's a sign of rudeness if you don't comply. But there's a lot of people who actually like, if I don't have on something of designer, I feel like less than.
Yes,
And
yes,
Yeah,
and
that's
yes.
it's a
crazy.
problem. You know what I mean? Like people, it's nothing wrong with liking nice stuff. There's nothing wrong with, looking good. But
Right.
you got to realize that you the same when you wake up in the morning, looking toe up. You should feel the same as a person than if you
Yes.
dressed. And so, yeah, that's when it becomes a problem. When,
Right.
yeah,
It should be in you and not on you.
Nah, oh yeah, I'm still in that one too. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one for sure.
that is a good one. I like that.
Because if you have,
That's like you, cousin. If you just you might feel smooth with your suits on and all that stuff, and then you put a t-shirt on, you feel less than. Nah, that's why I be meaning like that. Like, hold up, nah, it ain't supposed to be like that. You supposed to still feel, at least.
I feel
So
like
I
cousin
do
B
feel.
got a
I'm gonna
couple
put it this way. I feel
Kangos.
that what Petty mean by the boost, because I ain't gonna lie. I guess there be times in you gonna feel that little boost sometimes where you just feel like you more up. I guess you say you feel more appealing to the mass. I put it that way from what they
And
said the beauty thing is or whatever.
you
So
ever,
I
and
feel that.
here go a trip out, right? You ever notice, you ever get dressed to be like dressed to impress and nobody say nothing, right? No, nobody give you no compliment, no nothing, right? But
Yeah.
you go out and you're not even trying to dress to impress. And somebody be like, damn, I like that shirt, you cute. And you over here like, what?
Like what? Right.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Facts.
Like, I prefer the random ones where I might look a mess. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? Like
Mm-hmm.
I've learned a long time ago when you dress to impress you really not impressing nobody because nobody paying attention at all.
Ooh.
You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. I notice when people got shit backwards nowadays. You know what I'm saying? It used to be, the mysterious ones got the attention. The ones that didn't stand out front for everybody to say, look at me, look at me. Those were the women that men looked for, right? Now it's everybody's all in everybody's face. You can't do it like that. I'm old school. I will forever be mysterious. I will forever be in the corner. 99.9% of the time, I live homeless. And I like that.
Mm-hmm.
That works for me.
Facts.
You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? You got to
Like I
catch me on
mean,
that 1% when I'm like, I'm cute. Other than that, I'm homeless, bro. I live homeless as shit and I love it.
like I gotta say, like I think too, with like it depends on the lifestyle, right, and what you do, because I think there is a certain like if you are corporate, let me just say, right, you work in corporate, or you're a lawyer, or you're something that requires a certain dress, you know, and with your colleagues because of what you do, you're gonna do your job, or you're gonna be treated more respectfully if you dress a certain way, then yeah, there's a kind of a trickle down effect of you're gonna feel better because people are gonna treat you better when you look a certain way, right? That's a very real thing. So that is part of it. But then there's this other part of like we were all saying, like where you have to do this for yourself because if I'm on the bus or I'm just walking to the corner store, I got to be in a 3-piece suit. That would be crazy, right? But if I'm going to the opera, then obviously I'm gonna dress up because if you don't, then now you look crazy the opposite way, right? Because you don't fit in. So now you're gonna be looking at you like an outcast. So then that's a bad thing. So it's kind of like there's a time and place for it. But I think like she just said, like today it's like everybody is look at me, look at me, look at me,
Mm-hmm.
and I want to be the center of attention, and you know, and now it's gotten to a point where it's even so ridiculous that it's just so fake that, and you can even see it's fake. You know what I mean? Like you got a dude that work at Starbucks, and how you got 7 carat stud earrings on. You know what I mean? Like we know that you just
That
got
part.
off Wish. What are you trying to do? Like why? Like what? You know what I mean? It don't match, player. Like we know that ain't real. Why are you putting that on? Like how does that? And I think it's gotten to an extreme to where, you know, it's just it's gone too far, man. It's
Yeah.
gone too far. And maybe it's just because that fake it till you make it has just gotten to like eighth power. I don't know. It's like it's fake it till you make it squared. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is out here nowadays.
No, now it's just delusion. It's not even fake it till you make it. Because even in the generation of fake it till you make it, we still knew we were faking it. You get what I'm saying? Like we we knew we weren't lying to ourselves. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? We knew we were faking it. We were faking it to get ahead. That's what the fuck we were doing. You get what I'm saying? We wasn't lying to ourselves. These people nowadays are lying to themselves, like, and they're delusional with it. It's scary as hell. Like they really
They
believe.
believe it.
You
Right.
get what I'm saying? It's wild. Fake it till you
Right.
make it is out the window. Like that's gone.
And
Over.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I knew when I graduated into grown man was when that didn't matter anymore.
Right.
Right? You know what I mean? Like, and I can remember I pulled up to the club, and this was back in the day where, you know, I was in LA and I had just got there, and I had a 1984 Volvo box.
Not
It
the
was
Volvo.
beige. Look, it was beige. I'm talking about cardboard box beige. It wasn't no glitter, no shine, just beige. I'm talking about toe up, straight bucket. But that's all I could afford. And I drove up and I was trying to go around the corner and park around the corner. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want nobody to see me in the car, right? So I'm at the club and I'm like, I'm gonna park around the way. And I get sucked into the point where I couldn't go anywhere but to the valet. Like, you know, you get into the cones and next thing you know, you can't get out. So now here I am in front of the club in this bucket. All the people in the line, everybody out there, and here I am. And I jumped out the car. I threw the keys to the dude, like, man, put that somewhere nice, and walked in the spot like I was like that motherfucker
I
was a
know
bitch,
that right.
right? And when I did that, I don't know, something clicked. It was like, bro, everybody out there didn't give a fuck about your car, but you thought that. You know what I mean? You had all this anxiety, nerves, and all this other stuff because this is what we all been taught. And it was like at that point where I realized, like, your confidence and who you are gotta be from the inside. Like you said, it can't be what you in or what's on you. You know what I mean? It gotta be from who you are and what's in you. And so, you know, that's when I knew. Because up until that point, yeah, I was all that. I had to get, you know, I had to be kidded all the time. You know what I mean? And it was all bullshit. It's all flash and mirrors.
That's fair
Mhm.
and valid. I guess
Yeah.
I never knew how to do the, like, I've always been, this is me. You know what I mean? Like I've always went to my own beat of my own drum. Even at the moments that it was off rhythm, like fuck, I didn't care. Like it was, you know what I mean? I don't know. I've never been, well shit, y'all know me. Y'all done been around me long enough. This ain't new. This been me. Like I never gave a F. Like, you know what I'm saying? You gonna like me or you not gonna like me. And if you,
Right.
I could care either way. Like, if you like me, I'm really cool, I promise. You know what I mean? But if you don't, you know what I'm saying? Fuck your dog. Like, I don't care. You
You know,
Fuck your life. Bing bong.
get what I'm
and you
saying?
know, the funny thing about it was I've never been the person who is like, I want you to like me or I want to like be my friend. I was always standoffish. You know, I didn't want people around me, right?
I think that's
Right.
cap. I think that's cap.
No. But what I
I think.
always want,
Oh, go ahead.
I had a thing where I wanted to basically cause envy. I don't know if that makes sense. Like like when I was younger, I grew up where I wasn't dark enough to be, I wasn't dark enough to be in the hood, right? But I wasn't light enough to be one of them. You know what I'm saying? So, but I live in the hood, so I got to fight every day to prove that I'm gangster. You know what I'm saying? So
That part.
I grew up with a chip on my shoulder. Like I grew up like say something, I'm gonna knock your ass out, and
That
it
part.
was real. These hands work because of that, right? But what that did was when I got older, and then I started getting attention from women, then I became vindictive, right? Because now all these dudes that was always talking about I was soft or I was this and that, and light skinned, oh, pretty dude, and not that type of shit. Okay, got you. I'm gonna take your woman. I'm gonna go do your cousin. I'm gonna do your sister, and I'm gonna show you out, right? So I'm gonna floss on you, and it became stupid. That's how I was when I was younger. You know what I mean? It was like me. So I didn't want to be friends with these cats, or I just wanted them to look at me with envy because of my childhood, right? And it was like when I realized how toxic that is, you know what I'm saying? I started to change it, but up until that point, man, it was like that's the only reason why I'm in the foreign. You know what I mean? That's why I'm paying all this money for clothes and all this, not because I wanted it or I thought that it was because I wanted other motherfuckers to look at me like, oh, I couldn't get that. And so that was my motivation, you know? And that's why I say I would prefer to be in the background. But because of how I grew up, it made me, just want to like fight back. Like that was my way of getting revenge or some shit. I don't know what it was, but it was ridiculous. And then once I got like, I want to say I probably grew out of that by like 22. By the time I was 22, I was like, you know what I mean? I kind of got it together. You know what I mean? I figured out like it ain't worth it. And I'm probably going to, end up having to unalive somebody or they're going to unalive me because,
Exactly.
you know what I mean? Like it was getting to the point of like I was being reckless. It's just, I don't know. So I kind of got it together at that point, and I realized, but those lessons, bro, when I was younger, shit, couldn't tell me nothing.
Hey, I agree with you on that. That's the reason why I teach about. I mean, that's why I talk about what I talk about because that's why I be against like ego and pride so much because a lot of us still stuck in there. I ain't gonna lie, low key. That's why I don't be trying to prove myself to nobody about what. But that is one thing because I got raised that exact way. Don't take nothing from nobody. Don't back down or whatever. And like literally, if people wanted to fight, it's like, all right, whatever. You think I'm about to just turn around or something like that? I don't know. I don't know who you think you are. Stuff like that or whatever. But then I realized, I think in my later or maybe was it mid-20s or something like that, I realized that I couldn't keep that same mentality because that's gonna cost my life one day. And then the more I started loving myself and feeling like that my life is important, I was like, you know what, my pride and ego, I just couldn't let that get to me and stuff. And then if I feel like that, um, I guess I feel if my life is worth it and I have family and all this stuff, whatever, it's like I'm not about to, because what is me trying to be all tough for? What is that gonna get me? And I realize that leads to the grave. And also I realized that like common sense or you trying to, put somebody in a place, a lot of times people don't back down from that, and you will have to literally either unalive somebody because they don't know how to chill out, or you're gonna have to or whatever, vice versa, whatever happened, you're gonna have to take care of business for the most part. But I realized like some of these are kids. These kids, like that's what kind of I guess it kind of humbled me or got me to like chill out. Is that common sense and all that stuff really don't mean nothing, or even beating them up, right? That really don't do nothing. So for the most part, yeah, it's like, man, you know what? I'm about to keep talking to these brick walls because all they gonna do is just, they gonna do it somewhere. I'm gonna have to, take them out. You know what I'm saying? So it's like I was like, whatever. I got to a point like, well, y'all can have it, whatever. I'm not about to let my pride ego get to me, so I'm gonna just get on up out of here, forget it, cause it ain't just really worth it. I think it's cause that feeling of, man, you made me feel like a punk or something like that, and that stuff will cost us our life because we just don't want to walk away. Cause some people literally don't have nothing to live for, and that's just what that is. I know I do, so I'm not about to sit here and about to get up with everybody and everybody facing stuff because I feel like I'm the toughest and stuff. I can't do that. So yeah, I feel you on that.
Man, real talk. I'm telling you, man. I remember I remember this guy, man. We used to call him Lil Larry because his brother was Big Larry, but Lil Larry was the D boy of the whole little situation around where we grew up. And Lil Larry decided that he was gonna go ahead and buy him a old school Mustang and fix it up. Had paint and wheels and all that shit, right? Beat it had all of the speakers in it. And he just, I don't know what he was thinking, but he decided that he was just gonna be in people's faces, all in the hood, fronting and everything. And next thing you know, they didn't jack Lil Larry for his car. So somebody took his car, and now he mad. And so now he's trying to find. And next thing you know, they got shootouts. They got all this other stuff going on, and end up half of his little family, get shot up at the house, and all this other stuff. And I was just like witnessing this as a little kid, thinking like, why is it that you think that you can bring steak into a den of lions when they're starving and don't expect those lions to attack you? You know what I'm saying? You can't play around in people's face and think that, oh, you safe because that's where you grew up. No. They don't take that. And that was a lesson of like, people would just be, I don't know, man, like you, these rappers and all this other, yeah, we gonna go back you better not go back to the hood and act like you just about to front on people and think that you gonna leave unscathed. No, it don't work that way, man. People struggling out here. So that's a good way. Like I said, man, I think everybody needs to grow up and get a taste of that. You know what I mean? It'll give you humility. Like it'll give you a sense of understanding the struggle. Like even if you make money and you made it out, if you've ever went through something like that or witnessed it, it gives you a different perspective of life. You know what I mean? Like, and I think a lot of people don't understand that, man. They just don't understand that bottom tier. You know what I mean? And I don't know, man. It's just, I don't know, man. You just gotta, life is more than things. I'm just gonna say that.
Yeah, it is. My whole life has been predicated on clothes, though. Like, I can't even, and to me, it's not in a vain way. I just identify things the way I identify clothes. Like, I remember I used to dress nice, wear the Timbs and academics and all this stuff. I was getting clothes from other places. This was before East Bay because I had friends that stayed in other places. So they would send me stuff. I'd send them the money. So I was always kind of ahead of my time when it was the dressing. But I remember we went to this one particular club and they wouldn't let me in. And I was so embarrassed because the line was so long, but it was grown people, you know what I'm saying? I'm 20 years old. There's some grown cats off in there, pockets long, everything, and they wouldn't let me in. And I vowed to myself, I said, this will never happen again. And from then on, I gave my boots and shoes and those clothes to my little nephew and them, and it's been it for me. Like I don't know no other way to be. That's why I said, like, even when I don't have on what I would normally wear on a regular day, like, I mean, I still feel like me. It doesn't take anything away from it, but it's just, it became a part of my identity. It's basically who I am.
Or who you chose to be, I would say.
But yeah, but after a while, that becomes you, right? Like we are habitual creatures.
I think we could. I don't. I think the only reason why I don't like using the term being me because we just get stuck. We box ourselves in because we can be whatever we want to be. I think well overall they take away the choice of what we decided to be. And actually, I just only learned this because, and that's what helped me change my life, is because, like I said, I read this book named Atomic Habits, and it made me realize it said something about you can identify yourself, and it broke all that stuff down. I was like, dang, you right. And you got to really make habits out of it. Just like if somebody wanted to be a hippie, I realize I'm a firm believer. Like if you just keep, looking at different hippie ways and just studying it and keep making a habit out of it, you eventually become it. You know what I'm saying? But that don't mean your last self was fake, or your real, is this your real true self? So that's why I don't know. That's why I just don't use the term. Well, this is just me, because like I don't think we really know, as long as you keep trying to be better or progress or be something, or even be something different in your life. I don't know what this, like, who to say what is truly you. I don't know. That's how I just view things.
But do you think that we are an accumulation of all of those attributes, right? So let's say, what does it take? 5 years to become an expert at anything?
Mm.
I think that's like, it might be like I don't know, they got a computer to look that up. I think it was something like that. Like it's 5 years or something, like, in general, to become an expert in pretty much anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
But at that point, even if you don't practice it anymore, it's still part of you, right? You still,
Yeah.
it's one attribute of you. You might not be it completely, but I
Yeah.
think you're right on that. Like that's not all I am.
Like,
But
yeah, there you go. That's all I'm getting to
right,
that point. Yup. Because you can.
right. But it's still you, right?
It's
Because
part of you, yeah. It's part of you, but it's just
yeah,
not only you. It could be, yeah, or you can make it the smallest part about you, depending on how you adjust your life. You can make, because that's like some people do make like or say that they sinned before or they was a criminal. Some people just stick with I'm just criminal and all that stuff. But depending on how you make changes in your life and adapt to different things, that could be the smallest part about you. That and that just be the past version of you. You might still have it in you in some type of way, but that could be the smallest part of you. You know what I'm saying? And then something bigger be like, I'm an investor, I'm a motivator, I'm a pastor now. So it's
right.
just all that stuff can literally change depending on what you want to look forward to. Because we are one thing I can say as humans, we are adaptable. We're adaptable. That's what that is. So I think that's
Yeah.
one solid thing.
But I'll say this though: once you become something, right? I just have this belief that it never leaves, right? And if you get put in the proper situation, it'll come back. Like if I would say like as a soldier, if I was ever put into a position where I got to activate,
Mhm.
okay, I'm in your ass. Like that is it's about to be a problem. I don't just forget those things because I did it so long, right? If I was, a fighter or a boxer or whatever, certain things you just don't forget. And if you ever get put into that little like fight or flight, it'll come back. You know what I mean? So I do believe that we just an accumulation of all of our attributes. And then we, like you said, I think we choose which ones we highlight
Yeah.
depending on where we are in our lives. You know what I mean? But I think we could probably recall that any part of that at any time if we were ever proficient in it. Like if we weren't proficient in it in the first place, then yeah, we'll forget that shit. But
Mhm.
if you were truly proficient in something, oh yeah, that's staying.
Yeah, on that master thing, it's 10,000 hours, which is the equivalent to 9 years practicing it three hours a day.
Okay, 9 years, not 5 years. Got you. All right,
Hmm.
there you go. There you go. Appreciate that info.
Yeah, because that's
Oh
how
yeah.
like that you said that too. Because like I was thinking about that, like you can be this certain way, and just because, like I said, I'm a prime example. I'm a full. Even if you didn't want to make a choice, right? Um, or that you didn't notice you made this choice. I believe, like, say if I'm American, right, and I had my 30 years here, and then I chose to have like 60 years in let's say Europe or something like that. So those 60 years, I think those gonna override because that'd be more of the current position that I'm at, and I might shoot some of that stuff. I might actually forget some of the American type ways because I done adapted to their lifestyle so much that this is more of me. That would be more of me than what my American life would be because I live 60 more years in it should be 90 years old, but 60 more years in the Europe. So I'll be more European than, or I have more, I have more of their ways than, or I adapted to the ways than American. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean about it. How humans just work.
At 90 years old though,
You'd have
it don't
had
even matter
accent.
no
You'd
more.
have had accent and everything too. You didn't even
Shit,
realize you have an accent.
at 90, you gonna be your skin gonna be white. No,
Right. That's what I'm saying. Right. If you get,
you gonna be all the way transformed at 90.
yeah. So that's how I be looking at it though, because I think as human we just adapt, but sometimes we can't help but to adapt for the most part. Because like I said, people didn't realize that if they went out of town for maybe a year or something like that, they came back with a whole accent and like they didn't even notice that, but everybody else did. They're like, hold up, you ain't used to talk like that, So it just as humans we adapt. We adapt to when they say a product to your environment, that junk kind of real to a certain extent. You end up adapting to where you at.
Yeah, in street terminology, we call that it ain't where you from, it's where you at. Everybody
Yeah.
have a different set of rules in which they go by. It don't matter that you from California, you from off East Crenshaw. When you come to where I'm from, you abide by our rules. We're not on Crenshaw Street.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where a lot of these youngsters do. They try to enforce things from their old neighborhood onto people in the new neighborhood. And new people like, no, that's not the way we do business down there.
Hey, that's facts. You ever notice though, like if you say you from New York, or even like Crenshaw, you from LA, and you moved away, and now you 30 years removed. You've been successful. You in the suburbs. You ain't none of that life and none of that stuff, right? All of a sudden, you go back to visit family or something, and one of your homies come up and talking to you. Next thing you know, you sound just like them again. You ever notice that? Like, you know what I mean? You be extra New York all of a sudden. You be all back with it, or you be what's up, cuz? You all LA. It just come back to you because for some reason, I don't know what that home turf or something just come out when somebody else come around you. I don't know what that code switching just is. It's a cold beast. Y'all notice that, or is it just me?
I think it depends on how long it is too. I think I get what you mean on some scenarios, but I think at that time you was already just adapting to the area because you probably wouldn't notice the switch yourself. But yeah, I think I don't think you would notice the switch yourself though, unless you already was just like if you was at a job or something like that, and you just you put on a certain thing, and then as soon as you start talking to your boy, you start being slang or whatever. I'm just saying go your regular way and stuff. But I think it's a difference from trying to fit in. I guess it's like temporary adaptation versus long term adaptation. Because that long term adaptation it take a little minute. Because I'm a firm believer of habits, right? Once you make a habit of something, just like they was talking about that 10-year thing. You make a habit out of something, you end up becoming it, and it's gonna take a little while to even change back. I don't think you could just change instantly on something that you have. Just like I noticed when I first started this app, I had a habit out of saying, or you still certain things I said, nah, just like the words change and I'll say something else, because I made a new habit out of something. I say right. I might say right a lot, and that's how I noticed. So I'm like, dang. So it's like that's how I noticed we built off habits, and some stuff just take a long time or whatever. Just no different from like addictions. When people be addicted, when they're used to doing something for so long, they have to, counter it with a different, either a different addiction or a different habit or whatever in their life, so they can, get away from it. It take time.
Yeah, Yeah, I do. I believe like the neighborhood in which that you grew up in pivotal parts of your life. I mean, like from ages 5 to 14, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
That's the fabric of who you are. That won't ever change. You can move to wherever that you want to move to, and you might have to not use certain terminologies because where you're at, they don't know what that means. It means something else totally different. That doesn't mean that you've changed. That just means you're adapting for survival. But I
Yeah.
think the person in itself, when cousin was talking about when you go back to your city, well, no, you feel a lot more comfortable because that's the fabric in which you was cut from.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. That home tailoring, boy, that cut is cold.
Mm. Hmm. Oh, we're trying to work on these other prompts for tomorrow. So far. Let's get this one now. Yeah, this last little prompt, I guess.
Let's get it.
Yeah, I wanted to make that one sweaty too. So why without smacks majority relationships will fail? Why so? Anybody.
You said why?
Yep.
Because they base it on that. Anytime you put the base of your relationship around sexual action, it is bound to fail. I think it's inevitably going to fail. Like you're setting it up to fail because that's fleeting, and life has a way of lifing. When we young and ain't got shit going on in life and you ain't got nothing to do, you think, hey, yeah, all I can do is I can just go in and, you know what I mean, go get that thing and that's all I
Right.
do. You know what I mean? Because you ain't got shit else to do. But
Right.
all of a sudden, you got to go to work, life, responsibilities, all that. You don't have time sometimes, right? Then your priorities change. And then all of a sudden, your relationship was based on the run around every day doing nothing. What do you think is going to happen?
All
It's
right.
going to ultimately, because you have no other concrete attachment. You have
Yeah,
no
you go.
intimacy.
There you
You know
go.
what I mean? You have no real, I want to say, I guess, commitment or care outside of a sexual relationship. And so once that starts to wane, your whole relationship is a wrap. And then once that happens, you can't get it back. Because what people don't realize is that attraction is kind of based on circumstance as well. It's not all just physical. So if you already now, your relationship is suffering because it was based on just sex. So now that's not happening. So now you feel bad. But when you feel bad, you're probably not going to be interested in sex. So what is it doing? It's just a double negative. And it's killing your whole relationship and you don't even realize it. Because now you can't perform. Now y'all ain't vibing. Now that means that you start doing other things outside, and then you end up cheating or end up just breaking up or whatever. And it's all because it was based on a house of cards in the first place. So that's my take on it.
Yeah, I agree. Surface level, it seems like an extremely easy question. Without sex, majority relationships will fail. Why so? And it's pretty much what cousin said because you know what I'm saying, there's really nothing to hold you there. Like so if the one of the most dangerous men on the face of this planet is a man that can control his lower extremities and he doesn't need a woman. When you run up against men like that, they are extremely dangerous. That's the problem with most of our brothers, including me, is that we can't control it. So it allows them to weaponize things against us. And in return, we make bad decisions because we want poom poom.
Right.
But if we could stand up and be men and say, okay, well, if she gonna take that away from me, I guess I'll just have to go through it because I'm gonna make the right decision for this family. But I think that's pretty much what it is because they have nothing else for the relationship. That's what it was built off of.
Facts. That's exactly.
And that's the thing that people don't understand, man. You can build chemistry out of a connection. You know what I'm saying? But you can't really do that the other way around. You know, when
Let me,
like,
what's good?
like you can, lust normally does not build chemistry. I mean, lust is a certain chemistry, but it's all based on, it's based on a fiery emotion at that time, and when it fades away, it's a wrap. But the opposite way, when you have a genuine connection, and that's something that can build, because now you have intimacy that doesn't involve sexual anything. So when you don't have that in your life, it can sustain. But if you don't have that base, you can't sustain with nothing. And I think people don't realize that, man. They go in the opposite direction.
Yep, let's look at some new content, a new topic up there.
Have y'all ever heard of practicing controlled abstinence in a relationship?
The what?
Like practicing a controlled abstinence while in a relationship.
Hell no.
No, you never tried that? Never heard of it?
Nope. I heard of it, but I ain't never tried it.
Abstinence in a relationship?
Yeah.
Would that be like a fasting? It seems like fasting or something.
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, like you might
Like
say,
I just made that up. I don't know if that's true though, but yeah, I ain't never heard that though.
but like let's say you say, all right, you know what? For June, we ain't doing shit.
That's a good one. I think that build a closer bond if you do that.
Right. We're gonna do everything that we do, right? We're gonna still be intimate, still be all that, but we never but the intimacy is not sexual.
Right.
So still cuddle, watch TV, watch all the shit. It's all the same. You're just not gonna get down. And you say we're gonna do that for 30 days and see what happens. And you start realizing like if you're really compatible with people. You know what I'm saying? Like you might. That's why COVID was killing people. COVID was tearing up relationships.
Oh
boy, they were stuck with each other, and then they realized they don't like each other. Woo! That was all bad. So I'm just saying, sometimes, man, I think in a relationship, that's effective. I suggest everybody try it at least once. You can do a 30-day cleanse. You can do that. Trust me.
I always do that on accident. If I'm busy, then I ain't thinking about it. But that, like, I'm gonna tell you the weirdest thing. It's like I don't even believe in anxiety and triggered and stuff like that. I believe some people have it, but like I said, it's so saturated. It's hard for me to distinguish who are really going through these things or just a heightened sense of things. That's two different things than, than you saying that you have anxiety versus you're kind of upset because you can't pay a bill. That ain't anxiety. But what I want to say is, have y'all ever it's like being in a car, you going on a road trip. You just can't use the bathroom when you want. that irks me. Like it's gonna make me use the bathroom more because I'm thinking about it. And that's kind of the way I am with Smix. If I'm not thinking about it, oh, I can go 2 or 3 months. I'm not thinking about it, but if she tells me, well, nah, we gonna go on this for 3 months, 90 days, I'm not gonna want to do that.
Right. That's what I can't do.
And if my partner ever comes up to me and say we finna practice this abstinence, I have to rethink whether or not I want to be with you.
Hey, why is that?
Maybe
Because
that's
it's
maybe
a
that's
very
his
important
point.
part of the relationship to me. And for me, it's something that's a necessity in my relationship. So
Well, we get
that's
it
something we're going to
somewhere.
have contention about. I'd rather just not have that contention.
Well, we get it somewhere now. Found one. There's a fish. Sorry, no, I'm talking about, but oh, okay, interesting. I wonder why is that.
I mean, that's just me. I'm very schmeck's positive when it comes to relationships. Like, I don't think you should be just doing it with anybody. Like, if I'm single, I don't have an issue not doing it. I don't have to hook up with somebody. It's not an itch that needs to be satisfied to that capacity. But when it comes to being in a relationship, a committed relationship where that is someone that I share the only person I share my body with, hell yeah, I want it when I want it. Where you at?
Interesting. So that sounds very important in your book.
It is. It's up there.
Is that really love?
I mean, I don't equate schmecks to love, so.
Interesting. Should you be in a relationship based off of what's not love?
Well, I don't base my relationship off it, but it is a factor on whether or not I feel like it's going to work.
So
Basing it off of it.
That's what
That's
No,
what
because there's
you
other things
literally
that I could
said,
take
right?
into consideration that
it's
would make
basically
me
the
change
same
my
thing,
mind,
right?
but it would bother me to the point to where I would start having second thoughts.
That sounds like an insecurity, man.
No, I'm just saying, like, if it's what would happen if somebody maybe you have a heart condition and they
That's
say, you
different.
know what, I can't do it anymore. Now you're just gonna leave them?
No, in that case, no, I would not.
So okay, so then it's just a preference, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we're talking about is if you have relationships, in most relationships, we're gonna say the majority of relationships, if they don't have, if the sex breaks down, so goes the relationship. So if that's the case, we're making the argument that that relationship is based on sex. It's not, sex
Oh,
is
then
not
that I
just
would agree
love.
with.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So if that was the case, then it's like, how do you know if you're truly compatible without sex if you never tried it? And that's why
Well,
we
I
came
think.
up with, that's what we came up with that, just so you get the context of what we were talking
Okay,
about.
yeah, no, in that context, I would absolutely agree with you. I think where I'm coming from more so is we've already built the compatibility and the trust and the love and a stable foundation in our relationship before the smex has come.
So if that's the case, that goes back to what Cousin said. If you can have a fast, like say, hey, maybe these 3 months and we ain't gonna do nothing, just to have a deeper connection instead of using that as a deeper connection.
If like, how long have we been together? Like, just throw a number at me.
Years.
Say
Huh?
you've been together 5 years.
Yeah, no, I'm not doing that.
Okay, but now
We
let's
get
say
it
now
somewhere.
if you have a problem with intimacy, because you understand that, sex is different than intimacy, right?
Absolutely.
And so a lot of couples are in relationships and they have no intimacy, and they don't understand why they're having problems in their relationship because they don't have the intimacy. The reason why they don't have the intimacy is because they conflate intimacy with just smacks, right? And so that is where that little exercise comes in, where it's like, all right, now you got to take away that to work on your intimacy without doing the other things, because that is a problem that you guys have. You get what I'm saying? So if everything is healthy and everything is going cool, I don't think that you need to do that. You know what I mean? But if there's problems with the relationship, I think it's healthy. I mean,
No, I could
it's good.
understand that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think I love you, and you trying to tell me nope. I feel like you don't love me no more.
I've been in a relationship for 8 years, and it's like I don't want it no more. But we're not married. But I guess I feel that way now as I'm older that, I just don't feel it, it just don't feel right. Being together 8 years, neither one of us want to get married. I know I don't, because I like my life how it is. But far as that, I just don't feel that I need to have it. But he does, but I don't, so because I think of it as on a different level as I am older, like I said, that, like they say, that before marriage, I'm not trying to get up on the topic of this, but they say that before marriage is sin. And, and I guess I mean, it may sound different for what you guys talking about, but I just don't feel it no more.
Can I respond to that?
Yeah, I was
Yes.
going to ask you a question too. I'll go after you. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so I think for me personally, sexual compatibility is almost as important as compatibility with your partner in general, because that can cause some issues. And I'm not saying that because, like, I know that what I just said, that's for me personally. I don't think everybody should feel that way. I don't think everybody should move that way. But what you guys are into in that realm, and I'm not talking about kinks and stuff, I'm talking about like how often, how important it is to you. Those things kind of have to line up as well, because that can leach into other things. And maybe that's a conversation you and your partner need to sit down and have. What are, ooh, I'm being taken out by a piece of lettuce. Hold on a second. That could determine how things are going to go for you. So it's like, what do you expect out of this? What do you get from this? What do you need from this? And figure out where you both can compromise on that. And if you can't, be okay with that, meaning you guys may not last.
Now, my question, if you don't mind me asking, because when you said that you are not married 8 years and you're not married, and then you said that you guys don't want to be married, that neither one of you want to be married, but then at the same time, the fact that you're not married may be a reason why you don't feel it, like like partaking in it. So that seems like either one, you're or might as well break up because it's never going to be cool, right? If you say that you don't want to ever be married, or that means that that position has to change for the things to get better. So my question to you is, what would change if you got married? Because that's something that you also said was, I don't want to get married because I don't want to change my life. So after 8 years with somebody, what do you think marriage, dun, 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 all of a sudden is going to change in your life? If you don't
I
mind
don't
me
think,
asking.
I don't think it's going to change anything. It's just I don't feel the urge. I mean, it's not something that we have to have, but I just like I got my reason. I just don't want to get married because I don't, I don't want to be like literally be attached to somebody like that. Because when I want to go about my business, I want us to just go on about our business.
Hmm? Is that a defense mechanism or something?
No, that ain't no. It's you could probably say that, but I just don't. That's
Okay.
just my opinion.
I feel
Now,
you. That's
So, but I mean, so you're going to, when you say just get up, when you just about you so like you don't have any like you could do that with marriage too if that's the case if it gets to that point. But like, what is it that I'm just curious because I'm what is it that is so
Uh-oh. Phone call or phone died.
Mm.
I want him to finish, but I got a question for Miss Ree as well.
Mm-hmm. Wait till you get back. Until then, y'all, real quick, and y'all share real quick, and drop a couple hashtag FYPs. Y'all don't have to tap. Y'all don't have to tap for that stuff. I don't think it really worked.
Kevin,
Yo.
they fixed it so people on the panel can tap as well.
Yeah, I used to do that, but it's something up been happening lately for these past couple of weeks, and I'm like, bro, it seems like my stuff go up higher without no tap. So I was like, forget it. I just said I'm gonna go back to that again.
Okay.
My room been low with them taps. I'm like, what's going on? But yeah, that's why I went back to it though. But I feel you. Though. I changed it up though. That's all I wanted. Shares for real and gifts. You can throw roses, whatever it is, just to keep the algorithm going. And then also join the team. To join the team, you gotta go under my name, and you see an orange heart up there, and that costs 1 penny, and it help put me in a popular live.
Welcome back, cousin. Oh,
thank you,
cousin, I should have.
my
Oh my
gosh.
God. Like, you missed it. I'm sorry. I was on live the other day and my daddy was here.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Oh, was he up in here spying on you?
Huh?
Was he up in here spying on you?
No, he came to visit.
Oh,
Like, he was
okay.
actually here with me. And then I was thinking, like, dang, if cousin was here, you could have saw. Because remember when I first met you, I told you look like my daddy and it was tripping me out.
Oh man, yeah. This week though, I've been trying to get the orders out and stuff, so it's been rough. I ain't been on lives.
The bag comes first.
Hey, you already know. So,
But I'm going to go back on mute because I'm finna tear this pizza up.
Oh, pizza eater.
oh, that pizza at late
Big
night.
pepperoni and pineapple. Stop playing with me.
My bad.
Pepperoni pineapple.
Not too much.
Hold on, wait, what?
Not too much.
What you doing?
Cousin, I'm
That's
sick of the
something.
light skin on light skin violence, but I'm with the shenanigans behind this pizza.
Hey, look here, we might have to go. I mean, these hands do work now. I
And
just
mine are rated
saying.
E for everybody, so what's T? Kevin, you
That's
better get your
almost.
friend.
That's lightweight sacrilegious, though. I'm just gonna tell you, just lightweight. That's on that board. Ooh.
And it's sacrilegiously delicious, and I'm finna eat the whole pizza by myself.
Well, you know what? You ain't gonna have no fight with that. You can have it all. Yeah.
Let me go eat my food.
Miss Ree.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question for you. What purpose does this gentleman serve in your life?
Well, perfect do it. He's you know, he's a good person. You know, we have our ups and downs like anybody else does. You know, we can talk, we can laugh, we can, you know, cook together. We do a lot of things together. I mean, like I said, he's just, I'm not into that no more.
So basically, you're explaining he's your friend?
Well, right now, I'm to the point where I don't want to be in a relationship. I want my focus to be on God.
Which
Why
is
you looking for
admirable,
it?
but I'm saying I was just going to say, well, why don't you let him go on his merry way?
Because he
Fact.
don't. I done told him, and he does not want to leave me. But I talked to him about it and let him know. God has something else for me. I just can't. You know. And then plus I be busy a lot too. I have my own nonprofit.
Okay. I guess as long as he happy with it.
Yep.
That's deep.
Huh.
I said that's deep.
hmm Well, y'all have a good night.
All
You
right.
too.
Mhm.
So y'all want to hit that topic up? We can do that. It's a new one. Or it's free talk. Don't matter. I'm over trying to make these other new topics for tomorrow. I got a few of them.
Okay, I'm back. Is it still beef?
I don't think you left any on the pieces. So
Oh my god. That oh my god wasn't for you. I almost fell.
that's me. What you mean?
So how you feeling? You feeling better?
I'm still here.
Okay, we'll take it.
I done been here since November 7th.
Wait, you still?
Yeah.
Well, you know what? You sound better. How about that?
Thank you. So moment of transparency. I've been put back on medication, you know, not for my health, but for my brain. And I'm not gonna lie, things are different.
Yeah, yeah. I can see that.
Yeah, the switchboard is finally working.
Okay. So that explains that pizza. All right, we gonna. Okay, cool.
That's crazy, cause not you just did that. That's crazy.
You already know you set yourself up for that. I had to.
Nope. I'm gonna need
Oh
2 to
no,
5 business days before I can interact with you again.
come on. You already know it wouldn't be right if I didn't.
Yeah, it's delicious. Pineapple goes on pizza. I don't care. I said what I said. That's a hill I'm willing to unalive on.
I damn near had a whole live about this. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Wait, didn't you do a live? Right, you did a live on that with the
Yep,
they
yep,
fighting the things. Yeah.
yep. I sure did.
Now, I don't like Hawaiian pizza.
Was that the with the ham?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all
You
the way
are what you
sacrilegious.
eat. Ham.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say.
I
This is
just,
lightweight.
I like a plain pepperoni pizza. Just add some pineapple to it. And it's got to be canned pineapple, not the fresh one.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I grew up eating it. I'm from California.
That's what she
Yeah,
said.
me too. But
Kevin.
Oh, try to say it quick.
I
He said
mean,
it slow as hell.
it's all good. You know,
It's cool because I'm
sometimes.
getting everybody a pineapple pizza for Christmas.
Ooh, you trying to get yourself excited out the family? Oh my god.
You're stuck with me now. It's impossible to do.
Okay. Well, I'll pick them shits off then. How about that?
No, you got to eat it or else I'm going to cry.
You ain't
That's what
gonna
she
know.
said.
I'm gonna be smooth with it. Boy, y'all already know ninja tactics. Just don't look in the garbage can afterwards.
You know, black people. Oh wait, I can't say that. I got told I'm not black enough.
Well, yeah. Why? You ain't got fried chicken pizza?
No, it didn't have nothing to do with the pizza. Some guy said that because
the pizza.
I'm not. Some guy really said that because I'm half Native American, that I have animalistic DNA in me, and that I'm not an actual human because only full black people are the actual humans, and so I don't have a right to speak up on black issues or black topics.
Why? I think I know who you're talking about. Because one guy I know that uses those terms.
I don't know who he is. I couldn't even tell you what his name is.
And you don't even know where he came from, so whatever. I'll be willing to bet. Oh yeah, player. Well, what tribe you come from, man?
I know where my people come from in Africa.
You know what I'm saying? Like, what's happening?
I know what ethnic group they come from and what country they migrated from or were brought from through the transatlantic trade. See? I did my research. I know my history.
But you know what that is, though. Just people want to be important.
Yeah, he went on that whole little tirade about how it's how black people are the only sentient beings, that they're the only actual human beings, and that's why they're above everybody else. All I did was ask him, where did you get that from? Like, what is your research? I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're right. I'm just saying, can you cite your source for the information you got or the studies you took or the stories you heard that pointed you into this direction of thinking and made this what you believe to be true? And he told me I didn't have the right to ask him that or question him because I'm not even a human being.
Oh yeah, cool.
I think the ovaries I was born with would beg to differ, but whatever, because science don't exist these days. But then a man asked him, a fully black man asked him the same question I asked, because I was asking what everybody was thinking. And he told him he doesn't have to cite a source, that you just aren't a believer and you're ignorant. And if you don't understand and you can't comprehend, then you will never ascend to the heights necessary to achieve the level of ascension you need to be. And it was like, no, okay, cool. Where did you get that from though? And he wouldn't answer it. He just said, because you're not answering, you just don't know, and you're wrong because you don't know.
Where'd you get that from? Well, I got it from my ass, actually, but I don't want to say that.
No diddy.
That's where he got it from. Right there between the left cheek and right cheek. There's a little spot right there. I got that from right there. That's where I got it from.
I've been told I couldn't speak because I was a woman. I've been told I can't speak on something because I was young. Too young to know. Cool. I've been told that, I can't speak on something because I'm too angry and don't know how to control my emotions. All right, fair, you got it. But to be told that I'm not a human being was crazy. I think that was the first time I was ever actually offended.
Yeah, that's crazy work. What are you, an alien?
I'm an animal.
I think aliens do exist, but...
Well, no, according to him...
I didn't know you were one, so...
According to him, anybody that is not fully black, which isn't even a thing because it's a construct that was invented, but anybody who is not black is an animal. They are not a human being. That was his notion.
Human beings are animals. What the fuck
Exactly.
are you talking about? Like,
exactly.
Everything that he talking about is wrong. Who is this guy? I want to get him on the panel.
I didn't meet him on TikTok. I was in an Instagram live when it happened.
Oh damn! Instagram got live? Ooh, I'm a dinosaur. Are you serious?
A real one, because they've had lives for over a decade at this point.
You know what? Shut the door. Maybe I need to eat some pizzas like that. Fuck. I'm terrible.
Kevin, you knew Instagram had live, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know what? Whatever. So what? All right. I
So
ain't
what?
know.
I mean, he old too, so
I
I
mean,
feel like that's not an excuse.
I didn't say I was old. What you talking about? Who said that?
Oh, never mind.
Yeah, I ain't about to admit that. What you
But
mean?
I'm old.
Yeah.
Oh,
Let me ain't you that if you ain't that far from me.
Yes, I am. I'm far enough.
How
You
old
no,
are
gotta
you're
you?
not
round up. I could
old.
still round down. Stop it.
How old are you?
Why you in my business?
Yeah, I thought so. I'll be making that face too. You got in that picture.
Yeah, I'm younger than you. That's all that matter.
Gotta be doing them duck lips. I believe
That
it.
picture is old. Leave me alone.
I don't care.
Yeah, that picture old. That ain't. Hey, see, hey, I ain't old. I'm just cold.
No, see, Kevin is old. Cousin, you hella old. It's a difference.
Hey, let me tell you something. Okay,
Let me tell you something.
let me tell you
Listen, my
something.
bad.
Let
You
me
know
tell
what?
you
I
something. Let me tell you
apologize.
something.
Let me tell you something, Justin. Let me tell you something. I know you from Cali because that hella came out. See, but that's why
Listen,
I'm gonna let
relax.
that go. See, I'm gonna let that go.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool because you know my mama told me I'm supposed to respect my elders. So you know what? I'm sorry.
You damn right. That's right. You gotta work hard for this eldership. Okay? God dog it. Yeah, the only thing old over here is my knees, but you know, that's a whole other topic.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. The weirdest thing happened on my birthday. So, like, you know how people be joking and it's like, oh, how did it feel? How does it feel to be 30? Or like, how did it feel turning 30? And people were like, oh my God, it hurt as a joke, right? It actually hurt for me. Like, literally, when the clock hit midnight, and I was like, oh, I got to get up and make my little Instagram post, you know, my little happy birthday to me. I tried to get up and everything said, sit your ass back down. Like, it hurt. My
See,
joints was screaming.
see, that didn't happen to me. Now, how you like that? How you like them pineapples? God dog it.
That's fine because
See,
I
How
can
you like
still
them
go jump on the
pineapples?
bed. You can't.
huh? What you say? Say
I'm
again.
not worried about breaking a hip.
Oh, my hip. Oh shit, my
I
hips
could
is.
jump on a bed.
Yep, yep.
I probably shouldn't, but I could.
Well, that's because you probably short. That's okay.
No, it's because I'm tall. I've almost hit my head on the ceiling before.
You hitting, don't be jumping on the bed then, because that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, I'm taller than the average man.
You know what? You might be right. Because
Yeah, if I put on heels, I'm like 6'4", 6'5".
see,
Oh my.
oh my, oh my. I heard that one.
I do tall girls always put on heels.
Because I look good. Got legs for days. What you mean?
Man.
Legs for
And it's
days.
funny, people hear that and think I have a height complex when it comes to dating. I've dated the shortest guy I've ever dated was like 5 foot even, and the tallest I've dated is 7 foot 1.5. I don't care.
Wait,
You
did you say
play
5 foot
basketball?
even?
Yeah,
They make dudes like that?
yeah.
What? Where is he, a jockey?
I'd like to be able to swallow my juice in peace.
Whoa.
I
Kevin,
mean,
stop it.
that's just hey, hey,
Hey yo.
hey.
But yeah, I dated someone who was
Well,
5 foot even, but he made it weird, so I had to break up with him.
because it was weird. He didn't make shit
No,
weird.
no, no, no. It's a
Well,
difference
okay,
between being with somebody and y'all happen to have a height difference, and then the only thing you describe me as, like, he would literally introduce me to people as his tall girlfriend, like they can't see I'm almost a foot taller than this man.
so wait, you 5'11", right?
Just about, yeah.
Okay, so basically, when he stood up, he was at your hoo-ha. That is weird. He ain't got to kneel down or nothing. Just turn around and just hey.
No, he was
See?
taller than that. He was
Hey.
like at my nipples.
Oh no. Well, it's still easy. See, he was right. That's weird.
It wasn't weird to me. He was a very attractive guy, very well established, very intelligent. Like, he checked all my boxes. So I'm figuring this is great. And I'm not one of those, like, him being short don't embarrass me.
Nah, but
So
it embarrassed him though. You know
it
what it
didn't
is?
embarrass him. He was fetishizing me, and that's the problem.
Right. But that's
He
what I'm
liked
saying.
knowing he bagged somebody as tall as I was.
But
I
that's what I
got
was
me a
gonna say
tree.
is that was his, as a man, that was his way of projecting that, oh, okay, I'm pumping myself up because I feel intimidated. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reverse the role by saying all the time, this is my target. Yeah, we know that, homie. But
But like
he
anytime
really
he
wasn't
described
targeted.
me, it was
You know what I'm
always
saying?
how tall I am. If you asked him what he liked about me, you don't see how tall she is and how pretty she is. Like, and it's like I'm more than just my height. I don't like that. But I also have been told often that I'm too tall. Like I had a guy that was like 6'8" tell me that he didn't want anybody over 5'7", and that was in heels.
Mm.
Well, you know, I don't know. I'm gonna say every dude ain't a monolith.
I
So
know.
I can't tell what he was thinking, but I know a lot of guys, you know, that height is intimidating. Even if they're shorter, it's just the fact of they don't feel as in control or some shit. I don't know what it
Look, all
is,
I'm gonna
but
say is
it's just weird.
y'all be loving these girls that's 4'11" until your son come out 4'11" and he don't make it to the football team or the basketball team. I'm out here with D1 baby potential and you playing. That's a you problem, not me.
You know what? That's a whole nother thing. Okay. I'll be having a little Wolverine. I don't give a fuck. The motherfucker be 4'11", you'll be a terror.
Now it's funny because my little brother, when we were kids, he was very small. Like we thought he was gonna be super, super short, and now he's 6'5" himself.
Yeah.
My little sister, she's only 11 and she's already up to my shoulder. I think she's gonna be taller than me. I'm the oldest out of my dad's kids, and I think I'm gonna be the shortest.
Got them Amazonian genes.
And it's a trip because my daddy is only 5'10".
It be skipping sometimes.
It definitely skipped him, but his mama short. Because all of his brothers on his daddy's side, the shortest one is six. How tall is John? 6'4"? Even the women on my grandpa family is tall. My auntie Mildred is 6'4". Her and her husband is a trip. They've been married for like close to 40 years, right? Maybe 45. He pew-pewed her and they still together.
I'm sorry, what?
He pew-pewed her and they still together.
Ooh, that's that love.
Because like he was cheating on her and they was physically altercationing with each other, and she one day had decided to get her get back and she cheated on him. And she said, you know what? I'm not going to keep doing this back and forth. We're toxic. It's not love no more. You always doing whatever you doing. I didn't even like cheating on you, but I did it to hurt you because you hurt me. And we shouldn't be doing this. I'm done. And she got up, packed her bag, and was going to leave the house. And he told her, Mildred, is her name Mildred? Yeah, you touch that door, I'm going to pew-pew you because if I can't have you, nobody can have you. And she touched that door and he popped her in the back of the head. Sure did. And she survived.
What?
Yeah, they're still together.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why that happens. Okay? It's because her name was Mildred. That's why. Because ain't nobody make nobody, they don't make Mildreds no more. That's some shit that you ain't never gonna find no baby Mildred ever. Right now.
Nope.
You ain't gonna find no baby Mildred. And if you find a baby Mildred, you take a shot to the back of the head. That is a gangster. Hell no. Ooh-wee. That's all.
May that never, absolutely. Because like it seemed like after he pew-pewed her and then she survived and he nursed her back to health, he got it together and their relationship was low-key perfect after that. He never cheated again. They stopped hitting on each other. Like they got it together, ended up having more kids. Like their relationship got right.
All right, let that be the lesson. When your relationship wrong, just go ahead and somebody shoot somebody else, and then see what happened, and then it'll be good after that. That's the lesson to today. God damn.
But yeah, he sure did. They stayed together, and then we got all them cousins out of them. But that's my great auntie.
My man's Ike Turner to the second power.
Oh God,
Makes
like.
no damn sense.
But he really did. And then like he caught her at the base of the neck. Like we don't know how she survived.
How is he not in prison? That's the whole thing. Like,
Charges.
what? How? The whole thing is unbelievable.
So my family on my dad's side is very, very anti-white and anti-police. So had she unalived or decided that, she didn't want to be with him anymore, it would have never gotten to the police. He would have gotten put under 6 feet of daisies by somebody in the family. He would have never went to jail. That would have never been a thing. They don't call the cops for nothing because they don't trust him. Kevin. Not he's snoring and it's ashy sounding.
Yeah, he not ashy though. Ashy necked it.
Sound like he need to gargle some WD-40.
He to lubricate the vocals.
Yeah. Oh no, did I get it on the white part? No, okay. And dropped my juice. I like their methods, adopting them nowadays. That was me 4 or 5 hours ago. I'm sorry I'm reading out loud. But yeah. Since Kevin is asleep, I'm going to go ahead and dip out because the live going to cut off eventually.
Yeah, I know. I'm about to bounce too. I'm going to let him ride out in the sunset.
Cool.
Well, look, now he going to come through. It was
Yep, there you
Almost
go.
started snoring too. Mm-hmm.
You did snore
Yeah, that's how we knew.
for a few minutes.
I must have did. I don't know.
Yeah, that old can't nobody sing like Eddie Kane type of snore. What the fuck? But anyway.
Hey, who is that?
Huh? All right, well, I'm about to bounce, man.
That's crazy.
Y'all enjoy the rest of y'all day. And I'm going to holler at you later.
Nobody gonna tell me who Eddie Kane is?
Oh, you ain't seen 5 Heartbeats, that movie?
No.
Ooh, that's homework assignment. You tripping. You got to go see 5 Heartbeats. You got to go see the 5 Heartbeats. Look that up. Find that. That is a
You know what? Since I'm up in this hospital bed, I'm gonna go ahead and try and find it tonight.
That's a Negro classic. That's all I'm gonna tell you. You're gonna have to go ahead and see that, okay? And then give us your report on it later. Report. Okay. All right.
What you already eating?
It's not me this time.
Yeah, it wasn't nobody eating. It's just strange noises. But yeah. Anyway, my phone about to pass out anyway, so before it do me like the other phone did, I'm about to bounce.
All right.
Right then,
This show.
you know what I'm saying, Pineapple Pizza Amazonian, that's gonna be your new name. Yeah. All right, you have a good one. Get some rest.
I am. Thank you.
All right, y'all.
All right.
I'm out, Kevin.
For sure.